Oh man.
There we go.
Whew. That was an insane run.
Yeah.
What the heck was that?
Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know where you pulled that one out from, but good job, man.
I need to remind people that like Mud fled, Cannon fled, Iron fled, Wheeze fled. Like nothing wanted to cooperate.
And yet you managed to pull that one out. That last minute cram session really helped.
Yeah, geez, that was something.
Are we finishing up the last crappy pipe puzzle? Get out of here, pipe puzzles.
Well, before Dark Dawn gets really going, I'm gonna take a moment to recover from that because I am utterly exhausted after that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, take a minute, man.
Yeah, after that monster of a run, Plexa is actually going to be here on commentary for Dark Dawn, alongside Felissa, who is the biggest breaker of Dark Dawn. A lot of what you're about to see can be whittled down to her experimenting.
I tried my best, but I couldn't have done it without the rest of the community.
Oh, absolutely. Big community
It's been
effort.
a wild ride since we started breaking this game. But yeah, for now, on the Dark Dawn side, there's a lot of recap going on of the previous two games. So, say, keep talking about Bowie's run.
Wait, unskippable cutscenes. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. It starts with a 7-minute recap crawl. So we've been kind of toying with the idea of just starting with like a race file, because the game forces you to save before you can like really do anything. Like you get to walk like 10 steps, and you know there's a bunch of text mashing. So we've been considering just starting from there instead of when you press new game. But for now, we're just starting from the very start.
My gosh, shoutouts, Reek. Just so on the ball.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not surprised. He's been doing great tech stuff ever since I met him at BSG. Very good.
All right,
boy.
are we moving on into the chunky Doom Dragon menu as well? Bowie absolutely ripping through this menu.
Why did you say that, Bill?
I don't know. I cursed it.
You made him lose where in the menu he was.
God dang it.
But yeah, once again, getting everything set up so that the important Djinn are on the correct people, getting, Petra and Ground on the right person, Lull as well. I don't know. There's actually some more shenanigans going on with that fight that we haven't yet mentioned, and that is Kites, which actually gives you 2 turns in 1 turn, as mentioned earlier. You straight up get to do 2 attacks. With the second attack happening at the point which is like half your agility, but which makes it basically happen right at the end of everything else. So as a result, you can just straight up have Isaac set up his own Djinn by basically using Flint on the first turn and then Judgment on the second turn. And it's very nice to get some summons set up for where you actually don't quite have enough turns to get enough Djinn set up, but thanks to Kite, we do.
Yeah, Kite's a very interesting Djinn, and probably a Djinn that gets way overrated by casual players, but that it's still good under certain circumstances. It's basically like in order to make it good, you have to have such an impactful turn on that person that it makes the turn that you quote-unquote wasted with the other person worth it.
Exactly. Because yeah, you're giving another person 2 turns, but you're sacrificing a turn to do it. So.
This is not one of those menus you want to get wrong too, so But we just making sure everything's in order here.
The Doom Dragon strats are just so well crafted. If you misplace one Djinn, or you stand by them when they should be set, it can kind of crumble. So
Yeah,
I really want to take no risks.
And if it crumbles towards the end of it, then okay, sure, but usually it'll crumble right at the start, and you'll immediately just want to take the L and save.
Soft reset and just do it again.
So after all of the menuing shenanigans earlier, Bowie's just making super sure that everything is where it should be. And yeah, another nice thing about Kite is that while the second turn happens like way at the end because of it being at like half of your agility, if you use a priority Djinn on that second turn, then that second turn will just go first because it's a priority Djinn. So if you use like a shade or something on that turn, then there you go. You essentially just get a free shade and you have your first turn on the normal time in the pecking order.
On Team Isaac right now, we have Isaac and Matthew. So Dark Dawn takes place 30 years in the future compared to the Lost Age. So Isaac's kind of an old man, he's got a kid.
He's looking good, though.
He does look good. I'd say the beard suits him pretty well.
Yeah. Strange. It feels like he should look older, no?
Yeah, quite strange.
He hasn't been imbued with some sort of crazy magic, has he?
Nah, that'd be weird. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, so what Loser's alluding to is that everybody who was exposed to the Golden Sun event has slowed down aging. So, yeah, basically everybody who was involved is a bit younger than you would expect him to look. I'm not going to spoil which characters we're going to see, so we'll see when we get there.
Must not have been Garrett. He looks terrible.
It's
I mean, there's not a lot that's going to happen in this intro, right? The only thing I will draw attention to is one, Raffi's not going to change the text speed because when you change your text speed to fast, yes, it makes the text faster, but you lose the ability to instantly fill a text box by mashing. So we keep instant text by not changing the text speed, and so that's one less thing we have to do. The other thing that he's going to do is he's going to pick up a little book called Sun Saga. It's pretty neat. We'll go into why later.
Saga is a pretty good book.
Haven't read it yet. Probably should.
Yeah, you should probably do that. Like at least every minute.
Or maybe people can read it to me throughout this run.
So no joke, I've never read the Sun Saga. Like actually read it.
No, me neither.
Raffi, come on, it's so good. And there's like 5 of them. A good story. I would recommend it.
How about I just play the games instead? Maybe catch the movie.
There's a deal.
Catch the movie. Come on, Sid. You gotta read the original. You gotta read the manga.
You're right. Manga's always better.
Oh, Felix has angered the wise one.
Nah, he's just playing it up. It's like he's just pranking everybody. It's like, oh yeah, you sure got our parents turned into a dragon. Oh you, wise one.
Wait, parents?
Come on, we just saw this. Come on. All right, Blowy going into his Doom Dragon fight, going for the exact same strats, some nice Dark Side of the Moon strats.
Swapping up Ivan and Sheba.
Yeah. Big shout outs to Regnitries for doing a lot of the crafting on this strat.
It's a wonderful strat.
Mm-hmm.
Really not sure how we would have done Doom Dragon if we couldn't just remove the risk of having Djinn Storm used on us, because
Oh.
Yeah.
that's just impossible. to deal with.
Yeah, we used to do that in any percent with some RNG manipulation, but it's no save and quits, so... Yeah, there did exist some strats before it, but they were pretty, yikes.
Yeah, everything relies on the fact that everything is on that first action cycle, that first action selection pattern. When we were looking into this, in any percent, everything just turned out really consistent for some reason, and then it was only after the fact that we realized, oh, it's a pattern. And so if you know when it's coming, you can predict it, and that kind of made this whole thing a lot more reasonable. But it's come a long way since then. The first version of these strats in No Save and Quit, there are 8 possible starting points in the cycle, and we had 8 strategies depending on where it started in the cycle. In fact, it was 13 strategies. There are 11 strategies, because the Djinn Blast start could branch into 4 different outcomes depending on who got Djinn Blasted, and that was awful. But then Reg came up with the core essence of this strat you're seeing now, and then between me and him, we just kept on refining it, forcing it to be faster, and then it got very, very, very fast.
Beautiful strat.
Yeah, shout out to the Wrecking Trace. It's done a lot of work on all the games, I think mostly on the Lost Age, but also a whole lot of contributions on the Dark Dawn side. So
EBS as
Yeah,
well.
he did all of the 100% run. It's really nice.
And do not worry, friends in chat, we will explain later why he grabbed the Sun Saga. It is a very important book, trust me.
Lore is important.
Very.
I mean, it's not like we've just seen what happens in the other 2 games. We have to read about it.
Exactly. It's already been 9 hours since then. I've already forgotten what happens at the start of Golden Sun.
True.
How good do you think my memory is?
Forgotten what happened as well.
See, now that just makes me think you haven't forgotten.
Nah. Forgotten what?
Exactly.
Okay, so what's happening right now on Rafi's stream is the first of many new glitches. Basically, you can see Dark Dawn has got an entirely new engine. Everything about it is different to the GBA games, no retreat glitch and all that fun stuff. But Dark Dawn's got its fun stuff too. This is what we're calling a minute clip or angel clip, depending on who you happen to be, or angel slide, I think Regna Trace calls it. But basically, if you can put Matthew against an acute angle in the geometry of the collision map, and then press at a very particular angle, will ever so slightly start slipping off or being forced through that acute angle. And as soon as the shadow disappears, which you just saw, you can flip out of bounds and do things. So Rafi has broken free onto the world map, bypassing all of the original, all of the tutorial stuff. We will go back there, but we got to do something first. What we're going to do is Rafi's going to do the next big trick, which is a bridge clip. Bridge clips work kind of similar, but also different. Basically, bridges are kind of plastered onto the geometry of the world map. If you wedge yourself into a corner of a bridge, you can kind of get stuck between the object and the world map collision, and then again kind of force Matthew to slide around the bridge, and in this case fall off the bridge and fall into the water. And by doing that, Rafi will be able to get out of bounds, and his destination as soon as he gets out of bounds is going to be heading over to collect Reef. He's going to get Reef a lot earlier than intended.
I just see something go wrong on Bowie's end. I thought I saw it say not enough Djinn on standby.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and over on Bowie's side, it seems like he's gotten through phase 1, but I'm not 100% sure what happened.
Hope he still manages to recover this.
I'm pretty sure he would have got his menu all proper, so it might have just been a misinput, which is not great.
Let's hope Bowie can recover.
It seems like he's acting pretty confidently, though, so...
Yeah, on the Dark Dawn side, we've sequence broken quite a bit. So basically, whenever you're outside of the normal walkable terrain, you're pretty free to move around as you want. So as soon as we use a bridge clip to fall onto a river, from a river you can walk onto the cliffs, onto the mountains. It's kind of just, you know, the world is your oyster. Go wherever you want. And the nice thing about that, in theory we can go straight to the final dungeon, but there's a bunch of prerequisites before we can actually beat the game. Not just powering up, but also the necessary key items and synergy to progress. So for now, we're just gonna be on our way to get Reef, which is supposed to be the 4th character we get. We don't have our fire adept yet, but we'll come back for that. Definitely did see some panic on Bowie's end there, looking at the status screens.
Yeah, the problem with the Doom Dragon strat is that as soon as you get off script, it is very difficult to recover. Because that means that your Djinn are going to be recovering on the wrong turns and potentially netting you an extra attack that you really do not want to see. Because you do want to keep cancelling that first attacks, but that does mean that you have to, on the fly, mean that your Petra turns are going to be on a different turn, your ground turns are going to be a different turn, your lull turns are going to be on a different turn, and your Djinn are not necessarily going to be ready when you expect them to be ready.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you can get back into that 3-cycle pattern, that Eclipse, Judgment, Recovery, Eclipse, Judgment, Recovery. And you normally will need to eat 1 spooky turn or 1 or 2 spooky turns. So we just have to see if Bowie can get back to that and without anybody dying. If somebody dies, though, then it's really panic stations.
He's got the Judgment out and he's into phase 3.
Over on Dark Dawn, Raffi is busy stripping Reef so that he doesn't have any armor on him. Because now we need to go back to Lookout Cabin, which we just came from, and the only way to get back there from where we are, well, the fastest way is unfortunately to die. And Raffi got one of our least favorite encounters. Even though the Hobble can deal a ton of damage, they also have smoke bombs and herbs. So if they decide to use their items, they will waste a lot of time.
There's one.
Ooh, and Bowie eating the spooky turn at a bad point in the pattern, unfortunately. He got the Djinn Storm.
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
That is extremely unfortunate.
So meanwhile, Raffi is back in Lookout Cabin. So back in Lookout Cabin, now we're going to go through the tutorial sequence. We're going to go through Tanglewood, and the whole reason we did this is that we have a 3rd character for when we do this tutorial sequence. What's going to happen is Isaac and Garrett are going to teach us how to use Djinn. So they're going to give us, what the game is going to do is going to write 6 Djinn into the Djinn inventory of Matthew and Karis, and leave Reef alone. That's going to set us up with an unbalanced Djinn structure. We're going to have 3 on Matthew, 3 on Karis, and 1 on Reef. We currently have 2 Djinn. Matthew currently has Sleet. Sleet is going to be overwritten and being deleted. So goodbye, Sleet. It was nice knowing you so long, and thanks for all the fish. We're going to keep Flint, though. Flint is really important. So Flint's on Reef, and then we've got this unbalanced Djinn setup. We're going to go through all of Tanglewood. Then right at the end of Tanglewood, Raffi is going to transfer all of the Djinn we want to keep onto Reef. It's going to turn the other Djinn into something else. We'll talk about that in a bit. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow us to take the tutorial Djinn out of the tutorial. So we're going to get super powerful Djinn, like our favorites are Ground and Granite. We get to keep them, and of course Sap. And that's just like amazingly busted. You've already seen how powerful Ground and Granite are in the previous 2 games, and they get to basically dominate the show in Dark Dawn as well. The caveat to all of this is that if we ever get an encounter in Tanglewood, Reef is deleted and removed from our party. So Raffi is going to be doing save and quits to try and get through Tanglewood without getting a single encounter. We'll talk more about how encounters work in a bit, I think.
Bowie
Meanwhile, he's doing another minute clip to skip a tutorial about how to use Synergy, because we know how to do that by now.
My god, there's so much happening in Dark Dawn, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my lord. Yeah, Bowie is about to go in for his 2nd attempt. I saw him make a little save there after failing, just to see if he could deduce what went wrong later on after the run. And then just reloading his initial save that he made before Doom Dragon. One more glance over his Djinn menu. And seeing if we can get it on this try. One misinput, man. One misinput is all it takes for the Doom Dragon. That's right. Yep.
Yeah, we will be in there as well.
Our Djinn tutorial. So like Plex has said, we keep Flint. Flint is important, and that's because this run is pretty front-loaded on Venus Djinn. And that means, you know, if we can keep a bunch of Venus Djinn, then we can use Judgment pretty early on. And that's very strong. So you'll see soon, Flint has upped his tutorial game. Still not as good as Echo.
It's been 30 years, and like, man, he's put in the work.
He has put in the work. I always love looking at the little animations. I also love his little chunky 3D model. So cute.
I really dislike Flint's tutorial in Golden Sun, but I've run this game a lot by now. I'm not sick of this tutorial. I enjoy seeing it every time. It's so adorable.
Yeah. Look at the little Morris Djinn kicking
Garrett.
into pieces.
Garrett just ruins it for me, though. That mustache is so creepy.
Yeah, but he's not in the tutorial.
I just saw him. Oh, you mean this part?
Yeah, like this is how you use Djinn. It's so cute. And yes, Reef is in our party. The game doesn't crash, thankfully. Whatever code they used in the first games, they've reused it here because the same thing happens in the first game. If you somehow get out with Jenna, the game doesn't crash. I think that might have been because they originally programmed it with Mia starting in Vale, actually. Obviously had 3 party members coming out there.
Yo, look at our friend. Brown is a chunky boy you just saw on the top right.
I do really like the models of the Djinn and Dark Dawn. They're all so unique.
And
I mean,
on top of that,
all the
it's
things that
genuine
Dark One did
ability.
wrong, it did that right. Like, the Djinn icons are freaking adorable. It's the perfect touch. It's so nice.
Like, you can just visually see every Djinny, so you can know exactly who you're picking up and swapping around, rather than just looking at a name. So if we were to run on Japanese, we would have no issues with that, because they all look different. There's like a couple ones that are like pretty similar, like I think Buckle and Brick are like pretty similar, and there's 2 Mercury as well that are like very similar, except for like a different tail, but for the most part they did a pretty good job of making them all have something like identifiable.
Oh no.
We have deduced what is going wrong on Bowie's end. He did not get Sephiroth before LOL went off. We have a problem with agility stats.
Oh.
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 And that
That'll
my
do it.
friends, is why we get the Trainer's Whip.
Yep. Get the
Yeah.
Trainer's Whip to get her agility stats.
Yes, so the whole reason that happens, and the whole reason that the Trainer's Whip exists is exactly for the problem. So the thing is that as Mia is using her Djinn, she's cycling through different classes. And at some point, she's going to end up in a class with 2 Mars Djinn, and that gives her about 120-something agility, and Isaac has 130-something agility. But on each confirmation of action, you can roll up to 6% bonus agility when you confirm your action. So what can happen is that Mia rolls super high and Isaac rolls really low, and then there's a chance that, well, this happens. The Trainer's Whip, however, is a class-changing item, so you get put into the Beastmaster class. And so then it doesn't matter what your Djinn configuration is, because you're locked to that class, and it's going to keep Mia's agility just above, well, if she gets no experience, just above that 100 agility threshold, which is going to allow her to get Ground and Petra off consistently without the Doom Dragon getting an action in. So, yes, just... I was really proud when I came up with putting the Trainer's Whip on Mia. That was one of my prouder moments, but like, that's why it's there. It avoids that problem of those classes changing around and that agility problem potentially creeping in.
Can you believe it, Sid? Plexo wasn't listening to our commentary. I'm offended.
I was, but you didn't mention it during my Doom Dragon fight.
Well, not to this extent. I did mention that the Trainer's Whip was there specifically just to get the agility stat on Mia. But that
was like
you
4
have
hours ago.
No, I mentioned it right before I went into the fight.
Okay. I was in the zone then. I was looking at the clock and I was like, damn, like, is this potentially PB pace because I didn't have a timer going? So I was like try-harding pretty hard.
Yeah. I just don't have the amount of encyclopedia knowledge about it that you do.
Yeah, we basically said, Mia fast, we don't want Mia fast, Mia be slow with whip, let's go into the fight.
More or less.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Thank you, Blue.
It's not about it being slow though. It's about it being just the right agility. In fact, this fight is so particular. You can't swap any of the characters around. Like Ivan has to be doing the things that Ivan is doing. Sheba has to be doing the things that Sheba is doing. You can't swap them around. Isaac has to be doing what Isaac is doing. You can't replace Mia with any other character. I tried with Garrett. He's 2 agility short. If you tried with Garrett, you will run into an agility problem where one day you'll get a guard aura that won't get stopped by Petra. So every character plays a unique role in this strategy, and it's so unreal that there's a strategy that exists like this where even though the characters are so similar, that this is it. Like, you cannot change anybody in this lineup. All you can do is swap Jenna and Garrett around, and that's it. That is the only swap permissible. It's actually crazy.
It's a super well thought out strategy, and kind of lucky that it works.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rafi's just making his way through Tanglewood. You saw him do a save and quit there, restarted his game. The reason he did that is because that resets your steps towards getting your next encounter. As Plexa said earlier, if we get an encounter now, Reef is deleted, and that just completely ruins the strat, which I coined Djinn Heist, because we're going to be stealing Isaac and Garrett's Djinn. So we have a few places in this game where we safe crawl through a dungeon because encounters are either just too strong or we're doing a death warp later, so we want to keep Matthew at 1 HP after a previous death warp. And because this game doesn't have manipulation the same way the first 2 games do, it's allowed. We currently don't have like a separate no save and quit category because it would change very little about the actual run. One sad thing is this game actually doesn't have a Sanctum Warp feature, otherwise we would be making heavy use of that. They, for some reason, decided, that useful feature to, remove the ability to get soft locked. Nah, it's gone.
Yeah, it's funny because like Dark Dawn is the game of the series that really needs that feature. All the other games you can like most of the time avoid soft locking, so like intentionally trying to do it. There are many stories of people casually just doing whirlwind things in a Yuthe and then just randomly falling through the collision and getting stuck and having to reset their game.
Yeah, pretty much.
And look,
also,
even though there's
it's the run where we do death warps the most, I think, because there's like a bunch of them. I haven't counted them, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like 7 or 8.
There's a ton of them. We'll talk a lot about them. Like we've already done one, for instance.
Yeah.
And like this game has evolved like just in an unreal way in the last like 8 months, I think it is now. I can't wait to take advantage of one of the many cutscenes to like or dump the whole like evolution of this game. It's crazy.
That big flower thing you see right there, and that's supposed to be our first boss fight, but thankfully this room has a lot of acute angles, so we can use minute clipping to just slide right past them.
This game has very cute angles.
That it does. There we go. Leave Tyrell. No one cares about Tyrell.
It's
so this
kind of
whole
crazy.
game started because Tyrell stole Ivan's Soarwing, which Jupiter adepts can use to use their wind powers to properly fly around. But Tyrell's not a Jupiter adept, so he crashed it and he broke it. And now he is responsible to get it repaired, and he's dragging Matthew and Karis along to help him on his quest. Alexa, you mind to explain what's happening?
There's a ton of stuff that we talked about that needs. First of all, if that minute clip in that boss room didn't exist, the strat wouldn't. Because we need to skip every fight, and that's the only way you can get past the boss. So the way this route came about was really all these little glitches just kept on adding the possibility of this being a thing until we finally got to this point where it was a thing, and it's really fast. But Rafi just did the most important menu of the early game and possibly the whole game. He took the Djinn that he wanted to keep, he moved them all to Reef. So that's Sap, Ground, and Granite. Great Djinn. Then with the Djinn that he didn't want, he turned them into a Djinn called Moloch. Now, Moloch is the name of a summon. It's the Yeti dog summon that's 2 Mercury, 1 Jupiter. You use it, it drops the agility of what it's used on. Pretty cool summon, actually gets used from time to time. I think max 100% TLA uses it once or twice. It's pretty cool. But Moloch is a Djinn, it's not a summon. It turns out that if you do the menu in a particular way, you can trick the stylus into grabbing an empty slot. And it turns out empty slots are represented by the hex number FF. And it turns out that they actually coded in Djinn for every hex number up to FF. So it turns out that FF happens to be Moloch. And so it's a glitch Djinn, and it doesn't really obey the normal rules of Djinn. First of all, you can create as many of them as you want. Second of all, you can't use it. You can't actually use it in battle. It does absolutely nothing. If you try to summon it as Jupiter, it will crash the game. Hopefully nobody does that today. It can happen. I've seen it happen in Run. If you summon it as Atlanta or anything higher than that, it's completely fine. Just don't use Jupiter and try and summon it. The reason why Moloch is really powerful is that it has an absurd number of stats. So Djinn always come with a bunch of base stats that they provide you. Usually it's like plus 8 HP, plus 3 attack, plus 2 agility. Like, they're really small numbers. Moloch, on the other hand, gives you plus 70 HP, plus 30 defense, plus 96 agility, and like a couple of points of luck. It's unreal. It is, by having Moloch on a person, you have something that's like twice as good as a wild code, which is the thing that drops out of the fountain. It's like 2.5 times as much agility as a wild code, with comparable amounts of defense. It's utterly insane, and you can stack them as many times as you like. It has some very unique properties when it comes to being used in summons, and when we get Sveta, we'll talk about that when we get to that point. But what that allows us to do is it allows us to Djinn heist. When you steal all the Djinn, we take 3 incredibly powerful Djinn in Sap, Ground, and Granite. We get 3 Molochs from the 3 Mars Djinn that we got. So we come out of this whole intro sequence with 7 Djinn, 1 billion stats, and basically are good to go and clear the rest of the game in a relatively easy fashion. It's a really sick kind of way to open this game. And just so before we switch back to Bowie, who looks like he's almost about to close it out, Raffi's going to do another clip off the bridge. He's going to go pick up a new Djinn Chill. Then he's going to continue on his way to Compa using another bridge clip. There's going to be a lot of them.
Game has a lot going on. Just non-stop clipping, either on the world map, or in dungeons, or... Do we have any clips in town? I mean, we could theoretically, but I don't think we have any in the routes.
Yeah, we do. Belinsk.
Oh yeah, sure, definitely. Yeah,
Hey,
just everything's broken.
The whole game is broken.
So yeah, Bowie's just coming up on his final turn here, so he should be A-okay after this one. In the end of phase 3, just one last menu.
Just gotta clear it out. 2 last turns.
Right, I keep forgetting my notes are missing a turn.
Yep.
Maybe you should fix that.
Yeah, I didn't even notice.
Sounds like a plan.
But there it is. We're gonna summon some dragons and then beat the
Send it
dragon.
home.
Send it home. Mash through some text.
Yeah, a couple of dragons to end it. Another fitting end. GG, Bowie.
GG, Bowie.
GG, man.
No. I just want to say a couple of things. That run, as an aside, was absolutely incredible for the first 4 hours, where I was like going even with my old PB. Well, with my current PB, which is a 5:33. That was really, really good. And then in hour 4, I mean, I know what happened, but I don't know how it happened. Lost 5 minutes in Moapa, but then everything else was fine. Honestly, I was like really, really good. And then the ending was not acceptable, so I apologise. That's all I can do. Nothing else to it. Don't need platitudes. I didn't play well at the end, and I apologise. So, very good run for 95%, but the 5% that was bad was catastrophic. So,
That's all it takes, eh? Like,
I'm
TLA is such
better-
a fragile game. Like,
Well,
the one thing goes wrong and it'll part.
that's the thing, though. Is like it wasn't any RNG that screwed me over. It was my own errors and my own fault. So, yeah. Sorry to my team. That's all I can say. And,
Right there with you, man.
Well, I mean, it was RNG on your end, mate. You didn't make any errors. You played well. The reason I was annoyed is because it was competitive. Like, even though there was a 10-minute difference from the beginning of TLA until about until past Lemuria, I didn't lose any time on Plexa at all.
That was smoking hot until Moapa.
You two were neck and neck for us. If the run started at the same time, you would have been like so close the entire way through.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, I can take solace in that, but the rest of it was not acceptable. So I apologize. I've been training for the last month to be ready for this run, and this is the worst run I have done since I came back to the game after an 8-month break. That
is not an exaggeration.
That is not okay. So, as I say, I apologize. Enjoy the last run, because DD's awesome. And I apologize to Legrand who has to start really far behind, and obviously all that kind of stuff. But yeah. Cheers, GG's, well played. And I'm going to have to do a run back, because I'm not okay with this run. I must redeem myself. I'm better than that time, and that's all I'll say.
It's going to be one hell of a salty run back, absolutely.
He's gonna get some food, some water. He'll be fine.
Oh yeah. All part of speedrunning, unfortunately.
Sid, since Bowie's just got text left, you want to wrap it up so that we can give Val and Plexa the stage?
Yes, absolutely. And if Plexa and Val just kind of want to keep an eye out and tell Recall when time is, whenever the fist bump happens, then
yeah, if you guys can handle that.
And we're gonna leave it off here, leave it to you to close it with some wonderful Dark Dawn. Very, very exciting.
Good luck to both LGG and you, Rafi, and Sid. Was a pleasure, man.
It was an absolute pleasure. That was a very nice couple of hours. Well, more than a couple, really. But it was very happy along the ride. Thanks, everybody.
All right, take it easy.
Thank you
Good
both.
luck.
You did great. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Now it's just us.
Yep.
Last game.
Got Rafi walking around most of our least favorite dungeon.
Yeah, now that Blues is off the court, like he gets a little bit shy about these. Huge shout outs to Blue. Basically, this event actually is kind of his brainchild. He really wanted to do this back in December. Kind of none of this would have happened without him. So thank you, Blue. You added so much to the community, and today may have not been your day, but dude, look at what this has kind of become, and it's all kind of thanks to you and the time you put in the game. So thanks, Blue. You're a legend.
I only agree with that.
And Sid, thank you for Dumbskip. I hate it. I'll never let him live that down. No, seriously. Sid's been at this like literally forever. He was the first person to run TLA at a marathon. He did it up GLB, in fact, 2016, 17, give or take. I forget. Like, it's honor and a privilege to have run alongside him pretty much through the entirety of TLA's lifespan. Hope he finds more time to run this game in the future, although it's a hard ask, it's a long game. Oh yeah, it's always a pleasure. Meanwhile, Compa Ruins is being boring because Compa Ruins is one of the worst dungeons in the game. Like seriously, like I love the Dark Dawn speedrun so much, but like the first 30 minutes of the game is like absolute like adrenaline and like, oh, I gotta get all these tricks really fast and let's just make it happen. And then you get Compa Ruins and you get like the boring soundtrack, the absolute nothingness going on, and it's just it's a real low point in the run, unfortunately. But the good news is that it is a low point, and it does very much get better.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That being said, it does still have some cool ideas. Like, I do like these floating platforms, and it really showcases how they changed the Psynergy system. Because
totally.
as you've been able to tell, you can use Psynergy on things that are more than just one tile in front of you. Even move, you can cast it diagonally at a distance. Whirlwind, you just shoot them in any direction you want, really, as long as there's like a valid target there. Which is like,
it's kind of like
cool.
The issue with it is that it's kind of like part 3 of a 3-part tutorial series, which takes about 2 hours to run through without glitches. So,
yeah, this freaking dungeon. The most common criticism I have about this game is that it's too square. This dungeon in particular, like if you want to skip something,
we like our angles.
Yeah, if you want to skip something and it doesn't have any acute angles, you can pretty much forget about it. And this dungeon is so square.
It's okay. Like, it's not entirely trivial. Like, some of this movement that Raffi is doing, trying to get all these panels to line up properly, there's a little bit of tech there, and it's just like optimizing what we can. It's very Soul Sanctum-esque, actually. If you've been here since the start of the marathon, you will have seen Soul Sanctum, which is kind of like mundane and trivial and easy, and we're doing like half-tile jumps to kind of optimize things. Compa is very similar. All we're trying to do is to go as fast as we can, optimize everything. The only thing that can kind of go wrong in this dungeon is the end of it, which is going to be a death warp. Otherwise, it's mostly just executional. Not a lot going on.
Just a heads up, I'll be running with like 40 minutes behind, so I'll try my best to just cut out every corners, but also try my best to avoid getting self-locked and just completely dying, but yeah.
So good, man. I'm here for all of it. Take as long as you need.
So like, if I'm going to lose a hell of a lot of time, it's because I'm not going to be using safety strats and stuff. I'll do my best. Good luck, Ruffy. Wait, no, I shouldn't have said that. Oh.
I need to like shout out both of our DD runners actually. They both put in a ton of work into this game to like really get good at it. Like Legrand's menuing is just like literally best in class. Like no one comes close. Like everybody else is just playing catch up. Like I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he's done it for so long either. Like it's always been really good. Like the only reason he doesn't have world record is that his DS broke like last month and he hasn't been able to run it for a while. And Raffi's put in like unreal effort over the last little while, and the leaderboard is not accurate. Legrand hasn't submitted his PB, but the Legrand and Raffi's PB is like 20 seconds apart, barely just to the favor of Legrand. Like Raffi has improved tons since the relays kind of come about. He was 408 pace the other day, like just unreal improvement. And Raffi has always been like a good friend of mine in Dark Dawn. He's kind of used the same strats as I have. There was a time where everybody was doing different strats, and we were trying to limit test how far each of the different possibilities of this game could go, how fast they could go. And me and Raffi were exchanging ideas and pushing our version of the route as far as possible. And it didn't work out, but it gave us some really interesting ideas that kind of culminated in the ultimate version of this route, which is the one that we're using today. So, shout outs to Raffi for having my back.
Good luck to you too, Legrand.
Thanks.
Or should I say Arcanus?
I've been unmasked.
Now you've been remasked.
Oh yeah, right. That's how it worked.
Yeah, there was a time where we were unsure about the fastest strategy, because initially, after breaking the game wide open, the fastest strategy was to get our second Jupiter Adept, Sveta. We would get her early, and she comes with 5 Jupiter Djinn, which would make us very strong, and she herself is like a powerhouse. She starts at level 21. It's been a while.
22, I think.
But yeah, she's just very strong, and she would carry the entire rest of the game. Then, which event was it again? Was it just the discovery of minute clipping that made me go like, hey, we can just not go to Tanglewood? Didn't end up working out like that, but it's like...
Oh, and if we're gonna do the lore dump, let's do the lore dump. So what happened was, obviously, early Sveta was like the first idea we had. Early Sveta makes a ton of sense for the reasons Val talked about. Like, she's incredible, absolute amazing adept. Just
throw
the
Thor
best
at
character.
everything.
Yeah. But, you know, we kept on finding discoveries and more things in this game which allowed us to do less and less. So one of those things was indeed skipping Tanglewood and all that stuff. And then around the time where we started to skip Tanglewood, Legrand had a good idea of basically going, well, why do we need Sveta at all? Why don't we just go through as fast as we can? Sveta is a 9-minute detour, give or take. What if we just don't lose 9 minutes by just going through the game as fast as we can? And so that was called the no detours route, where you basically just played through the game roughly in order, but skipping as much stuff as possible along the way. And around that time, Val was working on basically stealing the Djinn just as a meme. Like, it wasn't seriously viable. You have to do like death warps and all kind of mumbo jumbo was kind of not good.
Yeah, so
Um,
let me just go into that real quick. My initial plan for that was I break out of Tanglewood and I gather. You know,
I gotta say,
I'm glad this is happening here.
Oh, yeah, I know.
there we go.
It's back.
Stream's back. Hello everyone, welcome back. Story time was interrupted. Raffi is currently doing a death warp. He got the double skeleton, that's amazing. That's the best thing you can get to die here. He's death warping because the only thing we need from Compa Ruins is grip. So he has got grip already during the downtime there. And now he's gonna die. So Raffi's gonna die and he's gonna be sent to Carver's camp. Carver's camp after this. That's basically gonna allow him to do another bridge clip and start basically skipping the stealthy scout ambush, which is one of the harder fights in the game. Like, it killed me casually, so skipping it's really nice.
It used to be like a real run killer in Umbra when it was 7 hours long. But now it's not anymore.
Return to the battle that we get after. Yoda. Whenever we're sharing the screen, I'm also not seeing it. I guess we'll find out soon enough based on chats.
I'm back up, chat. Say yes if it did. So we can get story time gaming going again. Oh.
Alright, hopefully.
Do we have audio?
Okay, chat seem to be back.
Maybe we should just restart Dark Dawn as a whole and just restart from there, right? That sounds correct. No?
No,
don't do that.
no.
Yeah,
Or the
looks like we're
ground,
good.
not happening.
I'll give you guys a countdown. All right, 5, 3, 2, 1, go.
Back to match time. Yay.
Yeah, so in the time you've been away, Raffi has gotten another Venus Djinn called Steel, and has done another minute clip to make his way into the Lonely Island. And this is where one of the necessary pieces in the end, which is the Umbra gear set. One of them is in here. We can access it early. There's like no encounters inside, or at least we never get encounters here. Maybe it's just because of every room transition. Yeah, resetting our encounter steps, but yeah, we can just walk in here and have another minute clip. Just have a good look at this wall.
And while we're stirring a wall, let's try and cover as much as we can. So what happened was,
Yes.
Raffi got the grip crystal from Compa Ruins, which is the only reason we need to visit Compa at all. So we get the grip crystal. He then died to an encounter intentionally, and then was sent back to Carver's camp. Once he was at Carver's camp, he never revived anybody. Matthew here only has 1 HP still. He then clipped off a bridge and walked along the mountain range, the Kieran mountain range, all the way over to Caltro, which is like way later in the game where you're supposed to go to the Umbra and all that stuff. So we went into Caltro, got a Djinn steal, and then did another bridge clip off a bridge, and is now in Lonely Isle, which is like a very much end game dungeon. There's an amazing piece of armor here called the Asura's armor that he picked up, which he will sell. He won't wear it, but it's pretty decent defense or something. It's very much late game gear. And then you can clip through that wall there using a minute clip, as you just saw, and then you can get this piece of the Umbra gear basically within the first hour of the game, which is kind of crazy. Now he's going to go back into Caltro, and he's going to go into the Ouroboros and start doing Ouroboros things, because if you ever played this game casually, you will know there's a back entrance to the Ouroboros that is always closed. And, well, turns out we found the key. So another death warp here, gets sent back to Caltro, and now we're gonna...
Yeah, so be mindful of the fact that he didn't just revive anyone. Yeah, he's not healing anyone. So our current party is Matthew at level 1 and everybody else dead. As you might imagine, that's a little bit sketchy. So this is one of those situations I mentioned earlier, where we're gonna have to safe crawl our way through a dungeon just to make sure we don't get an encounter, because every encounter is death. And this is where one of the biggest changes in the encounter system comes into play, which is that every time you transition from one room to another, your encounter steps are reset. So whenever you're walking around, your steps go up at a certain speed. That speed is kind of like determined by your RNG determined encounter rate. And it's just constantly counting up. And as long as we hit a room transition before that counter hits like FF, whatever, yeah, we don't get the encounter, and then on the next room, it starts from 0 again. So that's one of the ways we can go through all these late game dungeons without any trouble. Just keep doing room transitions, try and take the shortest path possible. Sometimes you can even take like an extra door entry if there's like alternate paths, just to make sure that those steps get reset again. And for everything that isn't that, we have save and quits. The room Raffi's in right now is notorious. Every runner hates it, because for some reason the encounter rates in this room are just like 3 times as high as normal. So legitimately you can take like 2 steps and get another encounter. It's ridiculous. So there's gonna be, I think, 3 save and quits in this room, just to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, this room is like Mars Wing and TLA, except it's on crack, because like the encounter rate is like... There is no other room in the game that has an rate this high. It's unreal.
I always used to go for 3 save and quits here, just because it's very realistic that with only 2 you will get an encounter before you can even get to your first save. But actually worked out pretty well.
Oh no. Grant hit Goma Highland and got the really long Gust tutorial, which teaches you about whirlwind and flowers and stuff. Oh no.
Oh.
Said I would try hard. This is what happens.
How did that happen?
Went too high too fast. As I said, trying to go really fast right now, cutting corners and stuff. Doesn't work.
Are you getting fever before Campus Camp?
No, I just went and tried to go up the little ledge, and I just went too high. So.
Oh, okay, I get you. And then you clipped onto the low ground, and then had to go down into Goma Highlands. Yeah.
I feel like it's my faster to redo this.
It was not faster to reset, no. Unless you don't know the bridge clip.
I don't know the bridge clip. Is a problem.
Alright, then this was much faster.
I don't know the bridge clip either.
Yeah, so the thing with clips, every bridge is like different, and they all have like different setups. They're very similar often, but every bridge is different. So if you don't know where exactly to put Matthew and where exactly to hold the stylus, then you're gonna be struggling to get some of them. Some are super easy, some are definitely not.
Those ones that
Yeah, like-
Goma Highland are really hard though. So, like,
Well, actually, that was one of the first ones we found. In fact, that was the first demonstration that bridge clips were not a unique property to the Miracle Bridge, which is a bridge near Ayutthaya, where it was first found.
Yep.
So to the Goma Highlands bridge clip, if for us, the people who are like really in there breaking it on like day one, like it's a very, very well-known bridge, and we all know how to clip off that one. It's just we had to. It was the route.
Yeah, definitely, and it has a pretty good visual cue as well, where you make
Yeah, it's pretty
Matthew's
amazing.
shadow like line up exactly with the end of the bridge, and then it kind of just works.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole lore of bridge clips. I tried to document it a little bit. There's like a video out there about like, hey, there are bridge clips now, and kind of documented some of the history. But like,
Oh, yeah.
Felissa was the first person to kind of show that, hey, maybe Dark Dawn is a little bit more broken than we thought it was by finding a couple seam clips in the game, and then that just gave us the energy to re-look at the game, and before you knew it, we were falling off bridges, and then every bridge in the game was broken. It's actually insane.
It was one heck of a journey. So it pretty much started with me just trying to break the game. You know, I was just looking around. What's janky? Can I clip into this? Can I clip into that? And I noticed that on the world map, there are sometimes these like black seams where it looks like two parts, like two, what would you call them? Just blocks of map don't line up perfectly. So I was just going to all of those, and I made a map where I could follow them. Like I would just lay them out on the world map and see where seams would probably be, and just grind my face into walls in the hopes to go into one of those seams, pretty much. And there's one in particular near Champa, or Champa Camp, I guess it is. No, it's Champa. That looked like pretty prominent. It was like right up against a pretty steep cliff, and then there's like a mountain range. So I was just grinding my face into it, and eventually I actually did manage to get into the seam and popped onto the mountain. So I shared it with everybody, and we were like, what the heck? This game's broken! Let's go! And at the time we had some hope that there would be more seam clips, but that was... the reality of that was a bit more disappointing. There's like realistically 2 or like 3 places where seams play a role. And that one initial seam clip, I called it the Feliz seam, is not in this route, but it is in 100%, and I'm so excited about that. It actually has a use.
It was used. It's very helpful, actually. It helps streamline kind of the mid-game collection phases. But the second seam clip was actually the one near Goma Highlands. And
That was so weird.
we
That was so weird.
didn't know what it was. Like, we didn't know it was a seam at the time because it didn't behave like the Vela seam. It was just something where, like, if you wedged yourself into position and reloaded the map, you'd fall through it. So it was more like endless wall glitch, if you know that one. So that was crazy at the time, and the bridges came along.
And the funny thing
validated
about
everything.
that second seam clip is like, I did it once without recording, and then I was up like all night. I tried for like, I think 3 hours, just trying to repeat those steps of how I just clipped onto the river, and I just couldn't, and I felt like I was going crazy. And then I posted like an image, okay, this is where it was, this is approximately what I did, and then Ragnar Trace came along and replicated it, and I was like, thank goodness I'm not crazy. It's a thing.
I remember waking up and be like, I gotta get in on this. Started like just trying to run into anything that looked like a dodgy seam, and it just happened to be a bridge near Ayutthaya where it has a dodgy looking corner, and by coincidence I did the first bridge clip off of that bridge. We called it bridge at the time, and we thought it was a seam at the time, but it was really like it was a new phenomenon. And then we couldn't find out how to do it on any other bridge. We called it a day, and then Figure DM'd me on Twitter. He's like, hey, I can do it near Goma Highlands. And that was the kick-started all 4 of us, me, Val, Reg, Figure, just going crazy, breaking this game. It was, yeah, one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen. Like, the way in which we all banded together and just efficiently destroyed this game. Not just destroyed it, we did it so ruthlessly efficiently. Sight to behold.
Yeah, so...
Meanwhile,
like,
Rafi's getting thrown into the meat grinder.
oh yeah, shout out to the meat grinder. Don't worry, we're okay somehow. So you're actually meant to experience this. This is supposed to be your first trip into the Ouroboros, so this fan's not meant to be on yet. But hey, here we are.
Yeah, we kind of neglected to update you on what Rafi was doing. So he made his way through Ouroboros. He got the Soul Mask, which is kind of like the objective of the entire first blob of the game to be able to activate the Alchemy Forge. He did that early. He's done that as the very first thing he's done in this area. He went back in to get Woe's letter, which is required to progress the story, and that's kind of what's happened here. He's done he's kind of doing the dungeon in reverse order, getting the main objective first, the secondary objective last. Now he's just dying once more to be taken out of here, and now he's going to revive everybody. He did sell the Asura's armor in the last Death Warp. Interesting, in this game, they nerfed dying. Oh no, they nerfed it, they buffed it, I don't know. Basically, every time you die, you lose half your money. Now, this normally isn't an issue, because we don't really do much shopping anyway, but it so turns out there's one item that is very useful to buy much later on in this game, and as long as you don't take any unintended death warps, you have just enough money to buy it. So, yeah, it is a little bit delicately routed, but if we take an unintended death somewhere, there's a couple things you can pick up pretty easily to kind of cover the cost, but you don't want to do that if you can avoid it.
It's almost like kind of messed up. Like, already to revive, you need to spend money, especially in the early game where you don't have any revive spells. And then they also make you lose half your money. Like, you can get yourself stuck in some pretty nasty situations where you just, if you're already broke.
Speaking of nasty situations. Oh, that is my nightmare. Like, that little run between Calcho and the bridge is, you're so unlikely to get an encounter, but it can happen. And reminder, right now, Matthew is level 1, Karis is level 1, Reef is level 10, Terrell's level 4. We have got no levels. You're expected to be level 13, 12 here, minimum. So any encounter we get that is not planned for is potentially death and a huge time loss. So everything here is very precariously balanced. So here's Rafi destroying a Djinn called Ether. Ether can be found on the world map in this game. It's found in Garo on the Lost Age. Getting 1 million level ups here because, again, we were 1. The only reason we can do this Djinn that would normally obliterate us is due to Moloch. So remember, Moloch gives an enormous agility boost because of its busted stats on it. So Matthew is incredibly fast with the Moloch attached to him. That allows him to outspeed Ether. One shot with Judgment because we've got the 3 Djinn from tutorial to give us 4 Venus Djinn in total. Or 5, I guess, in deal. And there you go. And another encounter. That's, at least it was after the Djinn recovery, but that's super unlucky.
Ether actually would be pretty fine without Moloch as well, as long as we have access to, ground. Because we could do like a ground into a Judgment, or I guess if we couldn't steal as many Djinn because we didn't have Moloch, then you could do like a Sabel, or like, I guess, ground flint Sabel or something. I don't know. There's a way to get some damage in there. Like my original version of Djinn Heist before Moloch actually went out of its way to pick up Simum. It's like a level 37 or something Djinny, sitting out on an island somewhere. And I could actually beat it with like super low level characters by just cycling ground, granite, and then ground again, and throw in like a meteor, because I would have, the tutorial Djinny, and that would give me 7,000 XP, which would just, I don't know, I think that gave like 10 plus level ups to each character.
I actually
need a very silly route.
Damages in percent, so Karis can run the healing spell.
Oh heck yeah, awesome.
Oh yes, Star Magician %. Rafi just obliterated a quintuple of pixies, and for all us TLA runners out there, that is enormously satisfying. But yeah, Star Magician % is a really cool category that I will do runs of at some point. But basically the objective is beat Star Magician. So remember, these bridge clips allow us to do whatever we want, whenever we want it, basically. So in theory, you can go to the Lost Ship, which is the Star Magician Super Dungeon, do some clippage inside of the Lost Ship, and fight Star Magician with Isaac and Garrett, if you really wanted to. So we actually made a category around this seems interesting to see how fast you can defeat a super boss. And Raffi currently holds world record. I think he's the one who worked out most of the details on the route that he has. I think Fulgo contributed some as well. But it's a sub 2 hour run. So for an RPG, that's not too bad. A 2 hour category that has a ton of tech and a really challenging end boss is pretty nice. So it's pretty cool.
For sure, that was like a great idea. Most of the super bosses are locked behind the Soul Blade, but yeah, thankfully the Star Magician just has a minute clip that allows you to get to him and just avoid doing anything else on the ship.
Very cool.
So Legrand currently in Tanglewood. So one thing that's pretty interesting about Tanglewood, normally you would have Isaac and Garrett supporting you as like NPCs. So they can do stuff in battle, but you can't command them. They kind of just exist and they have their own will. They're also like very high level. So the old strat would just be to run away from every fight because your average level is just so high. And so for a while as well, I was toying with the idea of like, okay, how far can we get with just Matthew, Karras, Isaac, and Garrett? And eventually you do have to get rid of them because we need a Mars Adept to get Crush. Crush is like used in a lot of different places. We'll get that towards like the middle of the run. But actually Douse, or yeah, I guess it's Douse, you can get on either Terrell or you can get it on Karras with the right Djinn setup. So I was like, okay, how can I just get a bunch of Djinn to give Douse to Karras, and then maybe we can skip Reef and Amity, you know? In the beginning it was just like, okay, what's the limit? What can we do and what's just hard blocking us? And for a while we really thought we could skip Reef, but funnily enough it ended up being Amity who ends up being skipped. There's so many discoveries all contributing to this crazy routing and like theorizing experience.
Yeah, I mean, like let's contextualize the evolution of these routes as Raffi is entering the gauntlet, the cutscene gauntlet of this run. 14 and a half minutes of high intensity mashing, and a minute clip. The minute clip's kind of cool. We'll talk about the minute clip when we get there. So if we're tracking the timeline, basically, the first route was Veta. Legrand had a great idea. Let's do it without taking any detours at all. Early's Veta and no detours were kind of competitive against each other, although Legrand's route was really pushing Early's Veta to its limits and was starting to make some really, really disgusting compromises. It kind of got down to like, what, 33 Djinn, 34 Djinn or something? 36, I don't remember. It was like very few Djinn and it was like nuts how precarious the endgame was getting. And then a certain skip was discovered, and I won't spoil it because it's coming up in a little bit, you say, which kind of killed every route except for Djinn Heist, which was before the skip probably like the third fastest route. Probably like it wasn't as optimized as it was today, so it might have been faster than that. But it was kind of like early Sveta and no detours, kind of duking it out for who's got the better route here, and then Djinn Heist kind of a distant third, and then the skip was found. And then suddenly all of the pieces kind of came together, and like the power of Djinn Heist was just undeniable. So really exciting to get to that skip. It's a really cool skip, and again, kind of a team effort on that one. But Val did all the heavy lifting, I must say. We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. It's so funny. Such a cool skip.
Yeah. So I mentioned there's a minute clip for Raffi coming up. Basically, when you get the Soul Mask, it puts Sarge, which is the town he's currently in, into a post-Soul Mask state, which basically means that sign isn't going anywhere and he can't enter this building. It's important that he enters this building to get the Tree Flute, because the Tree Flute is basically a quest progression blocker if he doesn't have it. So he's going to do a minute clip here to clip out of bounds and kind of walk around behind the house and access the loading zone. It looks kind of silly, but it's the only way to do this. This minute clip to get inside is much faster than doing Passage in 2 trips. So it's a necessary evil. But other than that, the split's got no tech to it. It's just mashing.
A lot of mashing, and the way you mash in this game is just all of the face buttons, A, B, X, Y, advance the text. And on normal text speed, that also means the text boxes are filled when you press one of those buttons. So in general, you're mashing X and Y just to fill the text boxes, and also A, of course. And then A to also answer any yes-no questions, because you pretty much always want to say yes. I think some runners have also incorporated B into the mashing, so you just mash all 4 face buttons. As long as you know where the, choices are where you absolutely have to say yes.
Yeah, there's like one place where saying no is faster that I know of. I guess while we're on the topic of text, the European version of the 2 English versions is faster than the US version. I was like trying to figure out how to go faster because Melissa was pushing me to my limit, as she does. And I was doing like a side-by-side of like how 2 runs to figure out where I was losing time. And then I noticed like there's like every so often I'd get an extra text box and she wouldn't. And I'm like, what's going on? Like, why is this a thing? So it just turns out that the US version's got a bunch of random extra text for no reason, and the EU version doesn't. And there's like less lag during like a tutorial sequence as well. It's like, what? Anyway, so everybody runs on EU.
Yeah,
Save the
specifically
frames.
in English. In theory, you could set your DS system to be either Italian or like Spanish or French. And then the text in the game will change accordingly, also German. So in theory, if you have the EU version, you could access all those languages. The funny thing though, you can set your DS to Japanese, but it doesn't actually make the text in-game Japanese. For some reason, this version just doesn't support that at all. We do also have the legitimate Japanese version, of course, but yeah, in general, for RPGs, we tend to run on English, just for the best accessibility.
The European version also has allegedly better movement.
I swear by that, Rafi.
Wait,
I
what?
genuinely think that they patched movement between the US and the EU version.
Wait, did the European version come out before the US version? I thought it
They
was
came
the
out
other way
afterwards. No, I think they improved the movement in the European version.
around. Oh.
Like, I don't get stuck as much when I play EU. It feels like Matthew feels more responsive. It could just be complete placebo, but I'm pretty sure that something was done there.
Very
I could be
interesting.
wrong. I have to ask our GS hacking community if they know anything. At Selenute, where are you, man? So you think that we're free from cutscenes, and we're not. We have to solve a puzzle, and our reward for solving the puzzle is more cutscenes.
More
If
cutscenes.
you think that's great, we get to our reward for finishing that cutscene is another cutscene, which is actually a good cutscene because there's no mashing involved for most of it. It's actually a little bit of a break. I mean,
That's a very
game
good
developers,
cutscene.
if you're listening, if you're going to make unskippable cutscenes, can you at least make them so that I don't have to mash through it? That'd be great.
Or just in general, can we just incorporate or like normalize turbo functionality being natively supported?
That would be amazing too.
That would be nice. Then we don't have to have stupid debates about whether or not turbo controllers should or shouldn't be allowed. I just realized I unleashed a terrible thing on chat. I'm
Oh no,
sorry.
what have you done? All I'll say is that like 8 years of speedrunning these games, almost 9 years at this point, like the amount of stuff I have to look after in terms of my hand is ridiculous. Like if you've ever seen me do a run on cam, every so often you'll see my hand in like a wrist brace or whatever, and it's all just kind of preventative of like things getting worse. They're not great as it, but it's just many years of mashing through text boxes and whatnot will just wreak havoc on you.
Yeah, definitely.
Look
Also,
after your
since
hands.
we've got a
please.
bunch of... Absolutely. Look after your body in general. Very important. You only get one of them. But yeah, as we're currently in the cutscene gauntlet, we were talking before about like the route evolution. So, Djinn Heist version 1.0 would go out of its way to try and get as many Djinn as possible on Reef. So I would want to make sure I would have enough Djinn to have 3 on Matt, 3 on Karis, and then I can have 4 on Reef, so I could steal 4 of Isaac and Garrett's Djinn. It was a pretty slow route, but it was a pretty good meme. You would just walk around with Isaac and Garrett. Every now and then they would just randomly cast your Judgment or your Meteor before you mean to, or you're trying to Death Warp and Isaac has Quartz. So he would heal your party while you're trying to death warp. It was such a mess, but it was a good meme. So basically, Moloch killed that route because that way we could have just steal Isaac and Garrett's Djinn a lot faster, not have to worry about this gauntlet of trying to get as many Djinn as possible just to put the Djinn we want to keep on the reef. So that really made a big difference. Moloch was a very important discovery, I would say. Thank you, Plexa.
Thank you, Legrand, actually. Well, I found it, but it's, again, because of Legrand that we found it. Much like menu gliding, which was also found because Legrand was pushing me.
Oh,
Notice the theme?
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. Well, it was Legrand and Fritzy. They were both pushing me just in terms of how fast they were menuing, and they did like the cool FGC inputs, like the up downs and stuff. And I just couldn't do it. Like I'm just like one of my thumbs is slightly shorter than the other one because it got cut off and reattached and stuff. So like my dexterity in my left hand is as good as my right hand. So I just couldn't do the down ups as consistently as anybody else. Like I can't play fighting games, guys. I can't do a Hadouken. I just can't do it, or a Shoryuken. And then just one day I found like menu gliding, which was basically you press R and hold right or any direction and press select to double the input. Anyway, that's a different game. That's the GBA games. That's why I can go faster than those. But in this game, Legrand's touchscreen menuing is just awe-inspiring. Like if you ever get a moment to see him do a menu, it's just like, how do you go so fast? So one day, I was chilling on the couch with my wife, and I was like, I'm just gonna chill here. We can watch TV together. I'm just gonna do some stuff on the DS. Like it's okay. It's couple bonding time, kind of like relaxing next to each other. You know, that kind of thing. Then within about 5 minutes of me practicing these menus, like I accidentally create a Moloch, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? What is this thing? Why does this exist? And I'm like, I'm sorry, wife. I need to go and tell people about this. I'm really sorry. I didn't plan on doing this, but this is huge, and she has no idea about like this game or anything. So I came to Discord streaming. I was like, and like took screenshots and then streamed trying to figure out how I did it. It was yeah, awkward.
Yeah, that was wild. Like, wasn't your initial reaction just like you were holding the genie and it was like, look at that, it does like a cute animation when you're holding it, and then you were like,
yeah.
Why is that why is Vine suddenly like white and blue? Huh?
You can see on the ground screen like Moloch. It's that weird looking white Djinn. I was picking up Swift, which is a Djinn we're going to get much later, and for some reason Swift and Moloch don't play nice when it comes to their models. The first thing I noticed was that I had two Swifts, and I was like, that's cute, that's interesting. And then I picked up Swift, and then the model changed to that Moloch one, and it was kind of jiggling around. Like, oh, that's cute, it's got a separate model for me to move it around. And then I was like, hold up, that is not Swift.
Like Rick and Scratch, like, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember you posting that video, and I was like, what is this? What have you created? And then, like, all the things that came from that, like, on top of just giving insane stats and, like, letting us steal Djinn, it also pretty much, like, let you delete Djinn from existence because you mess around with, like, the enabled and disabled flags. Like, you can have a false Moloch on someone, which, you know, you generally don't want to do. Because the reason Moloch exists is because we have an empty slot being active. Because once again, as Plexa said earlier, not a Djinn is FFFF in code. And if that slot is disabled, then it just shows up as empty. But if it's enabled, that's when you get a Moloch. And then if you try to swap an existing Djinn into an empty slot that's activated, the Djinn you move into that slot becomes a Moloch. And if you give a Moloch into that slot, it actually just disappears. You can eat Djinn. In theory, we could beat this game with... I don't know if we can do no Djinn, because you need, like, certain... Yeah, I think you can beat the game with, like, one Djinn, because you need to be able to, like, give.
I think you can get rid of all of your Djinn, I think. Don't quote me, but I think it's possible, but I don't know how to do it. So don't quote me, but I think it is possible. Challenge runners, let's have a chat.
Yeah,
but actually, now that we're talking about it, it was Moloch that opened up the no detours route, because the reason no detours was kind of not working was the early game was so brutal that you needed stats and levels to go fast, whereas early Zverta just gets better and just ruffle through the game. But Moloch gave those stats to like get it over that initial power slump and kind of propelled it into the early game. It was still kind of rough going, but it kind of eliminated what would otherwise have been a huge time sink that kind of started giving it an edge.
All in all, just like discovery on discovery on discovery, resulting in what's now a great friggin' speed game. Like, before... It's funny, like, was it like June last year? It was somewhere there. The world record was 7 hours and 1 minute, and I was starting to learn this game. And I was like, okay, 7 hours, it's a long run, I can like only do it on weekends. And it kind of sucks. But I was learning it. I think I ran the glitchless route twice. Got down to like 7.5 hours. And then I was like, okay, there's like a bunch of janky stuff in this game, and that's kind of what made me start investigating. And I'm glad it all escalated from there, because otherwise this relay would be like 3 hours longer.
Yeah, it's we've like quite literally shaved 3 hours off the time. And in fact, I believe it can go sub 4 this year. Legrand doesn't believe me, but I think it's to see how far we can push it.
Well, it's possible, but you need to grind this game so much to be insane, return insane. Unless we find new strats and stuff.
We'll have to see. Anyway, Raffi is actually done with cutscene Gauntlet Hell. That is the longest block of cutscenes in the game. It's worse than anything else. Like, even Belinsk isn't that bad, I think. At least Belinsk, there's more stuff that's like interrupting all that stuff. Anyway, he's now breaking free. Fantastic plot update. It doesn't make any sense because we've done everything out of order. Don't even try and understand the plot from this. Nothing makes sense. We've kind of restored synergy to the world in the region that we're in. AJ is the region that we're in. That's why there's all this grass now. It's no longer a desert. But even though we've kind of saved this region, we still have to dive into Ayutthaya, which was the town we're trying to save, even though we've saved it, and continue some plot stuff there. We need to get a synergy, a utility synergy to help us progress through the game. But yeah, please don't try and understand the plot from this. It just does not make any sense. We got to do everything in the wrong order. Raffi actually reading the Sun Saga. So reading the Sun Saga emulates a save and quit, and basically resets a step counters. So that's right, friends. You read the lore, and it keeps monsters away. So tell your friends, read the lore, monsters stay away.
I also remember the day I found Sun Saga cancelling, because there exists a thing in this game that has been known for a long time called the Endless Wall glitch. The Endless Wall is this big wall on the map where it's basically the
We'll actually see it. We'll actually see it in this run. The glitch.
Oh yeah, true. So yeah, we get to see that later. So that was the only glitch that was known in this game, except for some people supposedly getting stuck in the water in this specific area that Raffi is in. And the way you do that is like where two parts of the wall meet, it like splits off into different directions at some point. At some parts, Matthew's shadow will disappear. And people figured out if you save and quit when Matthew's shadow is gone, he falls through the world. So I was like, okay, that's interesting. And I was looking for a way to be like, okay, can we emulate that in a different way? So I was opening like the status screen and like Djinn screen, anything that would make the world map invisible, or like the encyclopedia, but nothing actually worked. And then I was looking through my inventory of like, okay, is there anything we can use here? And then I saw the Sun Sagas. I was like, oh yeah, you can read those. They have like those cute little animations. So I read it, and then upon closing the Sun Saga again, at first I like let it play all the way, just in case. And so the book ended, and then suddenly Matthew fell through the floor. I was like, oh snap. And then I was only playing on console, and I was like, okay, we know save and quits reset your encounter steps. Can we also use the Sun Saga for that? So I was messing around with that, and it was initially kind of inconclusive, because I was getting some pretty high encounter rates because I was in like an endgame area. But yeah, it turns out it also resets your steps because it just completely reloads the world map.
Yeah, it's such a cool, find and like super valuable. It works also in Ayutthaya because it's treated as a town, but there are encounters out here for some reason.
Yeah.
But look, Raffi's about to attempt the. Well, this isn't the big skip, but this is one that Val kind of adapted from a technique that we used later in the run. It's actually turned out to be quite a generalizable technique.
Yep.
We call it a full clip. Basically, what Raffi's going to do here is he's going to minute clip until he gets out of bounds, and then he's going to get his subpixel into a good location. Because using minute clips, we can kind of guess where our subpixels are going to be and be a little bit intelligent about them rather than just being completely random. Then we're going to start running Matthew into some collision, which will make him fall down. And as he's falling down, there's like a brief moment of no clip, which allows him to like kind of through the collision and kind of continue on out of bounds. The net result of that is basically being able to break into Ayutthaya without needing tree flute. We needed the tree flute for other reasons, but not that. So that's the first full clip right there. And now he's setting up for the second one. The second one is by far and away the trickier one. This is where
Just doesn't want to work.
there's only like
sometimes.
Reg will probably kill me, but I think there's only like 23 out of 256 possible and first try.
Oh my gosh.
23 out of 256 subpixels which work for that clip, and that allows him to break into Ayutthaya without doing any stuff with the tree flute. So those full clips, we found an application for those much later on, but they've actually turned out to be really useful in other areas, more so in 100% than this category. 100% is nuts, by the way. If you think any percent is out of order, like nothing in 100% is done in order. It's just like instructions or a suggestion in that category. But now we're going to go fight the Sand Prince. You want to tell us a little bit about the Sand Prince fight, Val?
Yeah, Sand Prince fight, like many other boss fights in this game, is pattern based. It's a pattern of 8 attacks, so it's like attack, earthquake, attack, whatever. I don't remember the exact pattern. And basically, we're gonna use the Sand Prince to set up for, guess what, another Death Warp. And we can do that pretty safely. Again, thanks to Moloch. And the Death Warp that we're gonna execute is a pretty cool one. I'm not gonna spoil yet what's gonna happen.
Meanwhile, Legrand is just about to get his grip crystal, so we had that downtime earlier, so Legrand's basically going to go through that bit where what Raffi was doing while the stream was down earlier. So keep an eye on him. He's going to get the grip crystal and then going to go into a death warp himself.
Grip is such an essential synergy. It's used like all over the place. So if there's just no hope of skipping Comper Runes at all.
That was scary.
Got it though. So Sand Prince, once again, not really a match for us and our stolen Djinn. Just throw Judgment at it. Normally you would have like, at best, a Ramses. But, oh, here we are. And again, this game has like a couple of bosses that have like very high elemental resist in certain certain elements. So there's this one, which has high Venus resist, and then there's also the Ice Prince, which Ice Queen, which has high Mercury resist. But you know, Judgment is the best we have, so we just have to power through this.
Okay, so after this Judgment, Sand Prince is going to be exactly 1 Atalanta away from being destroyed. So what Raffi's probably going to do is, depending on... this is a little bit runner's choice, so he may not do it, so it does the way he's doing it. Okay. He's going to try and kill off as many characters as he can in this fight until it becomes unsafe, and he'll throw the last Atalanta down. This is how he's setting up for that death warp. With Matthew having Moloch on him, he's got huge amounts of stats in HP and defense, so he's unlikely to die. And hopefully Sand Prince starts attacking Karis and Terrell and starts whittling him down. If it gets a little bit dicey, a little bit closer than this, Raffi may be in a little tense situation, but looks like Sand Prince is starting to cooperate. Yeah, here we go. Too risky now, just throwing out the Atalanta.
Isn't the Eruption coming up next? Eruption is like pretty painful.
Yeah. The Eruption, if it targets Matthew, would be very bad.
Didn't get whittled down quite as much as he could, but it's still gonna be a pretty good setup, I would say.
Also, welcome to Leveling Up. Also, Legrand is currently out of bounds. Sorry, we should be talking about this while we're at it. This is the amazing journey that Matthew does after Carver's Camp when he's on his way to Caltro. So as you can see, we're taking this really strange path over the Kirin Mountains. Matthew's a bit of a mountain explorer. There's random amounts of encounters up here. Like, some bits will have encounters, other bits won't. They weren't exactly consistent with how they laid the encounter maps over the highlands, which kind of makes sense. You're not meant to be walking here anyway. But Legrand's really going for it. Oh no, he slipped off the bridge. That is not great. No, he's gonna have to take the long way around. I slipped off the cliff. That cliff is super annoying. There's a bunch of random collision that makes it just incredibly frustrating to get through. Oh, that's super unfortunate.
Obviously, the one time you don't want to see him, he pops up. Hate you, hater.
Okay, let's talk about Raffi's as Legrand's gonna...
So we just beat the Sand Prince, which gave us a Psynergy item that lets Terrell use Arid Heat. He just used Arid Heat on that little puddle to drain the water in ASA. And there's two states of ASA. There's like, the watery version that we've seen so far. And then there's the drained version, which happens after you use Arid Heat. And that actually changes multiple maps in this area. So it changes the town itself, and it changes the area outside of it, where we used the lily pads to go over to ASA. Yeah, I thought something went slightly wrong here.
I almost forgot it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I should say anything, and I wasn't sure if I even saw it correctly.
Yeah, just make sure you get the claws at the top of Belinsk.
So there's two versions of the ASA town. There's the drained and the watery version.
This is actually
they are
perfect
actually
for the explanation, by the way.
They are actually separate map IDs as well. They're separate map files. They are treated entirely differently. So the last time he was in the main town area, that determines which of the two his sanctum pointer points to. So he was in the drained version, and that's where he's currently being sent, the drained version of town. But as he walked up towards those moles where he just death warped, he also filled up the water again. So the flag for whether the water is high or low is currently set to high. But he is in the drained version, which means he can exit to the south here, which normally would be blocked off by the water. I guess adepts can't swim. None of them really ever swim, except for when they go up Mercury Lighthouse. Well, not sure if you could call that swimming though. Anyway. So the flag for water being high is set. But we're gonna escape to the south here after doing a little Djinn setup. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to exit ASA ever until you beat Barai Temple. Because in Barai Temple, a bunch of story stuff happens. You get the Insight Glass, you get Amity, which is our second Mercury Adept. We get our two Mercury Adepts pretty close to each other. But instead, we are in this area, and that's because we exited ASA to the south. You can't be in this area when the water is high. This is just hard-coded to set you to this version of this map. However, remember, the flag is still set to the water being high. So he's going to reload the map after picking up also a little Jupiter Djinn here. I believe this is Breath, a very, very good friend. Breath, as you may have seen in the previous run, is a priority heal. It always goes first, and you get to heal one person. Really nice in a pinch. And now because he reloaded the map to the south here, the water is set to high because the game realizes, oh yeah, water should be high, so we're gonna load this version of the map, which means we can escape ASA without ever going to Barai Temple, getting the Insight Glass, without getting Amity, and this is massive. The game does not ever expect you to skip a playable character. All 8 of them are meant to be mandatory. And the funny thing, this is all achieved without glitches. You just set your Sanctum pointer to the low water, fill up the water, and then, without re-entering town, do a death warp, and you can escape, just like that. That being said, without glitches you can't actually beat the game. because you need the Insight Blast normally to get into the overlords. So
It's
we
still
only
very-
finished this run with 1 Mercury Adept. And unfortunately it's Reef and not Amity. Would have preferred it the other way around.
Raffi just trying to clip. This is actually the bridge he's clipping off is the Miracle Bridge. It was where the first document bridge clip found. He also did a menu just after reviving everybody. He swapped Chill with a fake Moloch. It's a Moloch that doesn't actually exist, but the game is thinking is a thing because, again, the game doesn't know what to interpret as if you imagine the memory is all just like FFs, the game doesn't know whether to interpret the FF as a Djinn, as in Moloch, or FF as a there is no Djinn meant to be here. So it opens up the possibility to do a trade with a non-existent Djinn. The effect of that is that, unfortunately, Chill is deleted. Goodbye, Chill. And in Chill's place, we get a Moloch. So currently, right now, Raffi only has Venus Djinn and Jupiter Djinn. And that might stay that way for a
Mercury.
while.
Putting out all the good boys. Like, either they're being eaten by the Djinn tutorial, or they're being turned into Molochs, or they're just being skipped entirely. Poor Mercury Djinn.
Yeah, there's a couple really handy Mercury Djinn as well. There's some of the fastest to collect in the game, like Sleet is free. Chill takes no time at all to collect. Teardrop, awesome design. Takes like 16 seconds to get it.
Yeah.
Really fast to collect.
And then we got the good boys Pout and Vortex in Balloon's Glader. Also, I was talking earlier about the Ice Queen. That's what we're gonna fight in this dungeon that Raffi's in right now. It's actually like a very short dungeon. Very little to it. Just
Yeah,
slide
the
around a
encounters
bit.
here are it is possible to get an encounter somewhere, particularly if you go get the Djinn. They're really nasty encounters. They're like griffins. So if you remember like griffins from the GBA games, they're like nasty. They're really unpleasant enemies.
They're very
So
nasty.
they don't hold back in this game. With that said, because every time you do a screen transition, the encounter rate resets. Like, you just never see an encounter, so we go straight into the Ice Queen boss. Now, Ice Queen should be completely free, but there's like one thing it can do that is a potential world record run ender. That would be, she has a very small chance to proc instant death on one of her 8 abilities. Very unlikely she uses it though. Very, very unlikely that it procs, but hey, I've had it happen. Usually what's only going to happen here is that she can just waste the time with Plywell or Break. They add extra actions, but otherwise kind of uneventful. Meanwhile, Legrand's about to head to the Horseshoe Room. Remember that room? 4 times the encounter rate of anywhere else in the game, so let's see how many times he has to save and quit to get through them.
Ice Queen fight itself is like not super interesting. Throw summons at it, dies in 2 turns, I believe.
Yep.
Just in general, this game is not all that challenging, and us being overpowered and just throwing summons at it, doesn't really solve that. Like, it's good for the speedrun. We are
Ooh.
rarely really in much danger.
Okay. Icy Kiss is the ability that has the instant death chance on it, by the way, so it was unlikely, but if that had procced, that would have been a big problem.
Unlucky rate there, jeez.
Yeah, it happens way too often. Turns out my bad luck is still there, huh?
4 times the rate. Oh no, that's a staircase. Never mind that.
I think we already missed it. Oops.
Yeah, other than
Yeah,
that, Ice Queen's kind of like really eventful. I guess
the
the
Ice Queen is like, story-wise, like on a casual playthrough, it's like basically the point where you go from the early game into the mid game. And I guess it's still kind of this way because it lets us go to the... What's the region called again? Morgul,
Oh.
I guess?
Yeah, Moloch.
The sole reason that we actually have to kill the Ice Queen is because she gives us another Psynergy item. This one lets us cast Cold Snap and also the Battle Psynergy Frostbite, which is pretty strong. We used to bank on that quite a bit. But Cold Snap is really the reason that you need it. Normally, it's necessary in a couple of places. In this speedrun, it's only necessary for 2 puddles. It's basically discount frost. It's only necessary for 2 uses at the start of Talon Peak. If we could get past those frost puddles, we didn't have to do this at all. We wouldn't even have to get the Soul Mask, would we?
No, we wouldn't.
Yeah. So all this just to get past 2 puddles. It's frustratingly close to being broken, but Talon Peak has been very resistant to breaking.
We will point this out when we get to those frost puddles, those cold snap puddles. Don't mind me. But yeah, the speedrun kind of does like all this exploration up front to kind of collect these synergies. Then it goes into a mini boss gauntlet. So Raffi is kind of in the middle of that at the moment. He's done the Sand Prince. It's just on the Ice Queen. Next up is Sludge. Sludge is the boss living in Kolima, which we saw in the first game a long time ago. But Kolima and the Phantasmal Bog, super cool experience casually. I think Phantasmal Bog might be the best designed dungeon series, or is way up there. It's so cool. But we're not going to see any of it. There's a clip I like to call the Homer Simpson clip that kind of skips it all. We'll see that in a bit.
Nice.
And then we're going to do Mountain Rock, and that's kind of like the quad gauntlet of bosses that kind of await us after the series of explorations. Then what happens, we're going to go into Nighttime Harappa, take in here, get your favorite jamming emote of choice ready, because the song's a bop. But also, coming back to the technique where we've skipped Amity, that was the turning point for the route divergences, those 3 possible routes, Early Zveta, the No Detours, and the Djinn Heist. That was the turning point that took a really important part out of Early Zveta and No Detours. Amity comes with 3 Mercury Djinn, and it turns out that those 3 Mercury Djinn provided just enough firepower to get through Chaos Chimera relatively reliably. Skipping Amity just added tons of risk and just an inordinate amount of time spent collecting extra stuff. And Djinn Heist didn't care because it powers up super early on, and that was the turning point where everybody was like, hold on a minute, Djinn Heist is just so clearly the way to go, let's all do that. I persisted with Early Sveta longer than most people. It gave me some really good routing ideas, which I ported over to this category, and we'll point those out when we get to Balinsk, probably. But like, all in all, it was, yeah, like just every glitch added something else that made this strategy so much better than anything else. It's really cool. Anyway, now Raffi's taking time, his turn being a mountain climber. He's gonna basically walk over here until Matthew loses his shadow, then use the Sun Saga to reload the map. So much like Endless Wall, when his shadow is missing, he's gonna fall down to the 0 layer. He's gonna clip up onto the other side of the Endless Wall and then walk down it. By dropping such a high Z elevation super fast, for some reason it enables a no clipping state, so he's gonna walk through the world map and into Kolima on the backside, skipping a ton of mid-game stuff. So that is a huge skip. Probably saves like 50 minutes plus, hour plus, I don't know how much. It's huge.
A long time. Like, it skips the entire side quest where we would see Briggs. I mean, I guess, okay. We
Takes like an hour.
Oops. But yeah, we skipped a whole lot of side questing, and honestly, it's such a wild thing. Like, it still doesn't make any sense to me that you would just start walking through terrain in this no-clip state just by, you know, being at a certain part of the mountain, and then, like, also, you don't even have to do the falling down part. You just have to be at a certain part of the mountain where it's, like, the right elevation, and then you go back down, and then suddenly you can walk around in that quadrant of the world. If you travel too far,
quite a few places like that. Like there's another one that comes up much later on, but we don't know why it works. We just know it works.
Yeah, and like at some point it also restores itself if you go too far away from the point where you got the.
Oh, that I can explain. I can explain that one. It unloads collision within one loading zone on the world map. That's what it's doing. And so every time you cross that loading zone line, you clip back into like an area which has got collision. If you go backwards and the no clipping zone, then you got no clip again. Super strange. If you open a menu or do anything, the state goes away. So you have to be very careful not to open a menu or anything. But yeah, it just unloads the collision in one loading zone. Super strange. Because the walking in that piece of terrain isn't even in that loading zone. So it's something adjacent to the loading zone that kind of messes it up.
I guess that's a good enough explanation. Sad thing is, like, you can't do a save and quit while you're in that state because you lose it. And I forgot about that in a run before. I was like, okay, let me just do a safety save, make sure I don't get stuck on terrain somewhere that I can't escape. And I was like, wait, frick. And I got myself stuck in a different area instead. Wonderful.
So Rafi just making his way through Phantasmal Bog. Again, if you've never played this game, like, the first 2/3 of this game are super solid. Like, I genuinely had a great time playing them. Last third of the game it has its problems, but everybody knows that. But this dungeon is just so beautifully designed. It's just so intelligently put together, and just like a real testament to Camelot's dungeon design in general. Like, it's really incredible. We're not going to see that because Rafi's going to do one of the 3 hardest minute clips in the game. There's 3 of them that are like notoriously difficult. Phantasmal Bog, aka Homer Simpson clip, aka Bog Slide. 2 is the Warriors Hill clip, which we'll talk about a lot, I'm sure, and the last one is skip.
Yep.
But we have that to look forward to much later on. So as you can see, Rafi is slowly but surely clipping into the wall, and if you've ever seen the Homer Simpson retreat into the hedge gif, that's kind of what's going to happen here. Matthew's going to retreat all the way into the wall until he's no longer... So this is different to most other clips, because the other ones he was just holding a singular position, but what he needs to do is actually kind of clip Matthew sufficiently far into the wall, and to such a point that he can start clipping behind the mushroom, kind of taking advantage of like the circular geometry of the mushroom object. And he'll slowly clip around until he free himself from the collision of the wall, and then he'll be able to run out of bounds. It's very annoying to get this right. And failing this is kind of like the end of a world record attempt, basically. It's a huge time loss if you screw it up, and it's one of the reasons that Dark Dawn is such a volatile game.
Yeah, for sure. And to talk about how this dungeon would normally look, there's like this leaf that has a little puddle in it, and that puddle can be filled with water, it can be frozen, or it can be empty. And that changes the state of the entire dungeon, to the point where all the water will be... That's a reload from the save. All the water in the dungeon can be either frozen, or it can be gone, or it can just be water. And that changes if you can walk on it, or walk under it because there's no water, or if you can stand on like lily pads that are on top of the water. You basically have to do certain things in certain states of the dungeon, and it's really cool. It's really cool.
Yeah, what just happened to Rafi just goes to show how hard this is. You have a couple of pixel tolerance blind. So there's like, I do it by visual cue. I kind of know where I want the stylus to be. I kind of know where I want the camera to be, and that'll give me just the right pixel, and I'll just start tapping and trying to just free Matthew. Because if you hold it for a couple frames too long, you just walk back and bounce. It's so finicky, and we'll see the same thing happen again at Warriors Hill. For those of you following along in chat, I've just posted a link to an article on the goldensunwiki.net, an article I wrote about the out of bounds stuff in Dark Dawn. So if you're curious, go have a look at that. It's unreal. Basically, with all these glitches that we found, there are only 3 Djinn that are missable. Every other piece of content is obtainable in some way, provided you're willing to engage with glitches. Before Rafi gets into the sludge fight, which is really cool, I just want to say, like, casually, Dark Dawn is one of the most linear and restrictive games in the series. Glitches make it the most open, non-linear game out of the series. It's quite a transformation. It's almost a new game in and of itself. But now we have Sludge. So Sludge is one of the trickier fights, actually. Mountain Rock is hard, but it's doable, but it's just a bit slow. Sludge has a lot of annoying things it can do, and Rafi's using some newer strats which are trying to like minimize the things that go wrong. Basically, Sludge's gimmick has got 2 skulls, and the skulls kind of work like the Star Magicians. So they do annoying things to buff up Sludge. So in this case, the Shield Skull has an ability where if it uses it, Sludge takes 50% damage that turn, which is super frustrating. So Rafi does a turn 1, which doesn't matter if you get shielded or not, but it takes out both of the skulls so that Sludge is all by himself. So the only way this fight can kind of go wrong is if Sludge decides to use Cure Well from here. It used to be that Sludge using Tail Slap or some of its other very powerful abilities in combination with the skulls being aggressive could kill somebody, and that's a reset. These days, we're basically playing around this one action of Sludge. If Sludge summons a skull or uses Cure Well, things can be elongated, but Raffi's got a perfect fight here. It used attack, that's perfect, no one's going to die, everything's fine. Ground's even going to take away the action, which is irrelevant because it wasn't going to get it anyway, so it's a really clean fight from Raffi.
There goes Sludge. Another strategy
And-
is to make sure you outspeed the shield skull so you can ground it before it can shield anything. That was my older strategy.
Yeah, this strat's really new. I worked it out like a couple of months ago. I was kind of frustrated. I kept on losing runs to Sludge. Also, welcome to the level up sound. The amount of levels we get here is like 30 seconds worth. Like each level up is like 2.5 seconds, so do the math. Like the point here is that Sludge is like almost at the end of the mid game, and we just came here straight from the early game with like no experience whatsoever. So everybody's gotten like 5-6 levels each, and it's that really drives home how obnoxiously under-leveled we are at this point.
Pretty crazy. Like, basically what we're doing is just getting all the necessary items we need and the bare minimum to beat the final boss. So the crush task that we're getting right here is necessary because it's used all over the place in the final dungeon. No way we're ever gonna skip it. And this is also the reason that we can't skip Tyrell himself, because the crush task can only be equipped to a Mars adept. And for the time being, first off, we can't skip Elio, but we also can't get him early, so we need Tyrell to have access to Crush in Balin's Ruins. So close to skipping him, so close. I would
So
love
close.
to skip Tyrell.
Fortunately, he has you. Raffi's picking up the Ninja Garb, which isn't something you do on a world record attempt, but is something that will help on Chaos Chimera much later. As Val was saying, what we are doing in this run is set up to beat the game. If you tell us to go and beat encounters in Apollo Ascent, we will struggle because we are not built for that. We are built specifically to deal with the in-game bosses, and everything else we're just going to do our best to get through. It's unreal the level of optimization that has been applied to this run through. It was really a really fruitful routing process where we were all evaluating different ideas, and those ideas may not be like those routes may not be a thing anymore, but the ideas that were being thought of certainly are. And I can only keep teasing this because one of the things I realized with the early Sveta route kind of led to the realization that saved a chunk of time in this, but made us really inefficient at killing anything other than the final boss.
I guess if we had to take random encounters, we would just do the good old strategy of the first game, where we would just do tier 4 summons and just spread out people and try and get them back as fast as possible. But even then, like, no.
We'd use Eclipse, right? Eclipse is so efficient at clearing encounter. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if we had to clear encounters, we would be getting Eclipse for sure.
Spoiler, we're not getting Eclipse. Despite its immense power and value. Like,
and how freaking
everybody
cool it
knows.
is. Oh, it's such a cool
It's
summon.
such a powerful. Raffi's doing a really unique bridge clip. Like, this is the only one that works this way, where you kind of alternate across Matthew. It's surprisingly easy. I'm surprised this was the most recent bridge clip that we found. It's bizarre, but it's really fast, and that was really well executed, like super clean. Raffi's going to go and do the same no-clip trick to kind of walk through the world map. Then he's going to walk past the forest here and get in the backside of Kalima Junction and get the slap glove that way. If he tried to go into Kalima Forest, basically you get blocked. You can't progress until the Dream Tree has been healed, and that's an entire mid-game quest that we don't want to deal with. So, not only was skipping to Sludge a huge skip, the real huge skip is the fact that we can get behind Sludge afterwards with another no-clip and get us early access to Elon Peak. All we need to do to have access to Blinsk, which is like the culmination of the mid-game, is the magma shards. And you can only get the magma shards by defeating the mountain rock. To defeat the mountain rock, all you need is Crush, which we just got, and Cold Snap. It's the only place in the series, or the game, sorry, that needs Cold Snap with the current route.
It's like so many chains of things where, like, if we could just take out one of the links, then we would save a whole bunch more time again.
Yeah, like, if you're a glitch hunter and you're interested in trying to help us break a game, I have a wonderful video on this one particular skip that would just blow this game completely out of the water. Basically, it'd be a way that it would kill every route. Basically, it allows us to break into Belinsk without having to do anything. Basically, which is unreal powerful. But won't see that in this run. We can't make it work. In fact, it soft locks you. So if we could work around that soft lock, it'd be massive.
Yeah, I'll bring it up when we get there, but man, so close, so big.
So close.
And also it would work the new summon into this route. It would work Crystalex into this route, which is like the one that they use for one of the trailers for this game.
Yeah, it would too.
Yeah, cool.
Crystalex is summoned.
It's also very useful because it also has the same power as Eclipse, if I'm not mistaken, but it can also drop resistance of the enemies, and that's huge.
Its only issue is that it's Venus aligned rather than Jupiter, but it's still valuable.
Correction, Crystalex is revealed in the Golden Sun 1 trailer. Not in the Golden Sun 3 trailer, in the Golden Sun 1 trailer.
What did I thought I looked it up and I was like, no, I thought it was different.
No, Rafi's right. It's gold.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. It was like, if you watch the very first ad for Golden Sun, it has nothing to do with Golden Sun. Guy in a boat, and then like this dragon appears that looks like Crystalex, and it's like Golden Sun, see the adventure or something. It's like nothing about the game is explained. There's no like synergy is not even mentioned. Elements aren't even mentioned. It's just like this dragon, which wasn't even in any of the games. But yeah, anyway, it made it into Ductile. Kind of cool. Rafi doing a save and quit here. Basically, the encounters in this area are awful. He got the encounter anyway. That is a wild griffin. To contextualize, these enemies were found in tunnel ruins in Golden Sun 1, which is like right at the end of the game. We're like weaker than we were in Golden Sun 1 by a long shot. These apes, I think they're dirty apes. Yeah, dirty apes. Those are the pink apes from Golden Sun 1. So these like very much like the end of the game enemies in the first game. We're fighting them in the mid game. They have unreal bulk and stats and are just unbelievably scary for the power that we have right now, which is to say not much. One more chance of an encounter, hopefully. Hopefully we can get the skip. Basically, if we can get past these logs here, it should be fine. Taking the reset, easy. Free skip.
It always that when you like do a save and then you walk like a couple steps and you get the encounter anyway. And you're just losing even more time.
Yeah, no, like really no harm in being safe here. Like if you get double griffin, it's huge time loss.
Yeah.
Unreal time loss. Anyway, this is a cute little sequence that is irrelevant, but it's a nice showcase of synergy, so I don't mind it. Oh, it's cute.
It goes to show how much Crush and Grip are also necessary in this game. Like, Grip is just all over the place. And it's funny, because Grip has two applications. It can do this, pull you towards something, but it can also grab something and pull it towards you. As in the Grip tutorial, you grab the key to get out of that room. And that's just never used again. There's also no nuts or anything to grab, just like in the first game. It's just, it's only for pulling you towards a target.
That's not true.
Isn't it?
There are places where you grip things and have them skip them. I think Zodiac Clock, where there's a lot of puzzles where you're using grip to rotate something like that.
That is true. I just wish there was also applications where you just grab an item with it.
Yeah, no, true. There's no other place where you grab an item, which is again, bizarre, seeing it was a huge feature of the first 2 games. Well, the first more than the second, but you know what I mean. So Raffi is coming up to the Mountain Rock, which kind of ends our quad gauntlet bosses. Mountain Rock is... Mountain Rock resists Venus. But currently, we literally only have Venus, Djinn, 3 Jupiters, and a ton of Moloch. So 3 Jupiter Djinn, including one of them being a Moloch. Sorry, we don't have access to that yet. So we literally have no resource to play with except for Judgment. So this is a slow fight, because we have to use Judgment like 3 times, I think. Like Judgment, and Procnian and Atlanta, I think. It's really slow, but it's relatively safe, and it's really the only fight where we struggle. And struggling is probably putting it wrong, because we don't really struggle during the fight. It's more just it takes a long time to chew through its HP bar. The early Zveta strat, on the other hand, could literally just blow this guy up with 3 Thors consecutively in 3 turns and look super fast. But again, we don't have access to that kind of tech yet, so we're kind of restricted to spamming Judgment, like kind of reminiscent towards like the Saturos Minardi type thing. By the way, like Mountain Rock is supposed to be kind of on par with like Saturos Minardi-ish level strength, or that kind of boss strength, but it falls way short. It's way closer to like Aqua Hydra or Tempest Lizard in strength. It's just a bit of a letdown. It should be a lot stronger than it is.
Also, hey, who's that guy with the big sword? These people
Haven't
have
seen
not
him
been
in a
very prominent yet in this room. Like,
Yeah,
the entire game...
don't ask.
The entire game, these guys are meant to be pulling all the strings and like basically forcing you to keep going on this journey and eventually do a bunch of stuff. But in the speedrun, it's just like, okay, I guess they kind of show up sometimes, and then we fight them. I don't know.
And these 2 guys here, Ho-San and Ryoko, they pop up from time to time inconsistently depending on how much stuff we've skipped.
Yeah.
They do have a story. One of them dies, but they don't die in this run, so I guess this is kind of like the good ending speedrun. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. There's also no betrayal. They're just being portrayed as, you know, being pretty good people.
Well, aside from the fact that they activate the machine, which kills millions of people, but...
Oh yeah, I
put
guess that
aside.
still happens.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just wants to save his sister. Only good intentions.
We don't save the sister, but we're getting ahead of ourselves.
True.
There's a lot of
I guess
things we
it's-
don't do
I
in
guess it's kind of the bad ending then. Because she's just... Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Is it really? I don't know. like I said, if you try to follow the plot through the speedrun, literally none of this makes sense. Like, who's the guy with the blue hair? Like, no, not Reef, the other guy. We haven't met him. Who is he? He's turning up in all these cutscenes. He's on the ground screen right now. Anyway, Mountain Rock fight. Gonna be spamming Judgment a bunch. Hopefully we don't see Stone Molt. Stone Molt incurs some other things. Mountain Rock is a pattern-based boss as well, so we will know based off of the second action, which it will actually get to do something, whether or not we have a fast or a slow fight. Either it will use Stone Molt on that turn, or it will do something else. I forget the action it's supposed to use, but it can also tell you that you'll get Stone Molt on the next turn. We don't like Stone Molt because it gives it extra HP regen at the end of every turn, which makes it just tanky enough to survive an extra turn. So we have to do extra damage, which is a bit annoying.
And it also gives like a different move pool. Instead of just being like a pattern of 8 consecutive moves, it becomes random from a list of other attacks that are actually different from the non-stone moves.
And one of the moves is Cure Well, that's right.
Oh yeah. That one kind of sucks. But casually, I do think this is like a very cool boss, because just like when it's a stone, when you first get up the mountain, if it uses Stone Molt, you can slap it to make it go out of Stone Molt again. And when I found out about that, I was like, whoa. That's cool.
Like there's lots to like about the Mountain Rock. The problem is it's just massively underpowered relative to the strength you should have by this point.
Yeah, and like you really don't have to slap it out of Stone Molt. You just power through it. It's like
Yeah.
Sure, it's a little bit stronger.
Most people don't even know you
just
can for that reason.
Yeah, I didn't know until like running this game for a while.
Yeah,
I
me
just
too.
decided to use slap and I was like, wait, I'm back to normal. What the heck?
Yeah. Like, honestly, I just need more HP, 2 actions a turn instead of 1. Like, it's weird you go from Sludge, which has 3 actions technically, down to like Mountain Rock, which only has 1. It's like, what's going on? But, anyway. Good for us speedrunners. We can get through things relatively.
Also, good point by Folger. It does also raise the stats a bit. It's like higher physical defense. I'm not sure about resistance, but
It doesn't touch the resistance, it's just the defense, but the extra HP regen is annoying.
I think it also changes its attack stats. And also it becomes
Yeah,
slower.
It's slower but more deadly.
Yeah. So, like, it's honestly a cool mechanic. It's just, you never have to make use of it. You just power through.
So, over on the ground screen, he's just breaking into ether. He is through his own cutscene. That's really nice.
Yes.
So he is about to set up for breaking into ether with Clip. Raffi is getting 3 years worth of level ups, 12,000 experience from the Mountain Rock fight. Again, we have no levels at this point, so we're going to hear that theme song quite a few times. So one thing about the plot right now is that we're supposed to go through the Mountain Rock, pick up these magma shards, pick up a magma orb, and then shock horror. Ryoko, he betrays us, and he snatches the magma orb away from us, threatens to destroy everybody by throwing it on the ground, and we let him go, and he takes our slap glove, and we're very, very, very sad about it. However, in the speedrun, we can just grab 3 magma shards, which is all we need, and then do a minute clip off of the wing of the rock to get out of bounds and basically skip being betrayed. That keeps the slap glove, which is going to be really important when we get to Balinsk, because it opens up a pretty neat thing that really has no right to work.
Absolutely. And Betrayal Skip is pretty nice, because that's also a pretty long cutscene. And
It's
now
like
we
a
just
minute.
conveniently fall down here. Right next to Puff, which we don't get, unfortunately. For a while there was like some discussion of like, there's a Jupiter Genie right there, Puff, and you could either like Death Warp off of it when we still did that, or you could get it and then Death Warp somewhere else. And now we just skip it entirely. And the reason we used the Death Warp is because we didn't get the Slap Glove here. So normally, like previously, we had this cutscene with the 2 guys who give you the Slap Glove. And because we didn't clear that in the original route, it would be slower to pass through here again, because after killing the Mountain Rock, we would go through here and then be presented with that cutscene. So instead we would Death Warp back to Balinsk, but because of the route change, we now just go straight through here, kind of like the intended way.
So Raffi just walked past Teardrop. Teardrop was behind that waterfall. I mentioned this a long time ago, but Teardrop is a 16-second investment to pick up, and he didn't get it. That is interesting. Make a note of that. If you're keeping score at home, write it down. It's going to be relevant. Meanwhile, Legrand is doing his minute clip to get Matthew out of bounds. Remember, in the youth what he's going to do is he's going to get out of bounds, set his subpixel to a good location, then do a bunch of 4 clips repeatedly. Second of which only has 23 out of 256 subpixels, which work. Very difficult trick to get. So Legrand's going to go get the first one, hopefully pretty easily. It's pretty straightforward. Going to take it ultra safe. Love it.
I can't do this consistently.
That's unfortunate. So yeah, if you have the wrong subpixel, then that can happen. Or if you go too far forward, or if you have the wrong reaction speed, there's a lot of things that can make it go wrong. There we go, much better that time. And then he's going to set up the next one. I think you use the foot clip method, right?
Yep. Not doing the fancy stuff. I don't understand how it works. And I never tried.
So while Legrand's doing that, Raffi is slapping the nose. And slapping the nose here is kind of surprising, because you were never expected to access this pathway. And more to the point, you're never expected to be able to access this console. More to the point, why does this magma shard even work? There is no genuine, legitimate gameplay reason for that magma shard to activate that door, yet it does. And it's an absolute miracle that allows us to enter Belinsk very quickly and basically just walk over here and get Sveta, which is the most busted adept in the game.
In the series, TBH.
Series, even, yeah.
If it didn't work, we barely could skip anything in Morgul, actually. We'd have to get all the musicians and probably even talk to Briggs. Or like have the...
Oh, no. So if we couldn't use slap hair, it'd be fine. Like, there is another way to do this. It's just way slower. It takes up an extra magma shard. Yeah, you clip off the Opera House, and then you enter through the Storm Gear entrance, and you have to go through the... You have to activate an extra magma shard console, which is slow. Jump across a slow room. It's just slow.
Yeah, okay.
Don't you need 2 magma shards for that entrance?
Yeah, you need the extra magma shard. Yeah, you need to get 4 instead of 3. Yeah.
4 total works, yeah. And that also works, like you can still just walk away after getting 4, so it would work, but yeah, it's good that this entrance works.
So Legrand Ground's going to set up for the Sand Prince fight. Remember, he needs the death. He's setting up for a death warp here, so that after the Sand Prince fight, he can go and do the Amity skip stuff. So he's going to do the same fight that Raffi did. So that's getting in 2 judgments and a little bit of chip damage from a Mercury, and then just try and get Sand Prince to kill off as many people as possible before dropping that final Atalanta, and then win the fight, hopefully with as little HP as possible. Then you can jump back into this room and die to the moles later on. Meanwhile, Matthew's getting his mind read on Raffi's screen because Sveta has mind read powers. But they don't call it mind read, they call it spirit sense. Because, spoiler alert, she can talk to dead people, which is creepy and weird, and there's a quest associated to it. A really dark quest, actually.
I mean, a lot of dark stuff happens in this game. It's a very fitting name.
Yeah, you got to taunt on this young girl's like, hey, I want to see my parents. They're in Caltro. Can you give them this letter? And you go to Caltro and everybody's dead. And you're like, oh, what? And you have to spirit sense a couple corpses on the ground. And they're like, oh, I'm glad to hear my daughter is doing okay. Have these items. What is it, like bunny shoes, ninjas, sandals or something?
Oh, I have no idea.
It's dark. Anyway, Raffi's doing a quick cutscene skip by using Retreat here. Fully intended that you can cast Retreat here for whatever reason. And because we come through this alternate entrance, it's actually slightly faster to do this than mash through another cutscene, which is really convenient, mind you.
Also, gotta shout out my good boy Spout sitting on that ledge. Used to get it. It's not like a particularly useful genie, but it's just a very cool design.
Yeah, there's a trio of like good Mercury Djinn that are like really quick to get. Raffi getting the encounter is super unlucky, but ultimately it won't matter. Sveta has revived, so if anything bad happens,
yeah, that's another good thing about early strategy routes. You just always have revive.
Yeah. The Mercury Djinn, yeah. So like, there's a lot of them that are like kind of there. Like Teardrop is kind of there. There's Spout, Pincer, and Torrent, all in Belinsk. They all take about the same amount of time to get. There's Spring, just after Belinsk at Warriors Hill, and geez, what's the name of that? Harran Island, Harran Village, exactly. They all take about the same time to get, like in that 43, 44 second range. But we don't get them. We haven't got them yet, at least. Also, the guys that didn't betray us and never left us are returning to us now in Raffi's screen because, like I said, when you speedrun this game and do all these clips, the plot just doesn't make any sense at all. So these guys are now rejoining our party because they fell behind as we were going through the ruins, I guess. Legrand here just setting up for the Death Warp to skip Amity, so he's raising the level after setting the Sanctum Pointer to the water lowered state. So then upon dying to this whole encounter of some description, he will then into the watered lowered version of a Euthay while the water flag is set to high, and he'll be able to escape from a Euthay without having to get Amity or do berating. Super powerful skip. Technically, this is glitchless, as we said earlier. Technically, there's nothing in the game. Every mechanic here is intended, so kind of a neat glitchless way to skip a character.
Yeah, definitely. Also, when you skip a character, it would in theory also be possible to, to get more Djinn than you should have space for, because you still have the same amount of Djinn -3, because Amity would come with 3 Djinn. But the problem is, in Golden Sun 1, if you get more Djinn than intended, it just works. They just go onto the character. There's even like functional classes for having more Djinn. Not in this game. There's a hard limit of 9 Djinn per person, and if you collect the Djinn when there's no space left, everybody has 9. The Djinn is like, it looks like it's collected, but when you reload the room, it's just back in its original position, and nothing interesting happens. Kinda sad about that.
And as Legrand is escaping to get breath, Raffi is coming up on our best friend in this game called Chasm. If you liked Flash, well, Flash, but in a Venus form. Chasm provides 90% damage reduction on top of Granite and Bark, which are both 50% damage reduction. We have a lot of damage reduction going on right now. Super nice.
Absolutely. Chasm is very useful. It's also one of the creepier looking designs. It just has a little black hole for a face for some reason. Also funny, when you cast the Djinn, they'll have a unique animation as well. So the animation for Granite is different from Bark and different from Chasm. So when you use this one, it actually shows a black hole showing up in front of all the characters. And I just want to appreciate that. They really put a lot of care into the details of that kind of stuff, especially the Djinn. Like, they really just made the Djinn so much more unique, so much more interesting.
Well, Legrand is just about to escape a Euthay.
Yep.
And if I know him, he's going to go for a different bridge clip, which saves a little bit of time if you can get it. It's a little bit finicky and annoying to get. Hopefully it doesn't give him any drama.
You can also soft lock on it, which is not a good time.
Which is something I did when I did my personal series 80% run. And I lost 11 minutes, which really annoyed me, because other than that, I had a really good collection of runs there. Nice, well done, Legrand. Well
Awesome.
Too far, there you go.
Like I
So
said
now,
before, it's so unfortunate that this game doesn't have Sanctum Warping, because that would prevent that exact situation from happening. And if you can't move around to get an encounter, you're just stuck.
So what's going to happen now is Raffi's going to go through one of the best designed dungeons in the series, but unfortunately doesn't really hold up on replay value. He's going to do a really long chess puzzle and then kind of hop around and do some rather trivial puzzles, but it's a really cool dungeon. But Legrand is about to go into the second boss of the boss gauntlet, to the Ice Queen. Remember, with Ice Queen, not really a difficult fight, but she does have a few things that can be annoying. Break or Plywell can add extra actions to the fight, which is a little annoying. But you really don't want to see Icy Kiss. Icy Kiss is a chance to proc instant death. Instant death is a reset. So fingers crossed for Legrand that Ice Queen behaves.
I'm not saving, by the way.
Not saving? Why?
I need to catch up.
I think that... I'm not sure that's going to happen, Legrand.
I don't care.
Okay. Alright, chat. We need all of your good RNG emotes right now, because if we get an Icy Kiss proc on Legrand, we're going to be losing even more time.
I'm down too low now. Doesn't matter.
I see a lot of emotes in chat, which is really good.
Yeah, we've got the infamous chess puzzle on Raffi's end here. It's a cool idea. It's just a shame that the animations are all so long. As you can see, that one chess piece was in the wall, so the previous people who passed through here didn't quite obey the rules. I wish we could do that. But what we have to do, sadly, is use move on this white knight, send him towards the wall. He's just gonna keep walking, and then he's gonna attack. And we have to kill the king, and that's basically it. But every time it has to show those little squares around the other soldiers, and that's the area in which those other soldiers would attack your white knight. And you would lose the puzzle, and you would have to reset the room.
And unfortunately, Balance Ruins is one of the dungeons that's extremely square.
It's so square. Oh god. I have many grievances with this dungeon from like a glitch hunting perspective.
But on the other hand, LeBron did manage to skip an Icy Kiss proc. So well done, LeBron. You didn't even get Icy Kissed.
How is this still a 143? What the fuck?
Also, this guy on the top right, you can never actually kill him. He just exists to block the path to kill the king from the right side. Also, it would be so much better if whenever your guy killed one of the enemies, he would take his place, because a lot of the times it's like you have to kill the guy and then move your guy in the same direction again, just to be able to move him, and it's a bit of a slog. It's slow.
Fire Emblem done wrong.
But yeah, thematically this is like a very cool dungeon, and like there's a lot of cool stuff going on. I like a lot of the puzzles, I like the themes. We're not really going to be fighting much here because there's just so many individual rooms, and a lot of the time we just pass through a room before we even can get enough steps to get an encounter. There's like a few places where you might get an encounter, but yeah, generally not that rare to have like a 0 encounter balance ruins.
Yeah, Raffi already picked up 1 encounter, so he's already above average for encounters in this dungeon.
Yeah.
So to get a second one would be horrifically unlucky.
Get the second encounter.
Also, this dungeon has our only necessary use of arid heat. It's like, and we're very close to being able to skip it. So as Plex had alluded to before, he made a video going over a potential huge skip if you're interested in glitch hunting. That's the skip Balance Ruins. This is kind of like the big turning point in the game. This is where, you get into endgame. Another encounter. Damn. That's unlucky. So the reason we have to do all of this is to, spoiler alert, activate the Grave Eclipse. And when we activate the Grave Eclipse, we can get Aelio. And Aelio is useful. He's useful because he has a boat, pretty much. We don't really care about him. We kind of care about him. He has the thermal synergy, which is used in, again, only 1 dungeon. There's so many instances in this game where you need something or someone for just 1 use and then never again. So if we can just find a way to get the Umbra gear in Burning Isle, we wouldn't need Aelio. And I guess at this point we also don't need the boat anymore, do we? We used to need the boat, but that stopped being necessary when Plexa found Orb Skip. So now it's really just, we need thermal. And there's almost a way to get Aelio early. We can get up on the balcony. By the way, Aelio was the little kid that Briggs and his wife had. He was like 3 years old in that game. So naturally, now we are 30 years along. He's an adult. He joined his dad on the pirate life, but he's been captured. He's being held in Belensk. He's set to be boiled alive tomorrow, I think. And we pretty much just have to save him. And we can get up on the balcony where he's hanging from his cage, but he's unslappable. And we can even get to the state of balance, kinda. That happens after you beat Balance Ruins. But unfortunately, even though in theory the right flags are set, we beat the boss in this area, it's like nighttime, his cage stays unslappable, and that's because of the way we get to the state of Balance, which is to get Crystallux. It's a whole complicated thing, it's a bit much to go over here. But essentially, we can get to him, and we can fulfill the criteria to be able to free him, but in doing so, we set a flag which disables us from getting him. Super close. And if we could actually make that work, that would save the entirety of Balance Ruins. And I guess we would also be skipping the Mountain Rock, because we wouldn't need the Magma Shards to get in. And because we don't go to Talon Peak, we could skip Ice Queen. And because we skip Ice Queen, we could skip the Soul Mask. A whole chain of events.
We still can't skip Reef, so because we still need the tree flute.
Yeah, true. But that's okay. You know, Reef, at this point I've accepted him. Also, I think if we could get Eolio, depending on when we could get him, we might also get Tyrell skip with that, because we just need someone to give Crush to. But alas.
Yeah, actually, it would be Arid Heat Skip if this thing worked, by the way.
Yep.
Basically...
I skip Saturns as well.
Yeah, like, it destroys everything that we'd previously worked on.
Yep.
Like, because the only place we need Arid Heat was where Raffi just used it. Oh no, he'll use it in a little bit, sorry. It's used nowhere else. So really, if this thing was possible, we would get Eolio, and he'd use Crush. We'd probably do Sludge after Balinsk. It'd be a whole thing. Really quite crazy. Super unlucky to get a caught by surprise there, Paleground, by the way. Really just
I didn't say
unfortunate. Well, now you really got to get away.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Did I save here?
I recommend saving.
I failed the skip first try, so make of that what you will.
I love these little animations just spinning around this, like, elemental star, pretty much. This dungeon is so cool. It's so pretty.
It's
Just so
really
long.
cool. Like, it's building up to something. You don't know what it's building up to, but when you see it, you get it. Oh, what? I didn't know that was allowed on Golden Sun. But it just reminded that what Legrand's attempting right now is one of the 3 hardest tricks in the whole run. Or 3 hardest minute clips, at least. I guess Ayuthe and the 4 clips there are up there as like the 4 hardest tricks. This is definitely up there as one of the harder ones, and a huge time loss if he doesn't get it. So it's tricky again because he's got to wedge himself into the wall, and then he's got to snake around the mushroom, but not too far that he pops back in bounds, but just enough that he breaks out of the wall. Super difficult thing to do.
And this puzzle, Raffi-san, is the only use of Arid Heat. If we could fall into the water, go out of bounds in either this room or the previous room, we wouldn't need to get Arid Heat at all. But here we are. Despite my efforts, I've spent probably like 20 hours in this room and the one before, just trying to break stuff.
Yeah, like, this whole thing is strange, because most times when we've applied pressure to Dark Dawn, it's broken, or at least bent. This dungeon has done nothing for us, like, absolutely nothing. Like, the best thing we got was in the Venus puzzle. You can skip the puzzle by clipping off the tablet and solve the puzzle that way. And, like, it doesn't even save time. It's like,
Yeah, it's so
please,
it's kind of
anything,
cool.
give us something.
Yeah. Oh, the Mercury Star is so cool.
So Legrand got through the Phantasmal Bog clip. Super well done. Good job. Setting up for Sludge. I don't remember what strat you're using on this, Legrand, if you're using the old ground, the skull strats, or ground Sludge strats.
Ground shield and then yeah, pray. I
Nice.
think that's the old strat.
Yeah. In theory, the strat that Legrand is going to do isn't faster or slower. It's just that the strat Raffi used has got a slightly lower percent chance that Sludge can be mean. That's basically how it works out.
So for this to work, the shield that Shield Skull uses is a priority move. Ground that Reef is using is a priority move. So at that point, it's like you're both using a +1 priority move. It's based on agility. And Shield Skull actually has pretty decent agility as well. But thanks to Moloch, and the Elven Shirt, probably.
That's just Moloch, I think. Moloch is busted.
Moloch is busted. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, so Terrell's in a little bit of danger here, so hopefully we get through without a tail slap here, so best of luck, Legrand. Raffi is having the whole of Belinsk ruins kind of culminate in this revelation that what you've been solving is connected to the planets. Like, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, you've done them in reverse planetary order. And so for all this time you've been thinking elements, planets, there's just this weird relationship, whatever. This is the first time where that solar system connection is made super explicit and ties into like kind of the final act of this game, which is like then the expansion of synergy, which is it's such a cool and promising concept, and it's just when I talk about it, I'm secretly really sad inside because I kind of know we're not going to get the conclusion to where this is headed, but it's such a cool and promising concept.
It's so cool. Like,
looks like Legrand has got through Sludge, okay? He slapped the sun, yeah.
Slap the sun.
Almost got Matthew haunted, which would have been really annoying, but
yeah, so perfect fight. Well, basically a perfect fight, so well done there. Raffi, on the other hand, is setting up for Blados and Chalice, which is pretty much a one-to-one copy of the Satoros Minati fight in spirit. In practice, they're nothing like Satoros and Minati. The gist of Blados and Chalice is that you go into this fight expecting them to be the same. You haven't fought them at all to this point, even casually. And they look like Satoros and Minati. They're doing Satoros Minati things and they're being generally pretty evil, but they play nothing like them. And it's a real kind of... It feels wrong what they're doing. And it's because they're not actually conforming to the four elements, and that's kind of the revelation at the end of this game. They're dark adepts. Anyway, in terms of the fight, they've got a lot of really annoying abilities. They both have this ability called Shadow Shield. Now, Shadow Shield, when used, has the chance to... Shadow Shield, when used, stops 50% of damage coming in. If it doesn't stack, so one Shadow Shield is enough. Shadow Shield slows down this fight significantly. We don't want to see Shadow Shield. Blados is the scary one in this fight. He's got two abilities we don't want to see. Punish and Spark Shuriken. Punish is basically Death Size from Golden Sun 1. It has a % chance to instantly kill someone. Spark Shuriken, on the other hand, is probably the scarier thing, because it's got a really high chance of proccing Stun on somebody. And Stun basically renders them completely helpless, and, well, it's awful. So we don't want to see that. We especially don't want to see that on Matthew or Sveta. And I think as long as it doesn't go on Sveta, you can find a way to win. But yeah, Spark Shuriken is pretty awful. So you'll see Raffi wanting to use Ground on Blados as much as possible. And generally trying to kill Blados as quickly as possible. Chalice, on the other hand, has got very little to be scared about. Scornful Caress is her most scary ability. It deals a ton of damage, but we have Chasm and Bark and Granite, so we don't really have anything to worry about in that respect, unless the Blados and Chalice start targeting somebody down, like Reef, for instance. So yeah, Shadow Shield equals bad. Otherwise, Shadow Shield is bad, Stun is bad, Instant Death is bad. Otherwise, this should be fine. Raffi has just enough materials to be able to two-turn this fight without, as long as they don't use Shadow Shield. He currently has enough Djinn for 2 rounds of Judgment and 2 rounds of Thor. So fingers crossed he can get them all through. Alright, so we have...
It's actually kind of interesting because even though, like Plexa said, they are not normal, like the 4 elemental adapts that we know, one of them is weak to Mars and the other one is weak to Mercury. So they do have some kind of elemental alignment.
Yeah, it's just like... It's like wrong, because like... Satoru and Minati were both weak to Mercury, and then them having mixed elemental weaknesses is like a hint as to something is not right with these two, which is kind of cool. Also, turn 1 Shadow Shield, you hate to see it. There are still outs to this. It's not the end of the world, but it's... Okay, that's fine. Chasm getting through here means that Shadow Shield didn't happen on this turn. As long as you get one turn that's not Shadow Shielded, you can generally close this out pretty quickly. But Shadow Shield is still quite a slowdown. We have, like I said, just enough materials to... Oh god. Spark Shuriken on Sveta is scary. Like I said, you don't want to see that proc. But like I said, you have just enough materials to 2-turn this fight. And if you can't 2-turn it, you have to spend a 3rd turn kind of recuperating resources and then throwing together a summon on turn 3 or 4 to kind of close out the fight. And it's kind of unpleasant. Getting that ground off onto Blados again, he's got all the scary stuff, like the instant deaths, the Spark Shurikens, all that fun stuff. Oh, nice. I didn't know Ramses just kills there.
Yeah,
Maybe I did know this.
Notes.
Okay, correction. I did know that. I didn't know it off the top of my head. I really need to de-rust my Dark Dawn.
Yeah, it's a thing. Like, there's so much to know about this game, especially when we were just messing with the routes like every week and just finding new stuff constantly. It can be a bit much to keep track of, even if you're the one doing the routing and science and everything.
I'm basically that make up a speedrunner meme where it's like speedrunner who watches his own tutorial videos to figure out what on earth is going on, right? Like, that is me on like a weekly basis.
Me.
Like, what Val said is right. Like, the route in this game was like changing from like week to week. Like, you'd be doing a run and then someone would be like, I found something. And you're like, great, what I'm doing is now worthless. Yep. In fact, I PB'd one of my PBs, which was like a decent PB for its era. Halfway through the run, Val's like, oh yeah, I found Amity Skip. I'm like, great, I guess what I'm doing now isn't going to get anywhere.
That wasn't Amity Skip itself, that was just skipping...
oh, it was early interest to be a thing, yeah.
But yeah,
oh, this game is silly.
Oh hey, we don't need the orbs anymore, we can just go straight to the end. And it's just like, okay, well, I guess we don't have to go there and there anymore. And just reroute the end game.
I remember routing completely no detour, and then Amity Skip was on, and I was like, oh, well, guess this is all gone now. It was 3 weeks worth of work.
Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I mean, early Sveta had enough power to like survive it, but it wasn't having a good time. Meanwhile, Ryoko has inadvertently caused the death of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in activating the Lunar Tower here. So that was a mistake.
Save the sister, man. Gotta save one person, and even if it costs thousands of lives.
So actually, I guess this is as good a time as any to start talking a little bit about like the route, and we'll talk more about it as we get closer to the end game. But right now, Raffi has 2 Thors, 2 Judgments, and a conspicuous lack of Mars Djinn and Mercury Djinn, unlike all of the other games. And I've pointed out, like, these Mercury Djinn aren't even that much of a time investment to go collect. Like, Teardrop is 16 seconds for crying out loud. But the thing is, you don't actually need any Mercury Djinn to get a 3-turn Chaos Chimera fight, assuming things go well. In fact, we have 3-turn Chaos Chimera with an out if it does bad things as well, so it's not even like all in or anything like that, which is kind of like the differentiator. The early Sveta route basically had a 3-turn with no contingency. This is a 3-turn with contingency. But Mercury Djinn don't add anything to this run. There's nothing that makes them uniquely useful. Like, the most use they had was in this fight that Raffi's just done, in fact. This fight where Boreas is actually super good against Chalice, so getting a Boreas off is super helpful. So, in doing all this work on early Sveta, I realized that A, it's a huge time investment to get all of these Mercury Djinn, and B, to make up the power differential of losing the Boreas and Chaos Chimera, you can pick up extra Mars Djinn. And 2 Mars Djinn take less time to collect than 4 Mercury Djinn. And that revelation led to this route, which is called the Dry Heist route. By virtue of the fact that it finishes the run with no Mercury Djinn. It picks up Chill, sure, but Chill is converted to a Moloch. It gets Sleep, sure, but Sleep is deleted through Djinn Heist. So at the end of this run, we're going to end up with 13 Jupiter Djinn, 12 Venus Djinn, and 8 Mars Djinn. And most of those Mars Djinn are coming pre-packaged in Eolio, who brings 5, and Hemi, who brings 1. So that's why we're skipping Eclipse. Eclipse is super valuable. We've seen the value of Eclipse in this relay. But Eclipse needs Mercury Djinn. And between getting 2 Mercury Djinn minimum to make it work, plus the minute detour to get Eclipse, it's not needed to secure the fast fight. So we skip it. And thus Dry Heist was born. Legrand about to prepare for Mountain Rock. As we've discussed, Mountain Rock is one of the scarier fights, or not scariest fights, but the slower fights in the run, because we don't have anything other than Venus Djinn right now, so that'll be fun. Raffi, on the other hand, getting through Belinsk, taking a quick trip to the boat that's not there yet, because he's doing things a little bit out of order, but that's okay. Don't forget to get the claws, by the way, Raffi. You'll need those to sell later on. What he's going to do now is, you're intended to go and save the princess, but instead of doing that, we're going to go right to the top of Belinsk Belinsk Palace, and there just happens to be an acute angle right at the top, and of course there's an acute angle there. So we can go right to the top of Belinsk Palace, which is what Raffi is doing now, do a clip off and skip straight over into Eolio, and that saves having to save, what's her name? Hojo, thank you. And that is a long 5-minute cutscene. Kraden is reintroduced as a character. It's a big old cutscene. You get introduced to some of the major players of Belinsk, get introduced to Volchik and stuff. But we're going to skip all that. And Hozan and Ryoko and Hojo, they all leave our party and go on their merry way. And, well, we'll never find out what happens to them. But anyway, we skip all of that with this clip that Raffi's about to do. This clip looks quite scary, but it's really quite free. There's plenty of visual cues you can use to kind of configure yourself to make this work, so it's not really a big deal. But then you just run over, slap Eolio, and then away we go. Then there's another clip that he'll do just after that to skip a short cutscene where Volchik raids the Opera House, but that's coming up in a little bit. Old Man Appears implies long cutscene, you're absolutely right. So we slapped the earlier down. There is a couple of text boxes where you want to say no to them because it's faster. One of the few places in the game where it's not saying no is faster. And then we rescue Eolio, and then the Grave Eclipse sets in, which kind of destroys the world and is the whole kind of plot of the last arc of this game. Meanwhile, we have Legrand about to start up Mountain Rock. Again, he's looking to avoid... I forget what the other action is, but he's mostly looking to avoid Stone Malt, or the ability that will lead into Stone Malt. Again, Seismic, thank you. Seismic would do it. It's like Seismic Slam or something. So if that happens, then he knows that on turn 4 he's going to get Stone Malted, because the rock is a pattern-based boss, so it'll just cycle through its moveset. So as long as we don't see those, Legrand will have a very safe 5-turn fight, I think, because we cram it. No, 6-turn fight because we cram in damage. Yeah. But it'll just take a while to get through all the judgments, and then Legrand gets the joy of diving into Belinsk. The black screen is intended right now, by the way, guys. We're only capturing one screen just for marathon simplicity. But at that point, the moon is rising above Lunar Tower, aka Belinsk Ruins, and causing the Grave Eclipse. So now Raffi's going to do this cute little trick here to clip out and run across the water. Again, just to skip the Volchik getting ambushed in the Opera House cutscene. It saves Veta some pains, that's worth. Alright, let's see what the Mountain Rock has in store for us on the ground stream. Again, don't want to see Seismic, don't want to see Stone Malt. And it is...
Okay.
Stone Malt, oh dear. Hopefully Legrand's got strats for this, but basically most strats involve slapping it out of it, so... Yeah, I think we tried this. Yeah, you do... Ah yeah, you do have slap on Reef, nice.
Yeah, I used to have it on Garrison, and I saw that and I was like, oh, well I can't keep that on Garrison, can I?
Yeah, this is the whole reason the slap glove goes to Reef. Reef is the only person who has a free action that can slap in this particular situation, so... It's annoying to put it on Reef because it makes the menu to do stuff a little bit more awkward, but if you don't do it, then this fight just falls apart, basically. It doesn't fall apart, but it gets very, very, very slow.
Because the main issue is that suddenly Frostbite is onto the same place and it makes menu slow. Or like you have to be careful with it.
So Raffi has completed his opera skip, as we like to call it, and now he is on his way to the boat. There's a Mercury Djinn right next to the boat, which he will not pick up because we don't need it. It also takes no time at all to collect it, and he's going to deal with 3 Shade Scorponas. They're very easily cleared with summons. And unfortunately, Briggs is going to kick the bucket here, so RIP Briggs. On the more interesting side of things, the boat that Briggs is sailing on right now is the same boat from the Lost Age. Which is a really neat little callback to that sequence that we had in Alhafra with the long boat with all the cutscenes and the annoying mare. But yeah, same boat apparently. So it says in lore. So it's a boat that we eventually inherit and sail around the world, and it's the same one from the Lost Age. Spoiler alert, that's Briggs, he's gonna die. But if you play 100%, we actually do everything in the wrong order, right? So we do this sequence right now that Raffi is going through, and then later on we take a trip into Port Rego, which is where Briggs is hanging out, and we talk to him and get in for a bunch of reasons. Which is really cool, because then Briggs doesn't actually die, and so you revive him from the dead. It's pretty neat. Shoutouts to 100%. So yeah, like I said, it's a Gloom Scorponus, not Shared Scorponus. Anyway, they go down into tier 4 summons, pretty much anything. They're weak to every element because they're dark monsters for some reason. So 2 Thors, Judgment Thor, whatever, it'll all work. Yeah, Zombie Briggs, exactly. And the interesting thing is when you go into Port Rego, post Eclipse World, the ocean around it changes color. So it's like, it was almost implied that you're supposed to return to Port Rego at some point in development, otherwise why would they build that? So I'm going to take it as canon that Briggs lives, just putting it out there. So now Legrand's about to do his version of the Betrayal Skip, again clipping off that wing, which conveniently makes a little angle for us to kind of slide off and keep the slap glove. And now it is snowing, because everything's gone strange in Raffi's stream. What's really funny here is Eolio's about to join the party, and this is all really sad and like somber and really miserable. But then Eolio joins and it's like a really happy tune. It's like so out of place. Like the juxtaposition is crazy. I'm gonna be silent for it. It's so like why? Anyway, that's all we need to do. So now Raffi is free. He is into the last third of the game. He needs to get one more character. He needs to get Hemi. Hemi basically has a built-in reveal mechanic. It's really quite silly because it's basically a stricter downgrade on reveal and is basically only used to block progression. Really, really dumb. But yeah, we need Hemi for that. Kind of helpful because Hemi is going to hard carry later on in this game. Like, she is very, very, very powerful. Second only to Sveta, basically, but her nature is a more supportive, magic casting Venus adept, the only Venus casting adept in the series, and boy is she powerful. She complements Veta, who is coincidentally the only physical attacking Jupiter adept of the series, just unbelievably well. The combination of Hemi and Sveta together just... they were designed so well together. Like, Hemi sets up Sveta to just destroy everything just unbelievably well. So Hemi really comes in very strong, but can't call her MVP because you just see kind of the ridiculousness that Sveta does at the end game. Yeah, so the boat that we're on isn't the boat from the Lost Age with the wings that we fly around in. That presumably is still Piers' boat, which still is in existence. There's a little dialogue sequence about it where Noelle is crushing on Piers and hanging out on the boat. We'll see that in a bit. But the boat that we're currently on Raffi's stream, it's the boat from Al Hafra, where we spent all that time fixing the boat using burst to blow up the thing in the Lost Age. It's the same boat. So that's where this one comes from. Meanwhile, Legrand's about to enter Belinsk and the cutscene gauntlet that awaits him there. But this is a good time to start talking about Raffi and his Warrior's Hill that's coming up. There's a bunch of tech in this game that's really hard, like the four things that I've mentioned, basically. The Aeuthe Foreclips, the Orb Skip, Phantasmal Bog. But everybody agrees, and it's not even close, Warrior's Hill Skip is the hardest skip in the run. And speak up, anybody, if you disagree with me, because that is... it's just unreal, like, how annoying and difficult this is.
I personally feel like Phantasmal Borg is more difficult for me.
Really? No, I have to agree. Warrior's Hill is just way harder.
Yeah, Warrior's Hill is like... it's everything that you're doing in Phantasmal Bog, but, like, it's longer and more difficult. There's just more to it. So the only thing that Phantasmal Bog has that's more difficult than Warrior's Hill is the fact that your Phantasmal Bog is done off screen, and everything done in Warrior's Hill is on screen. But Warrior's Hill is so precarious that, like, if you start clipping vertically or horizontally too quickly, you'll never be able to clip out. It'll just be impossible. So sometimes the trick is just to be patient and go slow. But that's not always what you want to do as a speedrunner, so that's why things go wrong from time to time. Also, we have our first Mars Djinn, which is pretty cool. Eolio conveniently comes with 5 Mars Djinn. We're gonna get 8 in total, so just by getting a character, we get 5 free. We're gonna get another free one from Hemi, and then we have to pick up 2 more, and one of them might surprise you. I'll just say that much.
It's honestly kind of incredible, that one. I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, it's awesome that we get that.
Place your best one.
I'm very, very proud of the routing that we did in the end game here. It's some of the... it's so gigabrain. I love it so much. Anyway, we're getting far too ahead of ourselves. Raffi is about to attempt Warrior's Hill, so he's going to reset the room. 2 reasons: consistent camera positioning, and then resets the step counter for encounters, so it gives him a chance of encounter reset, and away we go. This clip takes about 2 minutes to get down, so failing it is very, very bad. He's also using the deep breathing technique, like I like to call it. Val actually found this. Do you want to explain what it's all about?
Yeah, it's kind of just this weird thing where if you cast Psynergy that spawns something, so like either a fireball in front of you or a hand or anything that comes up and then disappears again, Matthew afterward will stop his breathing cycle. Normally he's like breathing very heavily and like his head goes like forward and back and like his chest is expanding and his feet also shift the tiniest bit. But if you cast Psynergy that does that and then you don't take any more steps, he'll just sit there or stand there completely still, and it's a pretty useful technique to see if you're moving or not when you don't have like a camera that moves along with you to help you out with that.
Yeah, that's what makes this trick, in my view, more difficult than Phantasmal Bog. Phantasmal Bog, you at least have the camera as a point of reference. Here, there is no point of reference at all, except what you see on screen. There's no camera. There is some camera stuff towards the end, but to get the clip started, you have no reference material at all. It's just this. So the deep breathing thing here just helps so much.
There is one tip that I can give you all, is to watch a shadow. The shadow gives so much information. It's,
totally does.
It's what makes Warriors Hill clip for me much, much, much easier nowadays.
Every run is
going
going
to use a shadow and you'll see.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the shadow. The reason I don't like the shadow is that it doesn't give you sub-pixel accuracy. So you can actually tell how fast you're moving in deep breathing by how quickly the distortion is happening on Matthew's face, and it's very, very, very subtle, but it allows you to... The thing that's difficult about this is not doing it, it's doing it fast. It's right on the most extreme angle, Matthew will be clipping the fastest. It's like 3 or 4 times faster than just the normal default position. So you can kind of keep the stylus in that hyperspeed region longer if you can see the pixels moving on Matthew and get a feel for that. Raffi, first try Warriors Hill clip. That's a round of applause. That is
Heck yeah.
unreal.
Awesome.
Well done, man. Well done.
Lexa says it's not difficult to do, it's just difficult to do fast. I beg to differ. It's difficult to do in general.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
But especially
I mean, in general, I'm thinking things like, in general, deep breathing is just a helpful technique. If say you're doing this stuff casually, like, it can really help go fast. If you think about, a while ago we did the Lonely Isle skip, there it can be quite helpful, because again, you don't have the camera moving, and you can kind of keep the stylus in that fast region for a long time. So I kind of like doing that play from time to time, although it's unnecessary. It's, it's all runner's choice, right? It's all runner's choice. And how did that go through Matthew?
That never happened before. Can I please do it? This is the hard part of this dungeon, by the way.
Doing the seesaws, yeah.
Oh my god, you have to mash here.
So yeah, basically that skip that Raffi just did is huge. There's supposed to be this big complex network of tunnels and things you're supposed to go through to kind of activate the 3 towers within Warriors Hill. The first one, you're basically just turning on the machine, then you raise the second pillar coming out of it, then you raise the third one. That skip just skips all of that and just makes it so you only have to raise the last one. It'll be interesting when we come back here later. I'll try and remind you. We can't be able to see it actually because we don't have the other screen on the screen. But if you come in here when you don't solve this properly, the map gets all wrong and is displaying like incorrect information. And Matthew's just floating in the abyss. So yeah, so Raffi is just going to solve that one tower, and then that's it. That second one really shouldn't be up, but it is, because the game doesn't know how to handle any other state than all 3 being up. The middle one is up. With that done, all he needs to do is go to Harren channel, where he will speak to like Idun's kids. I forget their names. Kaba, maybe? I don't know. But there's a guy who's injured, and we'll heal them. And talking to them here is required to allow Kraden to have an old man conversation with Ican, the storyteller in Harren Village, which is required to get a key to open Warriors Hill, which, yeah, for some reason is something we have to do.
It's quite glorious, seeing the old men talk to each other.
And Karis telling him to shut up, that's the highlight.
Yeah, definitely.
First, let's go.
Yeah, shout out to Karis, keeping everybody else in check.
Yeah, Karis kind of plays the Jenna role in this game, which is kind of cool. If Sveta wasn't so utterly busted, Karis would be a shoo-in for best girl.
That is definitely just too good to ignore. It's just insane, and I just love the archetype of like a physical Jupiter adept. Like so far, you know, we've had Ivan, we've had Shiva, squishies that are, you know, spellcasters, and now we have Sveta. She just freaking goes in.
The way they implemented it was super clever as well. Like Jupiter is like kind of an inherently more magical class, so Sveta kinda has base classes. Like her base Jupiter class is like fine, like she doesn't deal that much damage, she's got kind of poor multipliers, but like some interesting abilities, and her Venus class is kind of better in the sense that she's got better stats, but still kind of meh abilities.
She can.
But they gave her
suplex though. Can't ignore that.
But she's got Beast Form, and Beast Form just changes everything. And we'll have to talk about Beast Form later, but basically, instead of using Djinn as an ability or in a summon, you can go into Beast Form, which uses Djinn to turn Sveta into like a 3 times stronger wild animal. And it's kind of broken. So we'll see how that plays out towards the end of the game. It just dawned on me that we're about to get 2 really, really unfun things happening right next to each other.
Sorry.
That's okay. We get the old man conversation next to the chess puzzle. Fantastic.
Also, more people being impressed by move.
Must be Mercury addicts.
I guess.
A few fun things about Golden Sun. The old guy here is called Ikan, and that's actually Malay for fish, which makes sense because this is a fishing village.
Oh.
And Barbie is Malay for pig, which also makes sense. I don't know if the first one is intentional, the second one probably is.
Yeah, that second one definitely is intended. Like, the thing about Camelot and the way they built the Golden Sun world, the world of Wayard, is they draw a lot of real-world inspiration for these things. So if you right now go into Google image search and type Ayutthaya, so Ayutthaya, it's a place in Thailand which, believe it or not, has a famous tourist attraction where there is a stone head embedded into a tree, which of course is Ayutthaya, and in this game has got the head in the tree. It turns out, like some 100 years ago or whatever, this tree grew through a statue and kind of decapitated the statue, and now there's this head embedded in the tree. So you could take a trip to Thailand when we can travel again and go check out Ayutthaya and see the Ayutthaya tree in real life. And that's just one example. I mean, they do this in all of the games. Like, Daila, for instance, is based off of Delhi in India for whatever reason. Imil is based off of Yimil in Russia. It's cold. Get it? Prox is based off of Blues' backyard because it's cold and barren.
Taupo Swamp is based on Plexa's backyard.
Thank you for reminding everybody that my country has the worst dungeon in the series. Thank you. And of course, the ever so painfully on the nose Airs and Airs Rock.
Yeah, in the middle of the desert too.
Yeah, in Oceania.
Everything.
Cool.
If you look into it, every places is just a reference to the real world. It's fantastic.
It's really neat.
What's the real world inspiration for a big statue that sticks out its tongue that you can climb to get inside and solve puzzles? No, Kabombo statue not based on anything.
Kabombo is based off of like Central Africa, and Magma Rock is based off of a real mountain range. Not Table Mountain, but like there is, I think it's like in the Congo or something. Just like Aqua Rock is based off of some blue mountains off the coast of Galapagos, off the coast of South America. Yeah, I don't know what Kabombo is based off of.
I totally wouldn't be surprised if there was some like big statue that was being worshipped that is known for having like a big tongue or something.
Probably.
Big statue being worshipped, I know it's called Buddha, but not sure about the tongue thing.
Yeah, the tongue thing's a bit weird. Anyway, Raffi has the third eye, which is basically the whole reason we did all of this stuff. The third eye gives us access to Hemi, and Hemi is just required to finish the game.
Himi is required to enter places that give us the Umbra gear. She has this ability called Search, which is basically reveal, but slower and less cool. But yeah, unfortunately we need that to enter multiple places, such as Burning Isle and Snowdrift Shrine. Sadly, those loading zones don't seem to exist anywhere, even if you go like way below the map. You cannot possibly hit the loading zone for Burning Isle without Search, which is unfortunate because you can actually get directly below it, and loading zones in general on the world map do seem to extend like infinitely up and down. But it just doesn't exist. So, Himi, necessary, which, I mean, I don't mind. Himi is a cool character.
She certainly makes the speedrun work, so we complain, but we complain well knowing that she is essential to how we finish this game, so...
Yeah, definitely. Like, the fact that she has Weapons Grace, which is just a double impact in one turn, is awesome. And, again, switching up the archetypes, Venus is normally known for being like the physical attacker class. You've got Isaac, you've got Felix, you've got Matthew, who's basically just Isaac. And then you've got a spellcaster, Venus Adept, and she can summon dragons. How freaking
Yeah,
cool
the dragons
is that?
are really cool. Yeah, they're very powerful as well.
Yeah, actually like the strongest Psynergy series in the game. Like the strongest one is like somewhere in the 300s, like elemental power.
Yeah, it's insane. It's like
Yeah.
I want to say Raining Dragon is the last member in that Sanji line. It's like level 50 or something.
Yeah.
It's like Roaring, Slaying, and Raining, I think.
Yeah.
A really cool series, but we don't see any of that. We used to see it. We used to use it to clear encounters. Those were the days. Remember fighting encounters, Melissa?
Ha! I remember. And actually having to think about how to kill stuff. Even if only a little bit, it was never as in-depth as the previous two games. Especially once
how
you get,
naive we were.
Parrot Scourge, but yeah. Clearing encounters, there.
I remember even running from encounters.
Oh yeah, that was a strat. I remember that.
Yeah. I remember the hot debate of, should we be fighting here or should we be fleeing?
How naive were we?
Turns out, neither. Just don't get them in the first place. Also, another old man cutscene. Actually, this is a really interesting cutscene. This cutscene has two versions. One with Hemi, one without Hemi. It's technically got even three versions because you can, if you save the Sanans, you can, if you haven't seen this cutscene already, you get it after a whole sequence with, geez, I forgot her name. Whatever his wife's name is. So yeah, there's like three versions of that cutscene depending on what characters you have and the state of your quests. Very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Tonfon's an unreal banger, by the way. It has no right to go in as hard as it does, but it does. It goes in.
Okay, my DS is acting really weird, and I'm not sure if it's the DS capture that's dying or my USB cable. I really want it to be my USB cable.
Yeah, hopefully.
Is that those white flashes?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm seeing some artifacts on my DS screen whenever
Oh, really?
there's white flashes. So scary.
If that's the case, then maybe it is the capture itself. Let's hope that's not the case.
Oh yeah, we just got the,
expensive.
Yeah, they're not fun. They're not fun to get. We just had the cutscene about Noel and Piers, so this is the one few times that Piers is mentioned. Noel is crushing on 600-ish year old Piers. Noel is like 14, 16, 14, 16, take your pick.
Did we even address Noelle at all?
No, we haven't seen her at all.
No, like normally you're supposed to like meet her in like cave, and
Yeah.
that's the only time you're meant to see her, right? And we just skipped that entire cave. So
Yeah, Noelle is the twin sister of Reef.
not sure if they're twins necessarily, but yeah, Reef's sister, the kids of Mia.
Yeah, the kids of Mia. I wish we had Noelle. She'd be a lot better than Reef.
Yeah,
Oh well.
be nice.
She has base cold snap.
Yeah, freaking impressive.
Would have been a huge skip.
I also wish we saw Mia, or like any of the other Golden Sun characters.
Yeah, okay. Now that we're in kind of Legrand solving the most frustrating room in the game for its inability to break, and while we have another old man cutscene, the first time that somebody mentions Jenna in this game, outside of the Sun Sagas, is Briggs. And he's the only person who refers to Matthew as Jenna's boy. The Golden Sun hacking community, in particular Solitude, has a ton of really cool theories about this game, because he's studied like the beta state of this game and all kinds of jazz. His theory is that Isaac and Jenna are divorced. Because, like, why doesn't Isaac mention Jenna at all? And why is it that Jenna is living in Calais with Ivan, and Isaac and Garrett are living together in a lookout cabin? Like, the theory holds up. And
really
apparently there's some more lines in the beta, I think, that kind of corroborate this as well. I'll have to probe him for more information on it. And the fact that Briggs is the first person to mention Jenna is a little bit suspicious.
Just two guys living in a log cabin on a cliff.
There's certainly nothing implied there at all.
They're just very good bros, okay?
They're just
Ah,
bros.
yes.
Mhm.
Very good friends.
I also wish we
The-
knew more about who Ivan's partner is, and like where the other people are, because I think Felix was mentioned as well.
Yeah, Felix gets mentioned. Sheba is not mentioned at all, except like Sun Saga 3, I think.
Yeah, so that's just
It was-
stuff we already know.
Like, Sheba is mentioned twice in the Sun Sagas, and that's it. It's like,
So
where is
sad.
she? And
Like, especially with this game's like alignment with like the moon, like give us something. I want to know more.
I mean, spoilers, but not really. It's clearly implied that Sheba's going to play a huge role in the next game, because, like, Animos being the moon and, like, Morning Moon being talked about so much in the opening act of this game, like, is strongly implying that Animos, the moon, Sheba, who is the descendant of the Animos, is going to come back in a huge way, if it ever comes back.
Camelot, please, I beg of you.
There's so many interesting plot threads, I swear to God. Camelot, just put me in, coach. Put me in. I'll write the thing for you. So Legrand is about to gear up for his Blados and Chalice fight. Remember, super spooky fight. Shadow Shield is bad. Hopefully we can get through this without any major drama. Blados is the one we're scared about. Blados has an instant death effect and a stun effect. We don't want to see either of those.
Some people ask me, like, hey, would you rather see a new F-Zero game or a new Golden Sun? And without a doubt, a new Golden Sun. I appreciate the F-Zero that we have. It's a cool series, I like it. But when it comes to Golden Sun, there's just so many more things for them to explore. And, like, we have half a story. We need to finish the story of Dark Dawn. Like, oh.
Like Takeru's journey, right? Like, who's Takeru? What? Who's this guy? Well, lore dump. If you mind read Kushinada in Izumo in TLA, Kushinada is Himi's mother, Suza's partner. Suza was the guy who tried to kill the serpent. Yes, more TLA tie-ins. Izume, Dancing Idol, same thing from TLA. You've seen that before. Izume died. R.I.P. She died in the flooding. Anyway, there's so much cool lore. Takeru is Himi's brother. You mind read Kushinada in The Lost Age. She say she's going to have a son called Takeru, who will come to Felix's aid one day. You spirit sense, people. in Izumo, no, in Yamata, which is new Izumo, and there are people who say, "Oh, Takeru has just left off on a quest. Like that's why he's not around." It's like, what is happening with Felix? What is going on? I must know. Yeah, it's like it's yeah. If
Come
you
on,
know the
Camelot,
lore, it's
give
like
it to
even
us.
more sequel baity. It's like so frustrating.
Hopefully one day. Like, I think we can put the Mario sports games down for a moment to just work on Golden Sun. Come on, please.
I mean, we've shown that like people like Golden Sun, right? Like there's been speedrunnings, there's been GDQs, there's been so many things.
Raffi is doing a really important shop, by the way. He has to sell these knuckles here because he took an unintentional death in Ayute. He's now going to buy this Spirit Armlet, which is an ordinarily uneventful item. You can buy it in Lalavero in Golden Sun 1. You can get it in, I think, Contigo in the Lost Age. It's inconspicuous, this item. But what it does is it gives plus 10 Venus power and plus 10 Mercury power. Don't care about the Mercury power, but that plus 10 Venus power makes Chaos Chimera 3-turn consistent. Otherwise, it's a damage roll. It's a hugely valuable item, and it plays a huge role in the 100% run as well. It's super valuable. So Raffi's about to set up for some world map fall clips. Hopefully they go well. They can lose a lot of time, but you'll see it. It's the same principle. Fall and clip out while you're falling. Got the first one, and he's going to do another one. Meanwhile, Legrand is on Blados and Chalice, which is a bit spooky. Gotta keep that ground on Blados, and hopefully Chalice cooperates. Meanwhile, Raffi's going to make a very sensible second save, so he's got to do a second fall clip. This is going to put him on a negative Z layer, a negative Z axis layer, which will allow him to walk under the world map and over to Burning Isle, skipping a ton of encounters. The area around Burning Isle has increased encounter rate. We're not going to see any of that because we're just going to walk straight to it. Alright, good turn 1 from Legrand. And now we're just going to get one more and then you can get the 2-turn fight. Hopefully no Shadow Shield. Let's go. Raffi has just navigated using the world map, which is on the other screen, to work out where he is. He's going to use Search to trigger the Rapid Rise. Look at that. Pops up right next to Burning Isle. And voila, he can enter that with minimal drama.
That's so sad.
Legrand got the 2-turn fight. Amazing. What a cool sequence we just saw.
Yeah, it's also really clever using those islands to help align your subpixels, because as we talked about before, it's kind of like a very finicky trick, and if you just walk straight onto the island and try to fall off, you might not be in the right position that allows you to do that. But grinding along those like islands and along the sloped edge of them helps line you up perfectly to get those fall clips a lot easier and more consistent. Because if you have to save and restart once, then it's already not worth doing that strat, I believe.
Yeah, something like that. Like it guess is always up to RNG, right? But generally,
but like,
it's faster. Definitely, just to take it, to just not fail it, which is good enough for us.
Yeah.
But there's not one setup for that either. Like every runner's got their own choice of preferred clips. Like I do it differently to everybody else. Raffi, I think, is doing like the traditional setup.
I think this is Rex.
Yeah, like the very first one that Reg made. So yeah, it's just basically runner's choice as to what you want to do. Anyway, now that Raffi is here, he needs to get back to Yamata. This is going to set up a small like death warping sequence. Going to chain a couple death warps back to back now that we don't need the money anymore. This is going to take him back to Yamata. Then he's going to head off to get the next piece of the Umbra gear. Next piece is in Gaia Falls, and well, the Yamata Bridge is convenient to do all of this stuff. A, Yamata is relatively central to all the places we need to go. And B, the Yamata Bridge is probably the easiest bridge clip in the game.
I would say so, yeah. It's like really convenient to just do quickly, and even if you do mess it up, it's like very low consequence.
Yeah. The only thing that's a little bit worrying is that after this death warp, we're not going to revive anybody. So Matthew will only have 1 HP through the soul sequence, which is convenient because the probability of getting an encounter is super low. But it's happened to everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
actually, I don't think it's happened to Legrand. He always gets lucky.
Nope.
Also,
Never happened.
also the encounters
One
in
day.
Burning Isle. Like, we used to walk outside to do the Death Warp because I think for a long time some of us didn't know that there were encounters inside because you just never got them. But there's some really strong enemies in there, like the Pyrodras. If they use the triple jump, instantly kill anyone.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I
And the Brutal Troll
lost
that
a
we saw
run to it
there.
once. Yeah, well, Refuge has bumped a Z coordinate up, by the way, to avoid encounters. He's entered Gaia Falls from below, so he skips a ton of stuff. He's going to get that piece of Umbra gear, then die. But on the Burning Isle encounters, like the only reason I knew about it was because I was on a really good run once, and then I got like a very high rate in that room and got an encounter and wiped. And I was like, there are encounters in this room, and they're really strong?
Yeah.
Like, what is going on?
I have no idea. I was just like, okay, let's go outside. Let's try to find some weird names. Have them use shine plasma on us. Yeah, no, just be inside.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Raffi doing the thing that I forgot once, which is collecting Kite. Kite, as we know, is a very powerful Djinn. Kite is only really valuable if the turn you're giving up is more useful on somebody else. Well, spoiler alert, Sveta is... If she could take every turn, we'd make her take every turn, put it that way. You'll see. So Kite is very valuable, and it adds an extra Jupiter Djinn. In fact, Kite is kind of necessary for the 3-turn fight against Chaos Chimera as well. We definitely get a ton of value out of Kite in this game, like far more than either GS1 or GS2 are concerned, I think.
Yeah, Kite's really nice, and I liked when we used to get the Eclipse, and we just did the Kite into double Eclipse turn. It's just pumping out like 5,000 damage, just like that.
It's very nice, yeah.
Very nice.
So now Raffi is going to head off to Apollo Ascent. So you can't see the world map right now, but Raffi has gotten 4 pieces of the Umbra gear. 1 from Tom Farm, 1 from Lonely Isle way at the beginning of the game, 1 from Gaia Falls, 1 from Burning Isle. There's 1 more piece he needs to get from Snowdrift Shrine, which is quite literally on the other side of the map. So what he's going to do first is he's going to make a pit stop at Apollo Ascent, because halfway through Apollo is a Sanctum Warp pointer, which is intended to be used for the end game sequence because it provides a pit stop for Chaos Chimera. But we're actually going to use that as a Death Warp point to get back there efficiently. This
It's
trick
very
here
clever,
that
right?
Raffi is doing, it's very cute. I like it. I just want to point out the trick that Raffi just did there on the bridge is not a bridge clip, it's a seam clip, which confused us for a very long time. Tell me more about the routing valve, because I love it.
I mean, I can't really take credit for this part. I think you're more qualified to talk about this.
Yeah, but I like it. I don't know. It's. I'm really proud of this. If you can't tell, like when I realized that this sequence worked, it was so good because previously we'd have to go. We'd do a clip off the Yamata Bridge and run all the way over to the other side of the map and get Snowdrift and get the piece of Umbra gear from there. Die, walk back to Yamata, and then do Apollo Ascent. So just this middle step here just saves so much time. It's so nice.
Plus, it looks really fucking cool.
It does look
Well,
cool. And like,
it didn't originally. We used to have to do this weird path through the mountains, walking around a frozen lake, and people lost runs to clipping off a weird piece of collision and clipping inbounds accidentally.
some people lost more runs than others.
Some people being me, yes.
You could visit Mercury Lighthouse. That was cool.
Oh, we got to see Mercury. You're right.
Oh,
Because
true,
Mercury
yeah.
and Venus Lighthouse are on the world map. But yes, but the new method is really stylish, and yeah, by sheer coincidence that I found it. I was just screwing
Didn't you
around on the world map one
specifically
day.
Go out of your way, like, "Ah, I'm tired of losing runs here. You're just.
No, I
Wasn't
didn't.
that? No? Okay.
I was actually doing exploration with negative Z stuff. So I was
Oh,
on like
true,
the
yeah.
negative Z plane and was just walking around the world map just willy nilly, and then just hit a no clip zone randomly, and then magic happened, and we'll see the magic. I'm not going to take it away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. So I believe that exploration that you were doing was related to trying to find the boats without having ALEO.
Yeah.
Because that would be awesome if we could just get the boat early. Because if we get the boat early, even if we don't get the Yolio himself, that would open up the door to getting Himi early, and that could be big. Wouldn't be like massive, but it would be significant.
It'd be massive. Let's not kid ourselves.
Okay. It depends how early, I suppose.
Yeah, you're right. But right, we should talk about what Raffi is doing right now. He is doing copious amounts of saves and quits to skip fighting encounters. So every time you reset the game, your encounter rate is reset. So if we do it enough times in the right locations, we should be able to get through here without taking an encounter. This is kind of important because A, even if we were strong, they're really slow to clear. But also, everybody is dead except Matthew, who has 1 HP, and it's really convenient for him to stay on 1 HP. So if we get an encounter that's not attacks first, we are dead. We have negative fleet chance.
Yep. Unless it's attack first, yeah. Also, can I just say, I love the clip that Legrand is doing right now. You just slide off, and then you just hold upright, and you get perfectly onto those rocks. Because I was gone for a little bit, so I don't know if you talked about this, but this map is weird that Legrand's on right now. You can actually fall like below it. If you try to walk on certain points of the water, you just fall below everything, and you can't get back up, really. So it was nice that you could just hold upright and get onto those platforms, and just make your way over to the docks.
Yeah, it's pretty funny because like one day I lost a run because I screwed up the Elio fall, and I was like, what do I do? And Regnatrace is like, oh, there's a backup strat you can use. You can clip off this thing down here and run up. It's like really slow, but you can do it. I'm like, damn, it's nice to know there's a backup strat. But then I was like, hold up, what if you just made this the main strat, and just after you get a Elio, you just clip off and run up there? And he's like, oh yeah, that is fast. So the backup strat got promoted from backup to main. It was kind of neat how that worked out. Also, some interesting use of grip here. We can become an acrobat.
I love it so much. It's so much fun to just swing around like that. And there's a sequence later on in the same dungeon where you just do it consecutively, like swing from one pole to another. And then I think on the final one, he also does like a little backflip when he lands. Just like, it's just fun, you know?
Yeah, it's cute. It's satisfying. Like, the puzzle you're referring to is very satisfying as well, how that all comes together. So Raffi's about to collect the boat. Remember, it's the same boat from the Lost Age, so that's pretty cool. Nice little tie-in to the GBA games there. Meanwhile, Raffi is going to clip off of a foot. Affectionately, this clip is known as foot clip.
Yep. Foot clip is kind of special because normally Matt needs to be like fully into a wall before he can break free, but on this one you can actually be like halfway into the wall and then you're just free to move around.
Yeah, I remember when I found foot clip, actually, I was super frustrated because I was actually trying to skip all of this room. So I wanted to run backwards and come all the way around, and I was like, I can't find a skip. This is so frustrating. And then I did what Raffi just did there and she walked inbounds and fell down. I'm like, hold up. That actually cuts out half the room. That's actually kind of nice. It actually is nice. It saves the whole save and quit cycle. So it saves like 30 seconds or something.
Yep, it's quite nice. Did we talk about the origin of minute clips yet? I don't think we did. Like how it was first found.
Just that it was acute angles and stuff, but no, please enlighten us as to the history.
Because if you look at it now, and like during a minute clip you move so slowly, it's like, okay, how do you ever even notice that you're moving at all? And really, I was kind of just messing around. The first place that I managed to do it, I actually managed to softlock myself. So after Compra Ruins, you have to go into the cave, you have to fight the stealthy scouts, and you get ambushed. And the path gets closed behind you by these guys pulling levers, which blows up some rocks, which block the path. And I don't even know why I was there. I was literally just messing around. I was like, okay, can I just like wedge myself into this corner here? And I guess somehow I managed to notice that I was slowly starting to move. And I was like, oh, okay, what if I keep doing this? And I was slowly moving, slowly drifting into that lever. And then eventually Matthew popped onto the lever. I was like, this is big. I was soft-locked because when you're on top of something that you're not supposed to be on top of, it was just a one tile square. Nowhere to go. But then I was like, wait, what else can we do with this? So I went over to Caucho, I remember. I was like, okay, can we do this? Can we get steel without grip? Can I get out of bounds on that map that has the palace? So I was clipping off of some palm trees that were there. Or like bamboo trees, I guess, kind of. I don't know. Yeah, and then managed to get myself onto the river. And kind of just escalated from there. So somehow I just had the observation that like I was slowly moving when I was holding the touchscreen.
It's very cool.
Honestly, yeah.
Also,
Very
just
glad that
quickly,
happened.
this is a blue path, yellow path situation. If you remember from Golden Sun 1, there is a 50% chance of getting a fast path, 50% chance of getting a slow path. This isn't so big that you need to reset over it or reset the puzzle. Raffi unfortunately gets the slow path. The slow path is like 5 seconds longer or something.
Yeah, you have to walk so far around, and you can cut a lot of corners, thankfully. So if you know the path, it's like not too bad. But if you're specifically trying to follow this path, you probably have to use, like if you don't know the path, you have to use the synergy twice to be able to see the path again, because it just takes just long enough for the synergy to run out.
Yeah, we don't actually need the Spirit Sense synergy to finish that puzzle. The problem is it's a 50-50 chance between the two paths, and you don't know which of it is. It's completely random. So yeah. Anyway, tech time. Endless Wall Glitch, the first glitch people knew about in Dark Dawn, is about to come up. It's
The
this
only
one
glitch
here.
that was known for like 11 years.
Yeah. Use the Sun Saga or save and quit in this location, and Matthew will go down to the Z=0 layer. Used primarily to access Crossbone Isle early. Now it's used for this kind of neat sequence. So remember, there were 2 Mars Djinn that we need to pick up to get 8 in total. One of them is Fever, which is like the very first Djinn in the game. Well, one of the first Djinn in the game. First overworld Djinn.
Yep. And he's still just hanging around here. There's no other encounters here. You're never meant to be here during the eclipse. So there's no encounters mapped here. But Fever wants to fight. And yeah, he's
Donk
still
him
hanging
here.
around.
Give him a little love tap, then he joins us.
Yeah. Also, the area where Fever shows up is very interesting. I was trying to do a Djinnless playthrough at some point. And I was like, okay, Fever's coming up. I'm just going to keep running from him. But when you're in the area where Fever can show up, your encounter rate is like times 100. It's ridiculous.
It's
half
quite
a step.
literally times 800. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's like you take half a step and you encounter
So
him
Raffi
again
is doing
and again.
really
and
interesting
again.
things right now. Raffi just enables a no clip to kind of get over to this peak. He's going to run down, enable another no clip, and then he's going to walk directly up in this particular alignment, and he's kind of going to walk on the seam between 2 load lines. And because he's exactly on the load lines, he is going to hover like so. And this is going to allow him to walk all the way to Snowdrift Shrine. So we were talking about this really cool sequence how to get to Snowdrift Shrine. This is it. Instead of doing this funny walk through the frozen river, I randomly found that random no-clip point, and then the next thing you know, we're walking in the middle of the air and flying our way all over to Snowdrift. So we get over to Snowdrift, literally on the other side of the world map. We're going to pick up the Umbra gear from here, then we're going to die, and then we'll get sent back to Apollo Ascent. The cool thing is, in Apollo, that Sanctum in particular gives you a full revive without doing anything. So it's like the most convenient possible place to have that happen. It's super nice. And no extra encounter from Raffi. Small chance you get an encounter there, which makes you incredibly miserable.
I disagree on the small.
Someone's been burned.
Yes, multiple times.
Oh yeah, we've all been burned here.
I don't think I have. Like, not during an actual run that made me lose time. But I do respect this area. I am
Right.
always
Meanwhile,
worried about this.
Legrand is about to do his Warriors Hill clip. Remember, I say it's the hardest trick in the round. Legrand says it's not. He thinks Phantasmal is harder. Let's see how he goes. This is, again, it's going to take him about 2 minutes to clip through this. It's a very, very difficult trick. Like, the difficulty of this can't be understated. He'll probably make it look easy, but it is not easy.
definitely not easy. Like, on top of just being very specific about the way that you have to move and how easy it is to clip back inbounds, you also just don't see very well. Like, the camera is kind of just stuck there, Matthew's like half hidden under the stairs. It's not easy.
Shadow. Trust the shadow.
Shadow does help, but even then, for me it can be a bit difficult to really tell if it's like moving at all, which way it's moving, how fast it's moving. Alright, Raffi making his way onto the elemental gates. So there's 4 wings here, each with an element assigned to it. That being said, the element doesn't really factor into the puzzles all that much. Basically there's like these big round discs that have the element in them, and you have to get them all to the middle where that giant door is. And yeah, to do that, you crush that pillar, and then you have to make sure that there's enough ground for those discs to keep rolling into that middle area. So that's really all the puzzle is. Make sure there is at most a 1 tile gap for the discs to roll through.
They're honestly really cool puzzles casually. Like, I really enjoyed this part of the game. I thought it was really neat.
Absolutely, and like all the build-up to it as well. You're just like listening to this music, and you're getting closer, like higher up, and like it's getting more light up here as well. And,
Yeah, I mean,
it's cool.
yeah, like the dungeon design in this game is unreal. One thing we didn't draw attention to, although we probably should have, is like, the further you go up Apollo Ascent, the less and less the effects of the eclipse are present. By the point that when you're in that final room with that giant puzzle in it that Raffi was doing before, there's no fog at all, and that slow erosion of the fog of the eclipse as you ascend, just amazing attention to detail. This final sequence of puzzles is so nice as well. Like, the only thing that I was sad about in this whole end sequence was that it was the end. Like I wanted more of it, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Nikki House has pointed out that this dungeon is kind of light and shadow based, which I didn't actually draw that connection to, but it absolutely is light and shadow based. But it's like the elements are like taking the center stage, but there is a light and a shadow kind of woven into it as well, and that's kind of leading up to the revelation of light and dark adepts and whatnot, which is like the whole, oh my god, it's a huge plot twist moment.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of already know that light and, or at least that shadow is involved because of the Umbra gear, and that's, you know, being talked about to some extent, although I forget how much you really know.
It's not made explicit until the end, where they're like, aha, we're from the Umbra clan, we are the Dark Adepts.
Yeah.
But I mean, before we get ahead of ourselves there, like, the Dark Adepts really aren't really, not really synergy, but they kind of are. It's like, you can imagine Dark Synergy as being like anti-synergy, so it like drains synergy and like makes it so that synergistic effects don't happen. So kind of like the Psy grenades that Blados uses, kind of like the synergy vortexes that were in the beginning of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and then light synergy is kind of the opposite of that. It's kind of like all of the synergy is kind of wound up into one, like basically the Golden Sun event, right? The Golden Sun event was the 4 elemental synergies coming together to form a giant light of pure energy, which, you know, that's where the whole series gets its name from, right?
Mm-hmm. I have to wonder if they did actually intend for light and dark synergy to be a mechanic in the game, and they just ran out of time, because there are definitely clues that this game was rushed, right?
Oh, totally.
I have to wonder if they actually did mean to implement that in the battle system, just like have like dark elemental spells.
I mean, I don't know if they intended. It's obviously intended for Golden Sun 4, like obviously.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like the light and dark aspect trace their origins back to the first game. Like the Soul Sanctum puzzles are quite literally light and dark.
Yep.
It's kind of interwoven throughout the whole series, and it's just, this is the time where it's all made abundantly explicit. Also,
Soul
Legrand,
Sanctum, Luna Tower.
I missed your Warriors Hill clip, but it looks like it went well.
Yeah, Very
Yeah,
good.
it was very, very smooth.
Nice.
The one thing about these puzzles that Rafi's doing is that they do take a while. So when you've done them once, it can be a bit tedious to do them again. And there seems to be no way to skip them either, because the loading zone into the next area, even if we did manage to get out of bounds, doesn't exist until all four or the first 4 doors are down, and then there's the final puzzle. That's one state where the door, or like the loading zone, does exist. But you have to get all 4 discs in place, and it's unfortunate. Would be cool. Then again, there's not really a lot of angles to clip off of, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a bit wishful thinking that we can't even get out of bounds here, but it would be very nice. Oh, but Velissa, I just realized something. Rafi is missing some key ingredients to be able to finish the game. Doesn't he need the red and yellow orb to finish the game? What is going on?
Why, yes, he is indeed missing those. Normally, you need
Should
those
he go
orbs.
back and get them?
Yeah, I think you should. Rafi, come on, turn around.
Yeah,
Go to
turn around.
Iceberg Outpost. Go to Iceberg Outpost, get I guess that's the Echo Gem that you get there.
Yamata runes.
Yeah, that's where we get the final one.
So Yamata
Oh, right,
runes
yeah,
and the
okay.
red orb you have to talk to the Emperor.
Yeah, so if you want to get the orbs, you need to go to Iceberg Outpost. You need to witness the old man of the 2 traders passing away, and then you go to Clonfon, and that's where you can then receive your red orb, I believe it is. The blue one is obviously given to you by Volchek already in the Aeolio boat sequence. And then those 2 go together in Yamato Ruins, which, by the way, also houses the Gaia Blade, which is pretty cool.
I totally missed it on my first playthrough.
It's
I-
so
I-
easy to miss. But
5th
yeah,
tablet? What? Anyway.
we used to think. Okay, initially, we had to get them, and then we found clipping. So we were like, "Oh, we can skip the door that requires you to get all 3 orbs. This is cool." And then it was like half an hour later that we had the realization. Oh yeah, at the top of Apollo Sanctum, you need to put them all in their place to activate the machine. Heck. And then that's the way it was for several weeks. A few months.
Yeah,
maybe.
weeks. Maybe a couple months at best.
Yeah. I mean, Plexa, this is your story. How did you manage to skip the orbs?
That's funny story.
I don't know, actually. How did I do this?
I was like, I was practicing. And I typed in chat, in Discord chat. Hey, so we never really found anything in Apollo's lighthouse,
Oh,
right?
yeah, that's right.
And Plexa went. Yeah, no, there is no way to clip in there. And 5 minutes later, it was like, hold on a second.
Yeah. So, no, I remember experimenting in the Apollo Sanctum, and I remember being like, oh yeah, there's actually a door. There's a loading zone where there shouldn't be one. Also, that's our last Djinn collection, by the way. We just picked up Aurora. We have all the Djinn we need to finish the game. But yeah, so I was sitting there going, okay, I can use cheats, get out of bounds, and there's a random loading zone, so we can skip the orbs if we could get out of bounds. And then Legrand was like, oh, hey, no, reverse order. Sorry, I'm getting my story mixed up. Legrand was like, there's nothing in Apollo Sanctum, right? And I was like, oh yeah, actually, you can clip off the pillars in this next room that Rafi's about to go into. So I was like, oh, actually, if you could just clip off the pillars in Apollo, that would be nice, but there's no loading zones. And then I found the loading zone, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. I wonder if I can get down there. And then I was messing around with it, and lo and behold, I was able to do a 4 clip inadvertently. And then I was like, what the hell? And then, yeah, the rest of the ground story. Like a couple minutes later, we had orb skip saving 11 minutes in a run. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, I was so convinced that loading zone was not there. I was 100% convinced. And then, well, I don't know why, because apparently it existed. So,
Yeah, well, look, when we get there, it's going to look. It does not look like it should work. Just keep that in
No,
mind. Like,
absolutely
it will
not.
not work. But orb skip is like, it's hard because it's at the end of the run, and if you at the end of a run on good pace, you're probably nervous a little bit, and at being a precise clip that has some non-trivial components to it, it gets really stressful. I would say practicing it, it's pretty easy. It's the easiest of the fourth of most of the things we've discussed, like easier than a Euthe, easier than Warrior Soul, easier than Phantasmal Bog, but it's got enough difficulty that coupled with like a high pressure situation, it can be really hard to get it. And you fail it and you get a sinking feeling in your heart. You're like, oh man, I've just thrown it all away, you know?
Yeah, definitely. So Raffi's made his way into the Apollo Sanctum, where now the light is shining too bright for them to proceed. The light is actually so intense that it hurts them. So we need the Umbra gear, which is specifically designed for beastmen to be able to wear. I don't know how all beastmen have the same proportions, but only beastmen can wear it. And that can actually protect from the intense light and let you walk around in the light for a little bit. So yeah, basically the entire party is just hiding in Sveta's shadow at this point.
Yeah, so the game introduces a completely unnecessary mechanic at this point of the light gauge. Basically, if you spend too long in the light, we're about to do a tutorial on it, you basically party wipe back to the sanctum that we warped into to begin with. This would be a problem for us to do the minute clip, because minute clips are slow and this gauge increases quite quickly. But conveniently, which was the last piece of the puzzle that we worked out, actually, because before that we're like, oh no, can we even do it with the light gauge? Yes, you can. You just need to save and quit, and that'll reset the light gauge. That's what makes this tricky. You want to clip sufficiently fast so you don't have to do like 3 or 4 resets. You can, if you're going really fast, you can do it with 2. I think 3 is normal.
Yeah, 3 is about what I would expect. So yeah, we can clip off of this pole. It's just barely good enough of an angle to start drifting. We're currently controlling Sveta herself, which is also a unique scenario. And Matthew is following us, and you can kind of tell if you're moving or not based on Matthew's movement, if you're not using a different visual cue. Because Matthew will keep like trying to step into Sveta, just keep inching a little bit closer. And yeah, 2 or 3 resets, and you'll be able to get out of bounds. Pretty good.
Also,
But I think
graphics from
like
the angle.
yeah, definitely. It's like the explanation is like the Umbra gear is like being worn down by the light, so it needs to be in a shadow to, recover. I don't know if it's like heating up specifically or just magically being worn down, but yeah, it needs to recover in the shadows or through a saving quit.
I mean, yeah, the fact that you can control Sveta at this point is pretty cool, and it's like, it just reinforces the fact that, like, this isn't Matthew's story. Golden Sun Dark Dawn is Sveta's story. It just happens to be told through the lens of Matthew.
Yeah, it's like really all Matthew is here for is just to get the rock feather so they can repair the sword wing that Terrell, like the dummy he is, broke.
Alright, so Rafi's got to get this full clip here. This is the this is a hard full clip. Again, pressure. Hard to align subpixels here, so it's kind of just, in general, very tricky to do. But it's more lenient than a Euthe, so
Yeah,
we
definitely.
should be able to get it really soon. But what this is going to allow us to do is going to allow us to clip out of bounds. Once we're out of bounds, we'll be able to go behind these pillars off to in this center region. And it turns out that behind all that collision is a loading zone. So as soon as Rafi gets this, we'll be able to walk into the collision and then hit the loading zone, even though it's not there yet.
One thing, wishful thinking, if we get a Golden Sun 4, I hope we can control which character we walk around as. Like, a lot of RPGs let you switch the main character that you're seeing on the overworld, and I would just love to be able to just always walk around as Sveta, It's her story, let her shine. And
I
just,
swear
in general,
it
nice
works. I swear it works.
Oh, walk as Garrett. That would be even better. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah. If someone... there you go.
I've never seen this before. The loading zone didn't proc.
Here we go again. That's very unfortunate. Like, there's just no collision there once you're out of bounds. But yeah, if you could just choose to walk around as any of the characters, like especially if you could just walk around as one of the female characters, that would be like a nice little addition.
How about a female protagonist for a change? That'd be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I mean, Camelot writes women quite well relative to the era of when they were writing games, at least.
Yeah, I would agree.
It would be a shame to lose out on that, but still, it'd be nice.
Come on.
This is subpixel dependent, and like, Raffi's obviously saved in a spot which has got bad subpixels, so it's made the trick extra difficult.
Yeah, like it's nice at the start of TLA when you can actually control Jenna, but I understand that they, especially when they were doing sprite work, it's hard to make all the different animation sprites for all the different characters. Just for that purpose.
Raffi, tap stylus somewhere, just to jumble your subpixels a little bit. If you keep running, you're going to keep getting the same subpixels. For some reason, like, when you're running, walking, you kind of increment the subpixels kind of the same. Whereas if you stylus, you can get kind of random subpixels, which is stupid, but none of this stuff is intended anyway, so why should it work?
Thankfully.
There we go.
Nice.
Yeah, it just so happens that, like, saving and reloading rounds your subpixels to the nearest 8, a multiple of 8. And sometimes you can just save in, like, a bad region of subpixels that makes that clip unnecessarily difficult. I know way too much about subpixels in this game.
They're just such a pain, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So, like, fun fact, everybody goes around this room clockwise.
Yeah.
But I realized we should be going anti-clockwise. It's slightly faster.
Is it actually faster?
Yes. Do you know why we go this way?
Oh yeah, also, Legrand's one discovery from years ago coming into play here.
Yeah.
Which is that you can grab this pole early, and then you can skip one of the cutscenes. Saves like 15 seconds, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like, the point is that, like, it didn't matter which direction you went before that clip existed, or that skip existed. But because now that clip exists, we should go anti-clockwise to save, like, a couple frames of movement.
Heck yeah, saved frames.
Also, this next use of grip is hilarious. So none of this stuff right now is intended because, like, we've broken into an area we're not meant to break into, the orbs haven't been placed. It's a miracle the game isn't crashing right now. But in particular, when we cast grip on this pole, well, you'll see.
It's incredible. That you reached the round. And suddenly, massive gun.
Massive gun.
When you do the pole glitch, I also really appreciate that the statue kind of like freaks out because it's still facing
Like,
south,
yeah, just
and then suddenly like southeast.
So Raffi is basically done with all of the tech in this game. Laurent is still mashing through the last of his cutscenes, and he's going to start heading off to Burning Isle. But for Raffi, he's got two things. He's got Chaos Hound and Chaos Chimera, the two last bosses of the game. Plus, he's got to get some encounter skips on the way there, which should be fine. Chaos Chimera is the most inconsistent of all of the in-game bosses. We have a rough, somewhere between a 50 to 66% chance to win the fight. People disagree on the exact numbers. I think it's 66, some people think it's lower. We don't actually know the percentage because there's just too many variables and the probability gets too complicated.
But it's low enough that you can fail 10 times in a row.
I've failed it 10 times in a row, yes. Specifically me, no one else has.
Yep.
It's one of the most soul-crushingly annoying bosses in the series. You can be in an amazing pace run, and then Chaos Chimera can just say no. Or it can be slow, so like there's so many things that can go wrong here. The highlights are basically Retribution, which is basically its version of Watery Grave from TLA. It's basically AoE instant death, and you can just proc on everybody. It's indiscriminate in how mercilessly it kills you. It has like maxed out elemental level as well, so it has high probability to proc. It's a stupid ability.
It's very rough. Always has
It's
been.
It's got worse stuff. It's got Djinn Blast, which is like, you'd think it's not as bad as Djinn Storm, but like it's just as bad for us, because if with our setup, if anybody gets Djinn Blasted, it's run over. Well, not run over, but like fight over. We can't win from that. Like 99 times out of 100, you can't recover from that, except in some particular niche situations. It can just decide to kill somebody by just attacking into them a ton of times, because it's like that. It has Wicked Howl, which is an ability which removes your ability to act. If that happens on the wrong person at the wrong time in the last action, well, that sucks. You can lose the fight. It has Shadow Shields. Remember Shadow Shield from the Blados and Chalice fight? It makes its comeback in the Chaos Chimera fight. What am I missing? I'm missing a bunch of other stuff. It's just
You're missing the
Vicious
3
Embrace.
actions per turn.
Oh yeah, 3 actions per turn. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the only thing it doesn't have is Spark Shuriken to proc stun. It has Vicious Embrace from Minati though, and Vicious Embrace can almost one-shot someone through Granite. It's very strong. Yeah. Anyway, Legrand is aligning some subpixels, so he's going to try to do his first series of world map 4 clips. Again, pretty nifty little trick here to skip encounters on the Widow Burning Isle. Gets the first one like a champ. Looks like he's doing the same setup as Raffi, so he's doing the vanilla setup, which is kind of cool. Run against the island to correct the subpixels, and then one last try. Gotta hold up left after he falls down, and easy. Alright, there he is, in there. He's on his way to Burning Isle, so he's gonna do the same thing here. Gonna use the Sun Saga to reset his position on the world map, then cast Search to make himself pop all the way up. And then he's gonna go get his piece of Umbra gear, and then, yeah, try to die. Meanwhile, Raffi is doing some more encounter resets. He's trying to avoid the Tool Warriors. The Tool Warriors are basically the Wonderbirds of this game. They give a ridiculous amount of experience. We don't kill them for 2 reasons. 1, it takes forever to kill them. 2, if you kill them, you will then suffer through like 12, 13 level ups, and each level up takes like 12.5 seconds.
Yeah,
So,
it's kind of
we don't wanna
unfortunate
do
how
that.
long the level up animation is in this game. Like in the first game, it just clicks or scrolls by super fast. But here, it adds
It's
up
obnoxious.
so much.
Yeah. So now we're coming into the Chaos Hound fight. So the Chaos Hound precedes the Chaos Chimera, kind of like Blados, kind of like Saturos Minati into Fusion Dragon, except that we get to do a mid-battle menu. The Chaos Hound fight is where Sveta shines. Like, we've been talking about how busted she is for like most of this run, and this fight exemplifies that. Reminder: this is a speed run. We're cutting all extraneous experience from this route. We are like level 27, I think, on Sveta at this point. Like, we have no levels, we have no stats whatsoever, and just watch at the power she's able to conjure up through beast form. It's silly.
Yeah, like for the most part, Golden Sun speedruns are carried by the power of summons. But for this fight, it's just like, no. There's no need for summons. Like, it's inconvenient to use summons for this fight because Djinn go on like recovery. But even so, if you did want to use summons, it wouldn't be that much better than Sveta. Sveta's just that good.
Yeah, so basically the fight, the only way the fight can go wrong is if Blados on the second turn uses Punish on Isaac, on Matthew or Karis, and it procs. That is the only lose condition. I guess doing it on Sveta would suck as well, but it's not a lose condition. But the strategy is basically Sveta's on turn 1 going to use Judgment. We're going to ground Blados to stop him from doing anything. We're going to use Granite to protect ourselves. And we're going to use Weapons Grace on Sveta. Weapons Grace is Himi's unique ability. Only is given to her in her base class. It is basically impact times 2. So, double power impact on Sveta. Judgment first turn. That maxes out her attack. It maxes out her Venus power. She's then going to go into Beast form on the second turn, which is fine. And then she's going to go into... she's going to get Kite used on her, and then she's going to go into Synergy Slam. And Synergy Slam is a Venus-based multiplier ability with... and the way that we've built Sveta with the Beast form, she's going to get like 1 billion stats. So it's very powerful.
It's extremely powerful. Like the attack multiplier that Sveta gets when she's in Beast form, especially in the higher classes of Beast form, is insane. Like 3 times and like up to like 4 times. Yeah.
It's like a Megiddo in a character.
Yep. And then you can, still use something that does a multiplier to that.
I was so sure I just cursed Rafi's run, and I'm so glad that didn't proc. I do need to point out one thing here, that the trade-off for Beast Form is that every turn in Beast Form, an extra Djinn is consumed on the user. So at the end of Beast Form, a number of Djinn will replace in recovery, just as akin to using a summon. This is the final thing that makes Moloch amazing. If you have 2 Molochs on Sveta at the start of her Djinn list, and only Jupiter Djinn as the rest of her Djinn list, no Djinn will get consumed through Beast Form. If you have any other element on her in any other configuration, Djinn will get consumed. But this specific configuration, for some reason, glitches out the counter, so we basically get free Beast Form turns, which is amazing. As you can see, Sveta is quite literally dealing 1,000 damage, and just 3 hits the Chaos Hound.
Just like that.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so the reason it works when you only have Jupiter Djinn is because it always wants to consume one of each element in the order in which the Djinn are. So if you have 2 Jupiter, 1 Mars, and then like another Jupiter, for example, it uses the first Jupiter, then it uses your Mars, and then it goes back to the second slot, which is another Jupiter. And because Moloch is already consumed, Moloch is just weird, or just in general it's weird when you have duplicates of the same, because your first Moloch is set to recovery, and then it wants to set Moloch to recovery again, because Moloch is also in the second slot. And so it just doesn't do that, because there is already a Moloch in recovery. It's just wild, and it's amazing how it works.
And then it gets stuck. And then so at the end of the fight, only 1 Moloch gets put in recovery.
Yeah.
But then because you've got multiple Molochs, just set all, it sets the one that was in recovery. So it never gets placed in recovery. So again, Moloch actually just straight up the MVP of this route. What an incredible journey. Rafi doing a very, very particular setup here to get ready for Chaos Chimera. The entire speedrun is optimized around this fight. It's a 3-turn kill if Chaos Chimera cooperates, and there's a 1 in 3 chance that things go wrong. This is the final major fight of the run, by the way, so time is not too far away if we're able to clear it. Meanwhile, Legrand is getting into a polar ascent in a interesting way.
I have no idea what I'm doing, okay?
Wait, did you get stuck at the top?
What?
Oh no, okay.
It's the first time I
Okay.
don't blow straight away.
Okay, so Rafi lost Karis on the first turn, so that's not great. It's not the end. Karis is only needed in a backup strat, so provided this turn isn't a Shadow Shield, we are okay. Well, as okay as you can be on Chaos Chimera. Alright, no Shadow Shields, provided everybody makes it through this turn. Good chances to win. Wonderful turn. Attack is the best thing you can get here. Sveta dealing out massive damage with Thor. Leo boosting his Mars power. The boosted meteor that comes on the turn after this deals a ton of damage. This is it. The only thing that can kill us now is like any of the bad things. So like retributions, Djinn Blast, Wicked Howls. But Chaos Chimera is at a point in his move pool where using any of those is very unlikely. But it can happen. And I think, yeah, cool. He didn't even try to use Shadow Shield, so that ground actually took away a legit action. So Himi should be able to get both of her judgments off. Yep, beautiful. Ninja Garb coming in big here. Getting that guaranteed damage through. Chaos Upheaval, nice. If this kills Himi, I'm going to be so happy. Yes! Okay, Ninja Garb just saved the run. Hell yeah. GG's, well played. Raffi gets the 3-turn fight. Amazing.
Yo,
Without the
awesome.
Ninja Garb, Himi doesn't outspeed, and then Chaos Upheaval kills Himi there, and Raffi's one judgment short without the backup plays.
Yo, the animation, let's go.
Legend.
Some animations in this game are so cool. I'm kind of sad that we skipped them all so fast. Look at this.
First try. Well done. GG's, Raffi. Bringing it home for Isaac. What? That was a sketchy fight, man, but you pulled it out. Absolutely.
GG, Raffi.
Thanks. I just wish Shadow Sanctum would have been better, but can't have everything, I guess.
Can't have everything. Still on the winning team.
You take first try Chaos Chimera any day of the week, I think.
Absolutely. So time doesn't end yet. Just like the other games, there's like a little sequence at the end, and then before it transitions into the credits, that's where we end the time. So we'll call that out when it happens.
Meanwhile, Legrand is doing his save crawl through Apollo. He's still got a little bit to go left. He's made good progress, though. Like, after some of those, the early setbacks, you've done a pretty strong fight back. Like, this has been a pretty good run, right, Legrand?
Yeah, definitely.
If this is considered as a no intro run, then this is actually like a very, very, very good run. Oh. No, I like first. Oops. So you know that thing where you get an encounter where you press the X button to save?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, press X to get an encounter, the classic.
Yeah. So every runner will experience this. Like, you want to push that save as far out as possible just to minimize the amount of saves you have to do. And so we're always pushing it just a little bit further, and then you press X to open the menu, and just as you go to press X, you get an encounter. And then you're like, ah, damn it, I should have just done it like a split second earlier. It's uncanny how often that happens. So
It
maybe
really
there
is.
is something to that. I need to look at that at some point.
I really don't think it's anything. I'm pretty sure it's just we do so many open menu to avoid encounters strategies that like it's bound to happen so often. Because we open a menu to save and quit. We open a menu to sunflower cancel.
Again. But I'll push this one. I should not push it like that. That's my fault.
Also, Sveta's portrait here is different to every other portrait she has. She's got like golden eyes. It's really cool. Nice attention to detail. I really like the portrait. It's really cool.
Yeah. In general, I really like the portraits, especially in like the little sequence that happens after this, where the gun is being activated.
Other little chibi portraits, yeah.
Yeah.
They're really nice.
Or like some of the characters like smiling, some of them are sad, and some of them are just like, gasp.
Yeah, everyone's like gasp except for Himi. She's like, yeah, I knew this was going to happen. I'm a fortune teller. And there we go, Volchik being the hero.
Did anyone make a Volt check emote yet? 'Cause-
I'm trying. It's so hard. There's not like a
Yeah.
really good. There's not a good mod check moment for a Volchik except for when he turns away at the opera house, and like there's a lot of garbage in the background. So I'm trying to see if someone will
Yeah,
get
it's
me a 3D model.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say. Just rip the 3D model, see if you can animate it yourself or something.
Yeah,
That's-
I'm
yeah, pretty rough.
untalented about this. So
Same. Okay, this is the moment I was talking about.
yeah, these portraits are nice.
Yeah. reef looking sad for some reason. Thank you, Volchek.
So one thing to call out, we didn't call out earlier, is that the room Legrand is in right now has no encounters. One of the things that we need to know as speedrunners of this game is where you can and can't get encounters. Mostly so that you know when to play safe and when not to play safe. So right now he can be as aggressive as he likes here. There's no encounter at all, so he'll be fine. In the next room, there's like half the room is like full of encounters, the other bits aren't. So we'll see how aggressive he plays the room and how aggressive he plays the no encounter area, the encounter area.
Yeah, like it's very important, and some areas it's like not always. It doesn't always make sense where you can and can't get encounters. Like in Tanglewood, for example, there's this like maze-like room, and like in the middle of it, there's no encounters, but at the edges of it, there are encounters.
It's like a giant square where there's no encounters. It makes no sense.
Yeah. And it's not even like on the top layer there's no encounters, but on the bottom layer there are. No, it's just this big square where there's just no encounters. And
oh, so when the dog fired the laser, he fired pure light energy into Luna Tower, which radiated it outwards, causing a semi-golden sun effect, which then imbued all of the residents of Belensk, or most of them, with the powers of light synergy, which you can infer from discussing with the townspeople after that sequence. All except for one person who gains the power of calculating compound interest. Shoutouts to Super Tax Man, because he is a dude. He is standing on this bridge. Chat to him, he'll tell you how to do your taxes. But yeah, these characters we met earlier in the game, well, we didn't meet them, but now they all look visually different because they're imbued with the powers of light synergy.
Yeah, because, you know, the laser was fired at Luna Tower, which is in Belinsk. So everybody who's still in Belinsk, I guess, got hit by the energy.
Yeah, this is like... So the time is on Karis's last text box. So she's got 2 text boxes left. The first one's going to be a bunch of question marks immediately after this. And then, I don't know, immediately after this sequence, she's going to have a couple of question marks. Oh,
yeah, like there's
3 dots, there you go. And then time is on Karis's last text box, which is like really inopportunely timed. Can we please change this to community? There it is, time is there.
Time.
See, why can't we just do time on Fade to Black?
Because last significant input, you know?
I know.
But, like, I get you.
Imagine making decisions.
But, like, we could just actually, you know, there's like an auto splitter that you can just give images that it looks at, and we could just feed it that, and, you know, never have to worry about manually
we
splitting.
as a council could just decide to, like, you know...
I mean...
split at a reasonable time. But anyway, whatever. GG's, that is the entire Golden Sun series completed by Team Isaac. That is a very respectable set of times across the board there. Like,
absolutely,
those are
very
all well below average. If you said before the marathon those would be our times, we probably wouldn't believe you. Like, those are some very, very good times.
And I think if you did the same for Team Felix, they also wouldn't believe you because it couldn't go that wrong. But man, I'm not throwing shade, by the way. Just so many things went wrong that we just couldn't have expected. It's not like someone just did something very stupid. It's just Satoru's being an absolute jerk, and like the forgetting the trainer's whip, and like that's very hard to troubleshoot, you know, because it's such a small agility difference.
Yeah, there's a lot of subtle things in TLA that's hard to troubleshoot. So I mean,
yeah,
Bo's an absolute legend for closing that out. Honestly, I mean, he's a huge part of our community, and
big props.
Yeah. It's just today wasn't his day, but he's an absolute legend. So GS2 does take longer than Golden Sun 3, but that's a technicality. And that's because we do no save and quit Golden Sun 2, but any % Golden Sun 3. 80% TLA should be about 3.5 hours long, but it's still being figured out. Long story short, big glitches. Legrand got the slow path, RIP. New glitches that basically allow us to skip a huge chunk of the Eastern Sea, skip the reunion, and all kinds of stuff. So once that's all figured out, there will be a new any % run. It will be fully manipulated and kind of not in the spirit of this marathon. But it is what it is. But it will go faster. But yeah, for the time being, Dark Dawn is the not the well, it will be the slowest at the end of things, but it's a pretty cool run. I like it.
Yeah, for
Not
sure.
Dark Sheep anymore, for sure.
Yeah, there
For a
was a
lot of
time where
people,
like it got more
casually it
attention.
is, but like speedrun-wise, it's such a cool game.
I mean, I kind of memed about it last year, but like Golden Sun Dark Dawn and Golden Sun Dark Dawn with glitches are almost two different games.
I mean, yeah. It's played so differently, and I mean, I guess even glitchless at this point would probably save and quit crawl more. They would use Sun Saga cancelling to give a lot of encounters. But there's just so many more things you would have to do in glitchless.
Yep.
And maybe
I mean,
Isaac before this.
so look around, we're collecting Fever. He's got one more gem to collect in Apollo. And then he gets to do the... do we have a name for this trick? I think I've seen Skywalk thrown around a bit.
That walks pretty good. Because like there's usually the kind of like glitchy air walking, but never quite as long as this one.
This one's very unique. The fact that you're kind of like walking over a scene is like, very strange.
It's not just a walk, it's a journey.
Yeah. So that path that Legrand takes there is very particular. Like, it's just a small area of geometry where if you walk in that geometry, you enable this no-clip, which like is super strange. It's the same thing here. Walking all the way down is necessary to trigger this kind of no-clip thing. We don't know why, we just know it works and how to reproduce it consistently.
Yeah, it's just very special. Because like normally when you cross far enough away from your no-clip point, you just are dropped back down or popped back up on the ground and everything's normal. But yeah, here you just go across like half the entire world map. And then you fall into the mountain as well, like not just on top of it. That's crazy.
Yeah, because it's at that point, like,
Hey,
if you try and deviate from that line earlier, you will the ocean. Like, the way the world map works, like, again, I do not understand it. Again, I just know that this works. Unfortunate encounter, but that's why you do the save.
yeah.
But yeah.
I'm telling you, this is a 70% chance to get the encounter. No cap.
Right there,
Just-
it's mostly because of Fever.
Yeah, because you guys are taking Fever like so deep into Fever's zone. Like what Velissa said earlier about Fever having like absurd rate is true. It's like quite literally 8,000 rate, and like the highest rate, the rate in the Horseshoe Room, which is notorious for having a high rate, is 1,600. So like it's like almost 8 times worse than the worst encounter in the entire game. But anyway, the point being is that you always generate a ton of encounter in that area, even if the Djinn isn't there anymore. So if you get the encounter quite deep into Fever's territory, if you take even a few steps out of that, you're going to generate a lot of encounter steps, and the probability of getting an encounter is super high. So if you can just skirt the very edge of Fever's area, you can minimize that effect and kind of avoid the encounter, but there's no obvious way to always get that top line of Fever's thing, so sometimes you'll go too deep and you'll get you'll get an encounter.
Yeah,
I
pretty
suppose
much.
Sun Saga cancelling somewhere would revert this effect.
Of course it would, yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, then you still have to deal with the Shrine RNG, so I just prefer to save.
Makes
Because
sense, yeah.
It prevents both situations.
Yeah, it's basically runner's choice how you approach these problems. Like, my preference is Sun Saga and then save on the inside so I don't get destroyed on the inside by a bad rate. But that's only because if you do get the encounter inside, having to cast Search again just feels so slow. So, I don't know, there's no good solution. It's just
The
get
good
lucky.
solution is to cast Search and then save. But that'd be smart.
Yeah, but if you did that, you would have gone all the way back to Polo Sanctum.
What do you mean? You just
Oh,
search
because
and
you-
then save.
Oh, because when you drop, because you can't cast Search from when you drop down, you have to walk a little bit before it works. And you took like one step and got an encounter, so...
Yeah, I guess.
Not really foolproof, I guess.
Which is why it's runner's choice, right? There's no good solution to the problem. Also,
You can also just not care and not do anything about it and just pray your run doesn't die.
that too. That's a
That is an
valid
option.
strategy.
This used to be my strategy.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
also the old... go for it.
Raffi is closing out the sequel bait of the series. It's the Morning Moon. Hello, big ass giant synergy vortex thing. One change that the EU version makes over the US version is that in the US version, this is the end ... question mark. The EU version is far more realistic about our probability of getting a new game, and it's just the end. So yeah, the end.
So sad. Because like at that point, I guess they knew they weren't gonna make a new one anytime soon. Ah, so sad.
Yeah.
What were we talking about before Morning Moon sequel baits?
Runner's choice things, I think.
There was something I wanted to say, but I've lost it. Oh well. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
we're now
GG's
in
again, Raffi.
question mark.
Great run.
So that's one thing that I do like about this game compared to the previous ones. You can actually be in like a post-game state and keep playing the game. After Golden Sun 1, you're just locked into La Libero. With Golden Sun 2, you can start like easy mode or hard mode. But here you can just walk around freely after, and that's cool.
That is nice.
Mostly freely. Like there's still areas that you can't still access.
But they did lock post-game content behind a clear data file, which is a bit eh.
Yeah.
So you win some, you lose some, I guess. You can't have it both ways.
True, because that's like the guy who takes you to, or like who leads you to Crossbone Isle. That's only after, like only in post game, right?
You don't even need that guy to get to Crossbone Isle, but the whirlpool that takes you to Crossbone Isle will not exist until you have clear data.
Right.
And yeah, there is a guy who will take you there as well.
But yeah, on the other hand, you can also just use glitches and go there anyway, whenever you want. Always a good time.
Yeah, in fact, 100% does Dullahan as the first of the super bosses, actually. It does Dullahan into Chaos Chimera, then clears up the last 3 to close it out. Just the power of Iris and Chiron is just too good to pass up. Oh, but we didn't even talk about Djinn duplication, because it's not relevant to this run, but...
Yeah, go for it. I still have no idea how it works.
The whole thing with Moloch and being able to delete Djinn, which we spoke about like literally like 4 hours ago now. You can have multiple Molochs, but you can also make it so you can get multiple of a single Djinn. So in the 100% run, for instance, we get 2 copies of Lull. So if you thought 1 Lull was busted in TLA, 2 Lulls in Dark Dawn are very, very busted.
It's incredible.
So, yeah, it makes the Dullahan fight very straightforward. But yeah, GG's to everybody on Team Isaac. Like going into this relay race, like we planned this event some time ago, and we kind of balanced the teams around like the expected performance of everybody, and. At that time, like Conical and Raffi were kind of like, oh yeah, they might finish 5 minutes ahead of Blue and Legrand, but I'm really proud of both of them because they stepped up a ton in the time since they signed on to this. They practiced their hearts out. I've seen them streaming like every day, and it's just like unreal. Like it's so cool to be a part of a community that takes this stuff seriously and puts in the work, and to see tangible improvement across everybody, it's like super impressive.
That can be said for Bowie as well. He really was the underdog on Golden Sun 2, and he managed to really improve really fast in the game too. Like
Yeah,
for
got like a
as well as
juicy PP on Friday.
Yeah, like if yeah, look, okay, I don't want to speak too much about Bowie because like he had a rough day today, but he has genuinely gotten a lot better at this game. He set a massive PB the other day. Going into this event, I was literally sweating every day about this. Like, he had been playing so gosh damn consistently and just getting amazing times. This is the run that I had today was like the best run I've had in I want to say 8 months. Like, it's been a long time. Like, it's the best run I've done since I set the record back in like April, I think. And so like you would not like going into the race today, I was expecting to lose 10 minutes to Bowie, so the fact that I didn't was a miracle, I think. So yeah, shout outs to Bowie. He's an absolute legend, and he is very much more capable than a 6. He is very capable of a 3x. In fact, he was 3x pace for most of today. Yeah, people who follow my stream will know it's not an understatement. I was legitimately sweating. Usually I only stream on weekends, so I streamed yesterday. Usually I'll do a run. I did nothing but menuing practice yesterday because I was so scared of losing.
I mean, you did have quite a bit on your plate as well, and like, you know, your focus has been on Dark Dawn for quite a bit as well, and also trying to get back into the first game. Like, you're just the jack of all trades, but also a master of all of them. You're just
yeah, like I gotta
there's
get
so
back into
much.
Dark Dawn because we've got a Dark Dawn event coming up soon as well.
Yes. That's
Mod
gonna be
check.
exciting.
Somebody wants me to talk about the differences that I did in my TLA run. Okay, sure. Differences was attacking more. I think we can push the limits of attacking a lot more. I've never really dived into Jenna and the Ankh and the power that gives her, so I was doing a lot more attacking, a lot more planet diving with them, just trying to avoid diving into the Djinn menu as much as possible. Then the big changes was, I wasn't planning on getting the Erinya's tunic, but I picked it up when nobody was looking. Because everyone was distracted by Bowie kind of struggling on Moapa. I was like, I'm just going to sneak this in here. Erinya's tunic gives you +5 attack and +10 crit chance, which is basically unleash chance. So you may have seen I got a lot of Megiddos in Mars Lighthouse. The Erinya's tunic was an Isaac, so if he goes first, if he procs Megiddo, it dies. So that's like Akamana dead very quickly. So I was like, maybe there's a play here to be made with Erinya's around better Megiddo chance on Akamanas. So that's something I'll have to look at later and review the footage. It was kind of an experiment that I thought I could do. Other than that, stacking Mia with 5 Jupiters so that she can use Shine Plasma. We used to have a strat way back in the day where we had Shiba kind of filling that role, team kind of casting Shine Plasma. But we used to get a lot more experience back then, so Shiba would outspeed the Akamanas. It doesn't happen anymore, so we switched over to Mia to get better flee odds. But then I realized, very recently, in fact, I messaged Carrie, she's in chat, she's another really good runner of KLA, also 3x capable, will happen any day now, go follow her. I realized that if I just did this on Mia, she would outspeed Akamana, so we exchanged some ideas and then kind of put that into practice, and I was like, oh, damn, this is actually really nice. It also allows you to quad attack into an Akamana and clear it, and it was really nice. So I was like, well, that's it, I'm going to reroute all of the endgame in like a week around these kinds of menus. And then it just kind of worked out. So like it just changed up the Flame Dragon fight a little bit, and it changed up how I played Mars Lighthouse a little bit, and changed the healing and reviving strategy in Magma Rock a little bit. But other than that, there weren't too many differences, but I think they added up a little bit. And look, Ryan is about to get into Orb Skip, the last really big piece of tech in this run. Big Spooky.
I can't remember.
I wasn't hiding strats, Future. I was literally working this out like yesterday. Oh, and Poseidon! We broke Poseidon finally. but not really. I finally figured out how to predict Poseidon's first action.
Oh, really?
His first action is pattern based. We knew this, but it wasn't behaving in a pattern-like way.
Yeah.
The reason being is counter rush. Every time counter rush acts, it increments Poseidon's action counter by 1. And so once you have that and the pattern, and then you count the number of times counter rush procs, you can actually track his first action. It doesn't actually end up being very relevant in the good fight, but if somebody dies, it gives you an extra thing you could play around. Like if you know you're getting counter rushed, then you can be like, okay, I'm gonna use revive with Piers on this turn because I don't need to cast Wishwell because no one's gonna take damage. So it was just kind of like a thing it's good to keep in your toolbox, although it's not gonna change too much.
Alright, good to know.
Alright, Orb Skip. Big spooky. Lagranda's very good at it though, probably the best in the community at it.
Don't jinx it.
Nah, we're good.
It's very convenient that there's these pillars. Because otherwise, it's getting those orbs. It's not the most interesting thing in the world. It's kind of just like a cutscene, and then a dungeon that's really not very interesting. Yamato Ruins, like, it's kind of cool in theory, but in practice, it
was just a pain.
Not much going on.
Like, the puzzles are really annoying, and like you can randomly just run into a panel and be like, oh, and I have to sit here and wait for it to fail. And
oh, the warp
Yeah.
panels, the classic.
no one cried when we found Orb Skip. We were like, oh, it's technical, but we don't care because
Yeah, good. The
yeah,
only sad thing is we don't get to see our boy Hemlock.
yeah, the biggest waste of a Djinn design in the series. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like one of the last Djinn, like one of the last Venus Djinn you can get.
It was actually the last one too.
Oh yeah, I guess so. And it just curses your enemies so they die after 7 turns. Cool. 7 turns.
And it doesn't work on bosses, so it's like,
Yeah.
when are you ever going to use this?
And even if it did work on bosses, 7 turns, like that's twice as long as we need for most bosses.
Casually though, like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna put Curse on, maybe not Dullahan, but let's say Star Magician. One of Star Magician's balls, like, sure, like that might be a good idea.
Nice.
Like, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, like it really should have been like full party poison or like even venom. And like sure, bosses will still be immune, but like venom on the big random
Well,
encounter can be worth
Or
it.
even, why not damage plus Curse? You know, like there's so many ways to make it work.
Yeah.
Or, oh, you'll hear me out, Spooky Friend.
Full party spooky friend. Ooh.
Yeah. Spooky Friend being the haunt status, usually associated with Fusion Dragon, casting Evil Blessing, or Satoros casting Haunt in Golden Sun 1, but it gives a 1 in 8 chance to deal a quarter of the damage you deal back to the user. It'd be pretty neat to be able to inflict Spooky Friend on like Chaos Chimera, that'd be nice.
Yeah, definitely.
It wouldn't deal that much damage, but it'd be interesting.
Especially on a like chasm, but still.
Yeah.
Actually, does Spooky Friends keep that in mind? Like, is it just actual like damage output?
Spooky Friend does go through Flash without mitigation, yeah.
No, but I mean like, if your target. Wait, hang on.
Oh yeah,
Let me
it's just raw damage output. So if you had Haunt and it went into a Shadow Shield, then it would deal like 50% less damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here we go. Legrand has finally got his trick, the grip skip
Yep.
or pole skip. What do we call it? I don't know.
Pole glitch, I think.
It's not a glitch though. It's legal and glitchless.
True, but that's partially just for logistical reasons.
It's actually not. It's just consistent with the rule set. Actually, it's just a unintended spot you can cast the synergy. It's similar to some of the grip optimizations you make in Gaia Falls Cave. So it's
That's
in entirely glitchless, even
Full
though
skip.
it's unintended for sure.
Yeah. Heavenly gun.
I guess as Legranda's closing up this run, and thanks to everybody who's stuck around for this long. I mean, it's been a long day, and yeah, we've seen some stuff today. We've seen the highs and the lows of Golden Sun, but there will be a community race coming up in the near future. Golden Sun 1, any percent, no save and quit. Kind of all skill levels welcome. Me and Blues are going to host that at some point. It's going to be pretty hype. But if you ever wanted to just learn the game and just get involved in a massive event, then it might be a good opportunity. Join the Discord. Somebody can do the Discord bot command here. Come on through, pick up the notes. We got lots of good notes around. We got a YouTube series for that run. It's a very accessible run.
We've got
just
lots of good
summon
notes,
everything
lots
to
of bad notes, lots of terrible notes.
death. Most of them are mine, yeah. Especially
A
the
lot of
terrible
notes.
ones. But yeah, we open entry. We'll see how we go, and me and Blue will give that a good old commentate. And I don't know where we're hosting it yet, but it should be good times.
Yeah.
But yeah, get involved. It's great. No better time than the present to learn.
Yep, we're all happy to help. Just join Discord, we don't bite, and yeah, just get running. And if you
Okay,
have less
fine. We'll
time
talk about
available,
Isay.
if you have less time available on your day, you can maybe even run the no cutscene patch, which saves like over an hour worth of cutscenes. Might help you fit in some more runs.
Yeah, no cutscene patch is legit.
We've got options.
If I had my way, we'd run that as the default, but I understand why we don't.
Yeah.
Well, we'd run New Game Plus, but anyway, this is.
Shoutouts
Shoutouts to Definitely Not FX. I saw him in chat. Him and me have the tied any percent no save and quit. Oh no, any percent New Game Plus record for Golden Sun 1. It's like 30 frame. Like what was it? 33 seconds and 200 and something odd frames.
What a great category.
Yeah. Anyway, memes aside. Sorry, Legrand, you were going to say something.
Yeah, what was Ruffy's final time, by the way?
4:14.
That was pretty good. I wonder if I can manage to match that with this terrible run.
Well, it all comes down to the Chimera, right? Probability that both of you get through Chimera without a problem, pretty damn low. But hey, I've seen stranger things, like 10 deaths in a row.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a pretty decent shot at hitting 414. I don't get into
But yeah.
the way that is.
If you are a fan of Dark Dawn, and if you're still here, you probably are, or at least I hope so, maybe we're converting some people. There's a little old marathon by the name of ESA that happens from time to time. There's another event coming up in a few weeks. Dark Dawn is opening ESA. It's opening the online portion at least on the 12th of February. It's going to be pretty hype. Me and Val will be there. It's going to be good times.
Yep, it's gonna be good. We'll try to put on a good show. For which we need to get in touch and talk about how we want to handle things.
This is going to be our practice run, so yeah.
Yeah, this was
Val,
good
for
practice.
this.
Yeah, because I'm now realizing a lot of details are kind of lost on me because I've not been running this in the past few months, and yeah, I've got some stuff to learn, which I'll do because I want to put on a good show for ESA. So let's do it.
I guess while we're in the business of shouting people out, thanks to RPG Limit Break. We'll give them more props later on for letting us host the event here. One day I'll get myself over to one of these in-person events, but we'll see how that goes. I kind of feel bad. Like the Gold Sun 1 No 7 got accepted to ESA, not ESA, RPG Limit Break like 2 years ago, right before Corona hit.
Oh.
And we were going to go over, we're going to see everybody in the community, it was going to be good times, and then we all know what happened next.
Mm-hmm. One day we'll get in-person events.
Yeah, can't wait for that to happen. RPG Limit Break was It holds a very special place in the community because it was like the first marathon to actually get a Golden Sun run in an event. So we owe this channel and this community a lot. So thank you guys. But we need to give props later on because Legrand is about to beat up on a poor doggo. Don't beat the doggo.
Bad dog. Oh, it's okay. I still love you.
Yeah, like, come on. It's trying its best, and like, Spedo seems to be getting along with it. This mysterious doggo that we definitely didn't just see who it actually was.
Does slapping the dog count as petting the dog?
No.
No.
Flex that.
Okay.
Come on.
Just gotta be sure about this, guys.
It's kind of incredible though. Like, she has all these powerful synergy. Like, she could literally suplex this doggo, but she just slapped it.
Slap. Why is it a synergy? Makes no sense.
I love that it is though. It's
Yeah, I love
freaking
it too.
hilarious.
It's just so random.
Like the nose.
And the statues, the nose, it's this giant red nose. Just slap the red nose. Like, why?
And to slap the mountain rock, just slap everything.
Slap the sun.
I'm glad it can also be used in battle. I just wish it had a use. You know, I wish it was at least
Well, we got
useful
to
when
see-
you first get Sveta.
We got to see it. Legrand actually got to nicely showcase off the slap to break the stone malt, which is kind of cool.
True, but like I just wish it was more generally useful in battle. But I mean,
Yeah, I know
true,
what you mean.
true. It
I
does
know.
have a use, which is more than some other synergy.
I mean, imagine if it had like multiple tiers and like the last one was like throw hands. It's like throwing random fists.
I
Alright,
love
same
that.
fighters graph. Weapons grace on Sveta. Get the ground on Blados to prevent the bad things from
Shadow
happening. Get branded up. Shadow Shield is irrelevant. It doesn't matter on this turn. Get the judgment through. Max out Sveta's Venus power, and then time to use Synergy Slam.
Oh, come.
So yeah, so provided there are no more Shadow Shields, this will still kill in the same amount of time because Eolio is going to cast Serpent Fume, and that's going to make up the difference in damage.
Alright, whatever. I should
You don't have Kite.
Okay.
Does Sveta have the right Djinn config?
I know she has a double. She has a correct one.
Oh, as long as she's got double Moloch, it's fine.
Yes.
Kite is probably on Sveta because the last Djinn swap is Kite with Swift.
I mean, it's fine. Like, if there's a fight that you're happy to have a mistake in, it's this fight because it's so unbelievably lenient. Provided those two Moloch are in the start of Sveta's Djinn register, it's completely fine.
Like they generally don't deal that much damage. It's not a very dangerous fight, except for Blados' insta-kill stuff.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Karis or Matthew can die, and it's completely fine. The only thing you don't want is Sveta to go down here. Now that she's being boosted up, she just needs to get one more side slam in anyway.
Can you stop punishing Sveta, please?
As long as it doesn't proc, we're okay.
Yeah, but it's still freaking scary.
Procking reflux on all the wrong enemies. Classic reflux.
Yeah. Come on.
As you can see, reflux is doing like 500 damage because of all the boosts on her. So, yeah. Anyway,
Reflex is so strong.
a free fight.
Nice.
Nice and easy. Reflux's damage is based off of the user's attack, so Sveta's got a ton of attack. So, yeah, it deals a ton of damage.
So this fight actually has like a different win conditions as well. Like you can kill the Chaos Hound or you can kill Blados and Chalice. But naturally we'd rather kill one target than kill two targets.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so again, as long as those two Moloch were in place, there is no issue whatsoever. everything can just be fixed up afterwards. So now Legrand's going to do a setup for the Chaos Chimera. It's going to be exactly the same setup. Again, we have optimized everything in this entire game to get to this point. We have cut anything that is not necessary to beat this boss. This is the bare minimum requirements that we know of to defeat the Chaos Chimera with any kind of consistency. It only collects, what, 34 Djinn these days?
Check Matt's.
33. But yeah.
Oh yeah, the Sphinx was there. Just didn't play.
And yeah, someone's pointing out the different Djinn designs. Getting to linger on this menu gets really appreciated. Shoutouts to Moloch. I love Moloch. He's my favorite.
Moloch's a good
It's
voice.
my favorite. I don't know if it has a gender, let alone an identity.
It's a cute little dude, regardless of its gender.
It's a thing, man. Who knows? Djinn is Moloch is everything at the same time. It's just Omni.
I also appreciate how sometimes it's not even Moloch, sometimes it's just give.
It's just give. Yeah, it's just a blank space.
And like in battle as well, if you're looking to use a Djinni, it remembers the name of the last Djinn you selected. So if you're selecting Flint and then you move to the right where Moloch is, then it'll say Flint over Moloch. It's like such a
Such a bizarre Djinn. But an awesome Djinn at the same time.
Oh, why
For
did
sure.
you attack me?
So there's other glitch Djinn that exist. There's, for example, Boreas. There is, I believe, also Charon. A lot of them
Yeah,
have
all of
very
this
similar
also.
stats to Moloch. And there's also like alternate element Djinn. So there's like a Mars fog instead of Mercury, stuff like that. There's a lot of glitch Djinn.
Unfortunately, we can't access them through normal gameplay, but the Shadow Shield on this turn is not great.
Yeah.
This is the whole reason why this strat is so good, because it actually has an out to this. The other strats generally didn't have outs to this, so there is a play that Legrand can make up the missing damage, but we are in the realm of requiring things to go right from here on out, which is, against Chaos Chimera, not a guarantee.
Bark. Nice bark. Okay,
You can still use that because it'll wait, but now Terrell has to get his action off, and this is now very, very, very scary.
well, I was dead.
Oh.
anyway.
That is Chaos Chimera. Yeah, missing the granite is kind of a shame, but the Djinn
Why
Blast would
was
have
Clark
destroyed
not
you.
on the crowd character? I forgot to switch. I did forget to switch, for sure. I've done those menus of memory and yeah, can be hard to miss one.
It's fine. It's good to see the Chaos Chimera be the Chaos Chimera. This is why this boss is awful. Like, even if Legrand had managed to get that granite in, the way that this boss works, he had already selected which. Actually, at this point in the fight, it can choose from 5 different move pools, even though it's only got 3 different move pools. It pulls from a Djinn Blast move pool, and in fact, it pulls from a move pool that is pattern based. So no matter what Legrand did, that Djinn Blast was always coming, and was always probably going to balk that, given the Shadow Shield on turn 2. So if you're going to lose a run, you might as well. If you're going to lose to Chaos Chimera, you might as well lose in an unwinnable fight anyway.
Yeah, this boss has always been troublesome, even back in the glitchless days where we were a lot stronger entering this fight. It was never a given that we would defeat this boss. And I would say we've gotten a lot better at dealing with this boss in general. Because even when we rush it down like 3 turns, it's our odds of winning are better than I think back when the record was like 7 hours.
Like, the whole point is that the less time it's alive, the better.
Yeah, definitely. And like, I think at the time we could have optimized the Djinn setups and
Oh,
like
sure.
the summons that also kill
Yeah.
faster. It's definitely been a thing where, because of the competing routes, there's just been a lot of figuring out how Chaos Chimera works and like how we can shave off turns and actions.
Yeah, like I think like that whole process where we were like, we all consciously dedicated ourselves to different routes, like when we were still trying to figure out this game, and it just it turbo routed this game because it forced us to, if you wanted your route to succeed, you needed to be fast. You couldn't afford to like out execute somebody. You actually just needed to find the time from somewhere. And
Can I please not die?
it hyper routed the game and just kind of changed so much. And you know, we are benefiting from that period of time. Like ideas from all of those routes are still prevalent through the whole game. So
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the most obvious one being that early Sveta was so occupied with cutting Djinn that it made the realization that getting 3 Mercury Djinn is slower than getting 2 Mars Djinn, or something like that. Or like the time investment to get the extra Mercuries didn't add the value that it needed to add when you could just pick up 2 Mars Djinn to kind of complete the set.
Yeah.
So,
definitely.
like, I doubt we would have.
Oops.
Like, I do not think anybody in the community would have ever thought of cutting all Mercury Djinn from the route without having done that work. Like, the idea when I unveiled it at the time, it blew people away. People were trying to figure out how I was going to save time, and they're like, "What are you doing? Like, how do you not? Are you cutting Chasm of all things?" It was just like no one thought to skip an element, and you know, again, I credit that process that we went through as a community to get fast.
Yeah, because my thought process the entire time was like, okay, we really don't need a lot of Mercury Djinn, but there are a couple that are like super fast to get. And Eclipse is strong. Eclipse is like a 1-minute investment. I'd rather get a couple Mercury Djinn and then not get as many Jupiter Djinn. And then that was kind of like a trade-off that I was making. And
Oh, not again.
oh man.
Yeah.
Chimera being Chimera.
Did you?
Was
Oh, you
margin
saved
there.
her. Yes, so let's talk about Chaos Chimera resets because I am very well versed with this. Basically, as you can see, you can go right back into the fight after having defeated the Chaos Hound. So the strat here, and I believe it to be faster, is if you die to the Chaos Chimera, you need to take the L and then crawl back to the Chaos Chimera fight, save in front of the Chaos Chimera, and then just run back into it. Legranda's getting destroyed by Rake right now. This is unreal. But yeah, so that's kind of why we take the loss and go back into it. If we didn't and we just reset right before Chaos Hound, then we would have to go through that whole cutscene again, and that cutscene is very, very, very long, and there's no guarantee that that fight goes well either, so it's just way more consistent to do it this way.
In a way, Chaos Chimera just decided to fade up this race as well. Oh.
This felt like a classic press X to get an encounter. Yeah, the sun, or like the light at this point would burn up the lure. We have to keep it in our pockets to protect it.
I'm not sure if the double tap will work here, but I think it should.
I didn't catch it, but I believe it will work.
I just really appreciate that you can wipe and then come back to Chaos Chimera and not have to go through Chaos Hound and all the cutscenes again. Like, they knew they were making this boss a lot more challenging than anything you'd faced in this game before.
And even in the series, like, Jesus.
Yeah, it's legitimately tough.
This
I
guy
think
is
on my
really
fir-
no joke.
Yeah, I
mean,
think
I
on my
don't
first
know.
playthrough I did succeed, but like I was not prepared for such a tough fight, so it took like probably like 50 turns of just barely scraping by. No way, dude. Oh my god.
Alright, I'm going for your record, Lexa. It seems like it's
Right, just 3. The record is 10.
Yeah, well,
Small steps,
you know.
dream big.
So I'm convinced actually that you may have like saved the RNG in a bad place, and I don't even know if this is a thing. If it is, I'm gonna be real mad because I've run independent trials and gotten
No.
I've gotten
See?
results which suggest a 66.
Wait, what? Hold
didn't-
on.
Is Matthew not out speeding?
No, he isn't.
Yes.
That must mean Moloch's not set, right?
Ah, it's even better than that. I have a problem with my menu. Who's got an extra Moloch? You've got an extra Moloch. That turned into a Moloch.
Yeah, Breeze is now a Moloch. Huh.
Hmm.
So again, I this entire route optimizes for this one fight, so if anything is out of place, we're probably dead. It's very precise.
The thing with Molochs is that you really have to be careful about your trade, so that's why.
She is supposed to have a Moloch. What is going on with this menu? Oh, good, that's so cool. Find the missing Moloch, guys. So nice. This one is not set.
Like, I'm not sure who is supposed to not have a Moloch, but.
Well, that's because you can't see the top screen. Oh, Karis is not supposed to have a Moloch. Okay. Why did I think she was supposed to have one?
Yeah, because
Alright.
you do have 30 for Djinn, so it's not like you lost one.
No, I didn't. I just messed up the main menus completely. Yeah, the one thing I always practice before doing a run, I mess it up. It's great.
I mean, these menus are big. Like, if you're doing this without notes, I applaud you. It's insane.
The menus, I do it without notes. Like, I have them on the side to check, but I memorize all of them. It just... Like, yeah, I like Plexa said, I really want to have fast menus. And if you want to have fast menus, you need to know your menus by heart.
Yeah, that's very true. But still, it's no easy task.
Yeah, like I'm someone who actually has a lot of their menus still written down in notes, and I kind of sight read them every time I consult them. Not.
Wait, did I?
But even then, to get fast, you do need to know them. And when I'm reading them in my notes, I'm like re-downloading the script that will run in my brain when I'm going to do the menu. It's like often the hardest thing of a menu is starting it. Like, what is the first thing I do in this menu? Once you get that first swap down, the rest of it's kind of muscle memory.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's what notes are helpful for. You read the first line, you go, yes, this is a cannon trill flint swap. Nice. Okay, and then I can just continue onwards.
Yeah, I completely feel that. Like, sometimes, just the notes being there, you can just glance at them, you can be like, oh yeah, that's the menu that I'm supposed to execute. And you're not reading the specific moves, so you're just reminded of like, oh yeah, that's the one.
I will say I'm pretty proud of how quickly I can sight read menus though. Years of piano study and sight reading music paying off finally.
Heck yeah.
Shoutouts to anyone good at sight reading, by the way, it's so hard. So LGG, similar situation. Oh, that is really tough to win from now.
I was supposed to chasm here. Oh my god, yeah, I think
I mean, you might have. Oh no, you're not. Are you?
what?
No, you're not going to get away with it. You didn't use something. Or Djinn being consumed wrong.
At this point, it's just fatigue and not caring anymore. I'm sorry about it, but it's usually how it works out. You're good on the first attempt, and then after that, you just start being bad.
Okay, so if the problem is not caring about it, think of it this way. If you finish, you'll let us all go to sleep.
Reason
Shout
to
out
not
Moloch
finish.
Racing here.
#1.
Shout out to everybody in Europe right now. It's very late. It's been a long day. We did say this had a 14-hour estimate, so yep, it's a long series.
I'm dragging poor Reek into this as well, because he has to be here for, the final time.
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't have work early.
Let's give some props to Reek, by the way. He stepped up and just kind of made this happen. Like, technically speaking, we're not super technically gifted in the Golden Sun community, cough cough. So having a real pro step in and kind of handle all this for us was amazing.
Okay, I have something else that is wrong. I have no idea what to do.
I mean, I can debug your menu if you show it to me. You've stand by to double tap Hemi, right?
The thing is, it might be because they are not in the right position.
Moloch, set Moloch on Wreath. That'll fix it. Yes, I know what I'm saying.
It was already what I had. It wasn't a problem.
No, Moloch was no set Moloch. Moloch is not set.
It is.
No, it's not.
It is.
Alright, so one of the really annoying things about Moloch is that if Moloch is standby in the back row, sometimes it interferes with the amount of Djinn that are available in the front rows. It's one of the dangers of working with Moloch. If you do everything precisely and controlled, you'll never run into an issue. But sometimes you can run into an issue. Because, yeah, you're still one Djinn short.
I have no clue.
I know
it's
Moloch on Reef in the back row. That is the issue.
No, it is set. I can assure you, it is set.
And by set, do you mean standby or set?
Set.
Then,
As in, like, this is set.
Then okay, make it set and then double tap all the Molochs in here. Just make sure that if there is one standby that it's in the front row, you should have 7 Djinn going into this one. You have 6 still.
It changes rank at the start of the fight. Compared to the menu.
Okay.
No, never mind. I have seriously no clue what is going wrong.
You didn't double tap all of the Molochs, like, so Moloch is annoying. This is the problem. I guarantee you this is the problem. And I hate that this is a problem, but it is.
Now it's 5.
What is going on? You double tapped Reef though, right?
I didn't double tap Reef here, but this shouldn't cause an issue, right?
Why is it? What on earth is happening here in this movie? What is going on? Let's get Project. Let's get Legrand home.
Moloch is very difficult to deal with sometimes. Like, we love it, but...
It's not the first time it messes up my menus too. It won't be the last. Yeah, it was good.
Are we good?
Now
Yeah,
we're good.
now we're better. There we go.
What the hell?
Thank you. Ooh, yeah, let's go. Doable. Technically. Wait, no, I don't have. I'm missing the judge.
Yeah, you got Shadow Shielded. You're good.
I was thinking like I can do it without Brown maybe, but I can't because I need the extra defense. So that's 5. That's one's a legit like death to bad pattern. So this is kind of why I've been having trouble finishing runs for a month and a half now. One of the reasons at least.
It's like you've locked onto the Shadow Shield seed. If you get Retribution done,
Nope,
you're dead
mine's
again.
different. It's
The hell?
different terrible seed.
Alright, so that's 6.
Oh my god.
Humor me. Cast Move or like anything that conjures a thing, like cast Whirlwind or something. Like humor me. Grip,
Sure.
yes, grip is fine. Thank you. I'm convinced this is a thing. Like you should not lose 5 times in a row to Chaos Game Arrow.
6.
6 times in a row to Chaos Game Arrow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. But like, I'm pretty sure the DS uses like its clock to determine RNG seeds as well.
Yeah, but casting Synergy does advance it, which is kind of
Yeah.
like... The only reason I know this is from routing, because it's not used anywhere. But any Synergy that does spawn an object will advance the RNG, which is...
Yeah.
There's only one RNG seed in this game is used for GRN and BRN, so it just kind of makes it completely random. So I'm like semi-convinced like it's reloading the same RNG band, and by doing those things it's going to change the outcome. Come on, no Shadow Shields, prove me right.
It's certainly possible. Also, Reek, I do have responsibilities tomorrow. I have to work tomorrow. But that's okay.
I have to work
napped
today.
earlier. Oh yeah, technically today. Well,
7?
Well, that was winnable though. That was winnable.
Nope. I had that last turn.
No,
That's
but
right.
you didn't get shadow shielded this time.
I got Djinn Blast, so that means I get one less summon.
All right, maybe not. It wasn't shadow shield at least, so there was like an outside chance of like something happening.
And
How was the
chat
sunlight?
is also how you practice menus. You just redo the fight over and over again, and now you have this clean menu.
yeah, true. Also, if nothing else, this right here shows how determined we are as a community. How even when getting destroyed by RNG, or even when we're not sure what the heck is going wrong, we're still persisting, we're still just pulling it through, you know?
I swear
No.
to God, if this is shadow shield, if
uh,
it's shadow shield, you gotta do a whirlwind. You gotta save the game, man.
yeah.
No way. Come on.
Yes, way.
Shadow shield, Fusion blast. Let's go.
It was nice.
Shadow Flash. Okay, actually, this is still winnable. Never mind.
Fresh, okay. Oh my god.
You know, the great irony of Chaos Chimera is that its battle mechanics are so complicated, it takes longer to explain its battle mechanics than the fight when things go well.
Yeah, true.
Oh, we tried. Oh, you tried. That was a shadow shield, by the way.
Yeah, you hate to see
oh my
that,
God,
because then
yeah.
you get some extra useful action. Yay, there we go. Should be winnable from here.
Wait.
So this is really cool. I hope you do the thing that I hope you're gonna do, as in Matthew and Karis. Elio has a gen called Swift. The Swift got rerouted onto Elio for this scenario exactly. Swift's ability is that it gets priority damage on Chaos Chimera, and that extra little bit of damage allows Hemi to cast Jupiter, which deals about 200 damage. Chaos Chimera, which is enough to out damage the heal that it has each turn, 300 damage unit. That little bit of damage, it doesn't seem like much, but that's enough so that we can take 2 turns to die here if we really have to. Yeah, it's unfortunate that it takes 2 turns, but it's fine, it happens. And then on this next turn, we are set up for one last hurrah. A ground, a haze, and a proccni that should cover the damage.
And if not, then I still have these.
Around these, yeah. But proccni should kill. But yeah, like that little cute little swift tech right there is just like the whole reason we have this backup strat. Oh, GG's. There we go. I keep my word. Hello. Solid second place there, LeGrand.
So excited place indeed.
Well, still beating my PB, so there's that.
I do like that we got to talk through the backup strat though. Like the whole Swift
Yeah.
tech with the Jupiter thing is like so cool that like Swift is usually a gen that's completely forgotten about in this series because it's so late and so utterly useless in most circumstances. But it takes Irlio, who's usually like last to move, gives him the opportunity to get in there, get off a gen, and then allows Hemi to come in and summon a Jupiter to just deal that last little bit of damage to cover things.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice backup.
Yep, and it's why this is like it was when this was worked out, it was just like so unbelievably clear that this was the route. No other strategy had like a very good
Hello,
backup
capture
strategy.
card?
Shadow Shield.
Okay.
Come on, DS. Don't sabotage us
Come
now.
on, catch up. Yeah. let us
Gotta
get
see
to
it
the
through.
end.
Not only Matt falling over.
All right. Well, while we close this out, let's go to some thanks because I feel like we all want to go to sleep as soon as this is over. I think first and foremost, shout outs to everybody who participated in this, everybody on Team Isaac, everybody on Team Felix, Conical, Beluza, me, Bowie, Raffi, Legrand. Huge shout outs to everybody for participating. It's a huge commitment to take on, a lot of pressure to take on, and to rise to the occasion and then tough it out through some really tough circumstances, especially in Team Felix's case. They're very commendable. So thank you guys for participating. Everybody who commentated as well, it wouldn't work without everybody commentating. Bowie in Future, Sid in Blue, Felissa, myself. If you like us, I hope, come back for our event in a couple of weeks' time. That'll be pretty nice. Like, again, people who just make it work. And of course, Reek. I've already said thank you so much, but this is above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you so much for making this happen. Of course, RPGLB for hosting us. A community that has never let us down and continues to support us, even when we want to host long-ass marathons like this. And everybody else in the Golden Sun Speedrun community, come through the Discord. We're nice people, I promise. It's amazing how the community is growing. We are hosting that open entry, any percent no save and quit race real soon. It's going to be real hype. We'll send some details into Discord about it once we're ready to put a line in the sand, so to speak. And yeah, it's a really nice place to be, and it's a real privilege to be a part of the community. Anything you want to say, Val, Raffi?
I think you pretty much nailed it there.
Yep.
Yeah, shoutouts to Reek for also being prepared for when LiveSplit crashed and when game feeds were needed to be set up. Very professionally done. Yeah, awesome job to all the runners who pulled through in the end, the runners who put on a great show, commentators for making it all a very enjoyable experience. RPG Limit Break for letting us host this on their channel, of course. And yeah, just all in all, very, very happy that we got to do this.
Shoutouts to Pizza for debugging our speedruns.
You're welcome. It's the only reason I know these problems is they always happen to me, Raffi. That's why. Like the problem with Bowie on Moloch, I've done that. I had that problem once. That problem with Djinn on Chaos Chimera and Moloch being a pain. Oh yeah, I've been there, done that.
I did not know that was a thing.
It's stupid, but it's a thing. I remember it being a big issue for one of the boss fights. It might have been Mountain Rock and early Zveta, where I had like a bunch of Molochs on Wreath in the backline, and like my Djinn count wasn't adding up. Like I had it Moloch on standby, but I couldn't summon it. It's because it wanted to use the one in the back row because it was considered like the main Moloch, so it's really strange. Basically,
I had that happen as well in no detour routing.
The basic here is that you need to follow the notes when it comes to the order in which you do things with Moloch, because if you don't, you'll end up deleting a Djinn, making it so you can't continue the run, or just having the wrong Djinn available.
Yeah, overall, we never got to touch about it, but there was quite a lot of situations where the runs on Dargon could have just straight up ended. For a lot of reasons. Like, softlock and Tanglewood are not the only softlocks you can have in this run.
Yeah, this game's actually pretty dangerous in terms of being able to get stuck in places.
Yeah, if you've liked what you've seen today, there are generally resources available for all of the games. Come through the Discord, we've got resources, we've got guides. The TLA guide is the longest guide and most detailed guide on speedrun.com. Don't let the Final Fantasy cartel tell you otherwise.
I can confirm.
It's 152 pages long, and I feel like I've got a new block of pages to add with my rerouting. Yes, I think Final Fantasy X has like a 52-page guide. I laugh at their 52-page guide.
Rookie numbers. Also, gotta give a shout out to Camelot for making these awesome games. I hope you'll make more of them.
Oh, yeah, we ought to do that, shouldn't we?
Um,
Takahashi Brothers, thank you. Motoi Sakuraba, thank you. Bowie the Hero, the de facto social media personality for Camelot, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's time.
And that's time, we're done. We're out of here.
440.
Good job,
Oh,
us.
Timberrun.
I didn't do anything, but good job, us.
No, thank you,
made
Val.
this run possible. So good job, you.
Exactly.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just happy to see this game having come so far from this 7-hour glitchless run to this very interesting technical game that we have today.
All right, GG's. I think that's probably it from us. Thank you to everybody who's watched and stayed with us through the whole event. It's been a long day. I think many of us have got some well-deserved sleep ahead of us.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
I'm so hungry, dude.
Alright, well, we've already seen the credits to the end, so guess we'll cut it here.
Happy Golden Sunday, everyone.
And should we raid someone, actually? Forward the level.
Probably.
If there's anyone doing some hot speedruns that we should check out. I imagine most of the Golden Sun community is in chat or
Yeah,
in
they're
bed.
yeah. Yep.
I may have a look. See if I have any recommendations.
Well, I have a possibility if there's one.
What's your shout out here, Legrand?
Matsky is running FF7. Is
Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds good. He's a cool guy. Cool dude. Good friend.
Nice. I like cool dudes. Let's do it.
Yeah. And just say, yeah, happy Sunday.
Yeah, thank you all so much for watching, hanging out in chat. Hope you all enjoyed.
Right, press the red button.